Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. We wouldn't have hit over 2,000 subscribers without you. I also want to let you know the Discord server you voted for is ready. You can suggest stories, vote on what gets narrated next, or just hang out and talk. It's free to join my way of giving back for getting us here. The link is in the description. Today's story is the final part of the Fallen Legion, File 2. Summary. Following the events of File 1, Naruto and his Nightwings have secured their sanctuary, but at a massive cost. The world now knows they exist. Thrust into the spotlight of a supernatural realm teetering on the razor's edge between fragile peace and absolute war, Naruto finds himself leading a growing faction through the chaos. New alliances will be forged, and deadly new enemies will rise. But they will endure. They are Shinobi, the living legacy of a lost universe, and they will not yield to anyone. Never again. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and High School DxD. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Report 22, Red Dusk. Jinjugaku no Hi-Saido, Village. Stepping out of Night Tower, Naruto's eyebrow hasn't stopped twitching. Why? Simple. Serio was pestering him to come along and see his hidden home. There's a reason why he didn't allow it. Now more than ever, considering the enemy had former heavenly angels among them. No way in hell was he allowing a damn seraph of heaven anywhere near here at this time. Thankfully, Zenobia was there and distracted her from annoying him to ask for help with her and Irina's tag team practice. Seeing as they lost to both he and Serio, despite it being their first time working together like that, the two younger angels wanted to get their teamwork back to top form. Seems mixed squads are going to be a more likely scenario. Just before he started growling at nothing, Hana placed a hand on his right shoulder and Katarina took hold of his left arm gently, both grounding him in the now. He muttered, "Fine, I'll drop it." Hana nods, Katarina smiles softly, before the trio head towards the medical center to check on Tenten, and for the Inuzuka to check on things since she's been away. They didn't get too far when they were called out to. "Yo Gaki!" Glancing over, they came face to face with the visage of a smirking Anko, whose eyebrows were wagging as she quipped. "Haven't seen you around these days. Where you been?" "Alliance work," Naruto retorted, arms crossed and irritation spiking briefly. He looks to her then added, "Damn Seraph thinks she can order me around." Anko cackled lowly, though Hana informed. "Serio was trying to gain access to the village. We turned her down. Ruthlessly too," Katarina affirmed with a soft giggle, looking to the black-banged blonde while biting her lip. She whispered, "Pupsik is authoritative sometimes." "Oh girlie, you have no idea," Anko muttered, getting a glare from the blonde that she ignored with practiced ease. Though, her gaze was drawn to the approaching Lamia and drew the other's eyes too. "Lady Anko," Damaris offered, a greeting and acknowledgement at once. Though when the ivory-colored scaled woman noticed Naruto, she bowed at the waist respectfully, her violet snow-white hair flowing over her shoulder as she spoke. "Commander Naruto. It's a pleasure." Smiling, Naruto nods while he responded, "Yeah, likewise Damaris. We're just leaving anyway." Adriana also raised up from her bow and asked, "Is there anything you require of us?" Waving that off, he replied, "Nah, you're good. Just keep Anko on a leash and consider it even." "Hey!" Anko cried out, going ignored, as Adriana pulled her dark green hair back behind her ear and reported, "As you command." Anko snipped, glaring at the woman she saved from Sendai. As Naruto's group moved off though, The former snake mistress's eyes caught that of Hana and a silent communication was sent there. She nods, they'll talk later. Turning back to the two half-human, half-snake women, Anko griped. You guys are way too hung up on our hunk. Neither denied it. Adriana shrugged and responded calmly. We need to grow our population and he's the strongest. He's the strongest. Damaris reported like it was the most obvious thing in the world, nodding along with Adriana. Anko snorted, knowing that was true, but added. Yet I see you slithering with Choji, Adriana. Blushing prettily, Adriana nods as she returned shyly. Choji is most definitely on my palate. I actually have a date with him at the end of the week. Anko's grin grew sly, looking to Damaris. Then again, I haven't seen you hanging around anyone else. What gives? Damaris doesn't answer. She never does, just smiles softly while her soft lilac eyes seem to know what her lips refuse to mention. Anko just chuckled, shaking her head as they walk off, and she muttered. Here I thought we were supposed to be the menaces. Adriana chuckled as she slithered after the trench coat donning Kunoichi, her perfectly green tail swaying behind her. Damaris flanking the other side silently. Jinjugaku no Haisaido, Medical Center. Seriously, Tenten. Naruto muttered, causing the dark bun-haired Kunoichi to glance up from the rifle components spread across her hospital bed and spotting his deadpan at her. Hana just smirks while heading deeper inside, while Katarina steps up beside him and offered. 5.56? Why not heft of 7.62? Tenten grinned, pulling out rolls of scribbled papers from the side drawer of her bed and after placing them down, explained. Simple. I spoke to Choji a few days ago. He spoke with Calandra. Calandra? As in Calandra the Forge Heart? Naruto asked, brow arched. She nods, and he chuckled. Didn't think anything got that lamia away from hot metal. Tenten snorts, then quipped. One word. Choji. Naruto snorted this time, but she looked back to the female cadre and continued. Long story short, we believe that our custom-made 5.56 rounds can surpass the penetration and stopping power of even the Grigori's 7.62 rounds with a little material work. Tenten glanced to Naruto, who narrowed his eyes as she chirped. And seal work. Of course. Naruto snorted, then quipped. Let me guess, you're going to ask for. To check these? Yes. Tenten cut him off, pulling out stacks upon stacks of papers from beneath her bed's pillow. As he began to skim the first few pages, she added, If they work, and they should as I studied hard, we will put them into full production. Full production? Katarina inquired, leaning over the blonde's shoulder to see these so-called seals, and how they function. Every officer of the Grigori are aware of the Nightwing paper seals, more specifically their paper tags, and so, if these are like them, then she wants them too. The Dark Doves will benefit from excessive firepower should Nightwings enter firearms race, full time. Yeah, full production. Tenten confirmed with a head bob, then grinned as she added. Calandra apparently already has the molds, Turin, Ryan, and Ishido already have the metal ready. She lists off, before looking at Naruto again, then stated with conviction. All we need is your permission, Naruto. Naruto looked up from the notes, then down at the bed where the disassembled components lay, then asked. This weapon. Is it standard issue? The guys over in the 112 ND apparently use it. Tenten informed, looking down at it calmly before she continued. A 426 Hong Kong dollars 5.56, designated marksman rifle. DMR for short. Naruto nods, that means the supply lines already exist, and so places the seal work down, then replied. I'll talk to Choji about it during our next department meeting. Likely tomorrow morning? Tenten literally beamed and nodded, so he added. Just stay the course and focus on your recovery, please. Got it. She agreed instantly, much to Naruto and Katarina's amusement. As they turned to leave, the female cadre glanced back over her shoulder and added. No shoot inside. Bad for ears. Yes, ma'am. Tenten confirmed, but Naruto griped. That is supposed to go without saying. A sigh, before he elevated his voice to travel to the back office. We're leaving, Hana. Need to visit the fabrication station. Just as Katarina stepped out, back into the village, Naruto was yanked back and the doors shut briefly, as he and Hana had a swift make-out session after she damn near teleported from the office. Tenten whistled, a long, ringing sound, wide-eyed at the display of public affection that looked sensual enough to be hidden behind closed doors. Naruto pushed her back first, having been caught completely off guard, and muttered, "Calm down." Hana chuckled as she stepped back, grinning. "Just reminding you. That's all. Consider myself reminded." Naruto muttered, still somewhat off balance and bewildered. Twirling around victoriously, purposely brushing up against him with her ass, Hana strolled off back to her office to catch up on her paperwork she abandoned, set aside for personal time, her smirk wolfish. Still a bit disheveled, Naruto watched her strut off like she ruled the world and had ears bright red in bafflement. Tenten chuckled with a coy grin of her own. Well, lover boy, seems she has you marked." He looked to her, still out of it. "Yeah. I'm starting to realize that." Tenten broke into a low, deep and somewhat menacingly slow cackle as she watched the blonde stumble out of the medical center. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Fabrication Station 2. A knock on the door was answered with a calm, "Come in." The door parted and in stepped the black bang blonde, waving casually as his follower in the form of Katarina. Naruto called out, "Yo, Gyurin." "You called." Gyurin glanced up from the desk, nodded, then pushed up off the work desk quietly before stepping around it, and responded, "Thank you for coming, Naruto." Naruto shrugged, then eyed up the other woman present and asked, "Your call piqued my interest. So, what's your role here, Kuro?" Kuratsuchi smirked challengingly, hands on her hip as she quipped, "Made the mold. When Glassy here told me she had an idea for crystal weapons, I was all over this." "Figured." Naruto muttered as he reached the long table inside where the said heavy mold sat, Gyurin leaning back on it, arms folded, Kuratsuchi leaning forward behind it, chuckling. He looked to the crystal user, then asked, "So, what do you need of me? Seeing as Chojuro's here too, I doubt it's for my swordsmanship." Chojuro kicked off the wall on the far side when mentioned and headed to group up with those gathering. Gyurin nodded, then gestured with her head to the metal box beside the other kunoichi present, and explained, "Your chain is the core, my crystal as the body. It should work, all things considered." Approaching her, Naruto responded, "But we've never left our chakra alone before." Blinking, Katarina probed, "Chakra? Later, girly." Kuratsuchi waved off her fellow cadre before looking to the blonde, still grinning as she added, "I'm told your chains work with her crystals. Seeing as they can withstand S-ranked attacks, your chains can constrict anything. Together, they should create an unbeatable weapon. Things are never that simple." Chojuro offered, now standing off to the side. When Kuratsuchi looked to him, he explained, "His chains neutralize and seal off chakra. Her crystals, as impressive as they may be, are still chakra it can bind." He then looks between Naruto and Gyurin, then finished, "As impressive as it is that you have been able to get them to coexist, I have my doubts." "He has a point." Naruto confirmed with a nod, then glanced to him and smirked. "Though, I do need to correct you on one thing." Chojuro nodded, so he informed. "They work on magic too now. Even more overpowered than." Chojuro returned with a soft, nervous chuckle and Naruto shrugged, not denying it. "It should work." Gyurin insisted again, her expression thoughtful, eyes on the floor between her feet as everyone looked to her. After a few moments, her gaze lifted back to the black bang blonde and spoke firmer. "It will work. I'm sure of it." "Then what are we waiting for?" Naruto offered softly, smiling as he steps forward, chakra coils expanding into action beneath the surface, and the others nodded, moving too. Kuratsuchi grinned as she moved the box around, so the opening was facing the blonde. Gyurin pushed off the desk, and when Naruto placed a hand on the opening, hers appeared atop his and began channeling her own exotic chakra. She felt his flinch and couldn't help but smirk while she whispered, "What's wrong?" You know my chakra is sharp, annoying, and irritating? Naruto snipped, sighed, glaring at the smirking brunette who nodded sagely. Gyurin responded. You're meant to be our all-powerful leader, right? Man up. You don't want to go there. Glassy. Naruto quipped, and she glared at him now as Kuratsuchi cackled at the developing chaos. Chojuro sighed. This was what happened when enough bored shinobi get together to do something potentially interesting or dangerous and get worked up. He offered, exasperated with the antics. Can we all just get along? She started it. Naruto snipped, and Gyurin looked completely unapologetic about that very fact. If anything, she seemed smug as she commented. Of course, the child blames others. It's literally your chakra. Naruto responded incredulously, ignoring the quip about his junior status among them, as that was a losing fight and a moot point. Gyurin nodded once, before Kuratsuchi chimed in with a chuckle. Calm down, kiddos. Let's just get this sword made so Sharkmouth over there can swing it around. Naruto and Gyurin nod, though Chojuro's sweat dropped at catching that random stray kunai. What did he do to deserve that? After gathering the crystal chakra in their hands, Naruto and Gyurin slowly pictured, then focused on the chain first, and surely enough, a pink hue, silver chain of chakra slowly poked out from his palm. It silently flowed into the opening of the metal box, traveling halfway down the mold now surrounding it. After a breath, he whispered, Your turn. Keep it steady. Gyurin whispered back, as now her chakra flared faintly and unseen to everyone. Inside the box, pink crystals began to grow out from the chain as its starting point. They spread out slowly, carefully, tentatively, towards the edges of the mold, and then thickened. This was a carefully managed process and delicate balance between the three chakra natures, earth, water, and yin, flowing to all the corners allowed, filling, layering, crystallizing, leaving no void in its wake. Snap. Damn, that hurt. Naruto muttered, shaking his hand off, glancing around the room to see Kuratsuchi already breaking open the case and mold, eager to see the experimental work and weapon. Gyurin was staring at the hand she used, still simmering with phantom traces of yin chakra of her therapist, savior, and leader. Chojuro stepped up as the jagged, erratic weapon now revealed by the leader of Earth Company as the mold is removed and the glistening sword is exposed to the world for the first time. He muttered, Beautiful. If you say so. Kuratsuchi snorted, hands hovering over the meter-long shard of hardened, molded battle ceramic compound. The edges were indeed razor-sharp, not even needing pressure to cut her skin, cleanly and not even feeling it. She whistled. Damn, this was definitely worth the effort. Effort? What effort? Naruto griped, glaring at the pink-eyed woman fiercely. Gyurin nodded, joining in his glare as she added, That was all down to our collaboration, trust, and connection. Flippantly, Kuratsuchi waved them both off while looking at the swordsman. She then ordered, Yeah, right now we need Sharkmouth to show us how to swing this piece of art. Despite both frowning, Gyurin and Naruto looked to the water company commander. Chojuro sighed as he stepped forward to stand before the chain-like handle. A breath of anticipation. Katarina did not sense anything but stayed back and watched as her pupsik and his people gathered around the table. Apparently, they used chakra. Like Yukai. Angel Yukai. Yet suddenly, there was a pressure that was very pupsik but different from what she is used to. Gripping the handle, Chojuro instantly felt a numbing sensation in his hand. It was a slight prickly sensation, and he hadn't even lifted it yet. It seems, just touching it gives a feel of rejection. Gyurin looks to Naruto, who had a tight expression as he voiced. Likely due to that being my chain's effect of sealing off chakra. A proper handle is needed then. Kuratsuchi stated, already notebook in hand and scribbling their observations for later review. She asked, What about channeling chakra? Without further prompting, Chojuro channeled chakra and found that it wasn't so much as pushed back, just unable to pass too far from his wrist. It just stopped there and wasn't responding. Interesting. Gyurin muttered, now making her own notes, and Naruto glanced to her, brow arched as he countered. You knew that should happen. Yes, but I thought with my chakra there too, the effects would have dulled. Gyurin reasoned, pausing her writing then glancing to him calmly. She added, seeing as my chakra is in the hilt too. But the base structure is still mine. Naruto countered and she conceded with a simple nod. Lifting the blade, Chojuro's brows furrowed as the weight was light. Like really light. Uncomfortably light when paired with his numbed grip. He murmured as he looked at the uneven edges. This is different. Light. What else? Kuratsuchi asked, staring at the bladed ceramic. With a tight frown, grip tightening for reassurance, Chojuro responded. Like glass, maybe? I can't really get a good feel for it. Swing it. Kuratsuchi ordered and immediately, he did just that, slicing left, then right, then up with such speed and destabilizing dexterity, that the sound of the air shifting had to catch up, giving it a disorienting effect on perception, as if a visual echo within the workshop. Everyone just stared at the water commander, unsure what to make of it. Yet Katarina broke the silence. Unusual. Before anyone else could say anything, a soft clink could be heard and eyes snapped to the source, the sword of crystal and chain. Naruto was already there, Gyurin a step behind, and surely enough, there was a single crack spidering out from the end of the central chakra chain core, toward the slicing edge that was facing Chojuro. Frowning, Gyurin whispered, fragile. Extremely so. Chojuro confirmed with a soft nod, looking between them then to Kuratsuchi, who added with a frown. We haven't even tested its cutting properties. It would likely shatter. Gyurin admitted, her finger hovering above the cracked surface of the weapon, tracing it from one end to the other. She breathed out softly. But we can infer from that small demonstration its cutting ability is extremely high. Abnormally high. Chojuro added with full confidence. Kuratsuchi nods but posed. Then, we have to figure out why it cracked under such light stress. It doesn't look that brittle. Well, that's actually the easy part. Naruto muttered, surprising everyone, but to him it was obvious, as he did warn them about this and Gyurin should have known too. He glanced to the black-eyed Kunoichi with a tight frown. I told you. Chakra chains have never been collaborated with before you. Because crystal release is a new, emergent bloodline, unique to me. Gyurin reported. Naruto nods, but Kuratsuchi snorted then quipped. Oh please, Glassy. Don't get full of yourself. Before Gyurin could do more than glare, Naruto continued his thought. And the fact it can augment mine is breaking the previously thought impossible. But now, we have its limits. Gesturing to the crack, he finished. Without our combined will, our bloodlines act as they do in their default state. Mine rejects or seal off chakra. Yours binds via crystallization. The friction and incompatibility likely result in this. All the shinobi present stare at Naruto blankly, like he just grew a second head, while he himself was still contemplating this theory. He then added, this is despite them binding via our common in chakra, that holds our will to work together. He blinked then posed. Actually, that might be why it was only a crack. Not outright failure. We should ask Shika or Kure, Nai, what? Naruto stares at everyone staring back at him, all bewildered at his sudden insightful response. He himself sighed tightly, arms folded, and eyes rolled as he muttered. Yeah, my alignment's done a number on my thought processes. They just nod. Pupsic. Katarina offered, drawing eyes to the white-haired cadre, and breaking the status quo of silence. When he nodded, she inquired. This chakra. It's different from magic, yes? Yes. Naruto confirmed, then had a complicated smile as he added. But follows a different rule set, kinda. There are so many kindas. In our case, it's our go-to. In most situations. Kuratsuchi muttered, pinching the bridge of her nose. Then again, they are beings of two worlds, so it's to be expected. In any case. Naruto spoke now, drawing his fellow cadres' gazes to him. He finished. Get Omoi. Araki or So to help analyze this. Meino might work too. Chojuro offered calmly, getting a shrug from the blonde. Naruto added. Anyone really with experience with Yin chakra theory. How do you know about Yin chakra theory? Kuratsuchi asked, brow arched, and he sighed. Looking to her, Naruto offered with a deadpan. Ever wonder how reliable the battle net was? I thought that was Blondie. Firstly, her name's Ino Kuro. Naruto began sharply, and her hands shot up in surrender immediately. He added. And secondly, it was at first, but I have more chakra. It was better for everyone, so I took it over. She just runs admin now. A pause before Naruto turned around to face the other cadre. Cat, let's head out and… He froze, his blue eyes flashing cyan. For everyone he paused for a moment, but for Naruto, his perception sped up several times and a familiar tug in his mind drew his awareness. Whiskers, can you come back here for a little bit? You know? What's wrong? Are you? I'm fine, we all are, but there's something I need you for. Something? Just come, Whiskers. You won't be disappointed. I'm with Katarina right now. Bring her too. Absolutely not. I trust her, yes, but that is still… Arg, fine. Just come. Fine, but what's the issue? Just come. You'll see. A mental sigh before Naruto dropped the connection and his perception returned to normal, eyes back to slit blue again. No one noticed the shift. Arg, change in plans? Naruto announced, seemingly randomly, and everyone looked to him as he looked to Kuratsuchi. He explained. I got a sudden closed-door meeting. Take Katarina to your office and work out a cooperative procedure between us and the Second Legion. Both women's eyebrows shot up, Kuratsuchi posed. The Second Legion? They have more field operatives than we do, Naruto stated, looking from her to Katarina, then added. But we have the firepower. You wanted us to work together more in the future. This is the first step. Katarina frowned, then responded. But Pupsik, I want a date. You'll have it. Naruto confirmed smoothly, then posed. Right after I sort out this unexpected situation. He heads towards the door, then before anyone could stop him, vanished in a flash of yellow. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Residential District. Flashing into the protected zone of the residential district for the Nightwings, Naruto is immediately confronted by Shikamaru, Ginma, and Choji. The Nara answers his raised eyebrow. Yeah. I was dragged into this too. It isn't that bad. Choji commented calmly, then taking a bite from his chips. As they walked down the path of the fire company section, he added. Besides, Shika, you've been avoiding returning back here. This is good for you too. Troublesome. He's right though, Genma murmured, glancing to the younger man while twirling the senbon in his mouth. Looking forward, he continued. Out of all of us, you've been the most absent. Naruto's next, but the gap is notable between you two. Have you seen the alliance? Naruto muttered, then Shikamaru added. Or the Western Yukai politics? No. Genma conceded, nodding once more, then added. My patrols, border security, and Umbu training is systematic now. Must be nice. Shikamaru drawled, glancing at the bandana-wearing Jonin casually. He finished. Having a set schedule. They reached the main street of the colloquially named Fire Street, to find a sight that caused Shikamaru and Naruto more than a second pause. A smugly smiling Ino was standing in the center, arms crossed and looking satisfied, Temari on her right, tapping a military beat with her foot and staring at her husband. On Ino's left stride stood the slender but tall Yoshi, spiky black ponytail with that escaped bang framing the left side of her face, arms crossed and looking more silently amused than anything. Beside her was the quietly waiting Ascari, the shortest of the line-up, as usual, but shyly waving as the boys approach, which only emphasized her younger sister vibe. Good you came, Whiskers, Ino chirped, taking up Naruto's hand before he could say anything, and dragging him further down the road. The others followed, though it should be noted that Shikamaru looked like a condemned man under his wife's stare of penance. You said it was? It is, and don't question me. Ino cut Naruto off instantly, the two Inuzuka following close behind, and both picked up the impossibly faint scent of their clan's matriarch as he passed them. Ascari gained the faintest of pink to her cheeks, too little to notice, and Yoshi just sighed as she followed. The other guys brought up the rear, though Naruto noticed they just passed Ino's place and asked, "Hey, we just passed. Didn't I say not to question me?" Ino snipped, glancing back at him with a glare so cold, Naruto swore the area just dropped a few degrees as a shudder ran down his spine. Oh boy, mood swings of kunoichi are known to be death sentences if not handled correctly, and this particular kunoichi is well versed in mental warfare. Eventually, the group reached the end where a two-story home once stood, now expanded to look more like a clan compound with an expanded first floor and widened second floor. It leaned into the timeless, layered and nature-integrated style the Shinobi have adopted. It was 3 times as broad of the neighboring houses, largely the same height, but looked far deeper than them too. But what caught Naruto's attention the most was the bush clover sigil over the door, the one he and Ino decided to adopt as their family sigil, proudly declaring the family he now represents. As his eyes flowed from it to Ino, who was beaming, he asked, "Is this?" "Of course," Ino quipped haughtily, flipping her blonde ponytail over her shoulder, and fixed him with a grin. She added, "You thought we were just lazying around in here doing nothing? Actually, your cute whiskers." Ino cut off her husband, a raised hand toward him, knowing his habit of ruining the moment with his occasional and random assertion of his old dense self. She looks back at the large building, then stated, "This is what we've been doing. Choji, Shika helped, well, mostly Choji and Genma. Shika just kept us aware of your movements." "Dude!" Naruto cried out in betrayal, snapping to Shikamaru, who raised both hands to protest his innocence. "In my defense." A delicate throat clearing from Temari shut that down, and the Nara fell silent. Choji grinned while chewing, Genma made the whipping motion silently behind him. Ino just rolled her eyes at the whole thing. Honestly, she knows what he's been up to, even without the reports from Temari, via Shikamaru, so it's more amusing this way. "It's for us all." A new voice demanded all eyes to the now front door. On the front wooden deck stood Samui, looking ready to pop at almost 8 months. As Naruto stepped forward, she informed, "A place for our family to grow." Ino followed after her husband and added, "And a home for you to return to, always." Naruto looked between them both as they spoke, breath paused, before he looked at the black wood support pillars and white-walled building. Up close it looks massive, monolithic almost, and yet... "Home, huh?" he whispered softly, yet the wind carried it as fact to all present. Slowly, he took up Ino's hand and grasped it with the greatest of care, before leading her up onto the front deck where Samui was leaning against the rail. With a growing smile that seemed to outshine the afternoon sun, Naruto declared, "I'm home." "Inoheim, Sam-chan." Samui nodded, cracking a soft smile. Ino beamed and allowed herself to be brought into the hug of all 3. "Welcome home, Whiskers." Everyone else clapped. Yoshi and Ascari politely nodded while recalling how it backed up on their now joint garden and the outhouse. Choji and Genma smiling at the sight of the family unit being whole now, their secret work now done, and now their respective wives will likely be gathering here in the future. To check it out, or to just hang out with the girls, will likely be their go-to excuses. Temari was planning just that while staring at her husband at her side. Shikamaru had a small smile-like smirk. No doubt his blonde friend will actually spend less time at the Imperial Palace now. Oh, those 2 vixens are not going to like this. Should be interesting to observe the shift. On the other hand, they may end up asking him more questions. Man, what a drag. Jinjigaku no Haisaido, Naruto's home. With Ino on his right arm, Samui holding his left hand, Naruto is guided through the large house's various rooms. In the large, spacious and comforting living room that leads into an open-plan kitchen, both filled with what he assumed was high-grade wooden features and a decked-out metal kitchen, along with the utensils and stuff. He muttered as his wife pointed stuff out. "This is more like something I'd expect from a clan house." Giggling, Ino retorted. Because it is, silly. As the head family, we'll be hosting everyone else here during events. When was that decided? Naruto asked deadpanned, but Ino stated factually, as if history already had it recorded. It's always been the case. Samui nods, and Naruto's sweat dropped as then his wife casually gestured to the far, rear wall and added. Plus, that leads out to my garden. It isn't much right now, but trust me. It will blow your mind once I get through with it. I trust you, Inohime. Naruto confirmed with a nod, as Samui led them towards the sliding door and pulled it open to reveal the rear, covered and heated deck with said garden space beyond it. Beside the warm, wind-shielded deck, the seating, and fire pit, Naruto noticed the Inuzuka manor on the other side of the garden space, spotting Toshi hanging out clothes on their part of the garden and completely engrossed in her housework. Though, Naruto was still trying to figure out how a half-acre can be called a garden. He just files it under wife logic. That there. Ino pointed out the outhouse, a single-story building in the same style as the main building and yet isolated all the same. Naruto raised an eyebrow, so Samui explained. Your office, seal workshop, and personal space. Made sense, Naruto reasoned and thus nodded then offered. I guess that makes sense and keeps others from getting hurt. Exactly. Ino chirped, then tugged on his arm and dragged them back inside to find Sakura, Temari, Kurenai, Yoshi, Ascari, and Ishvari already sitting comfortably in the lounge sipping tea like they lived here, hands caressing their bulges. Naruto then noticed their partners in the kitchen space, leaning against counters, or rummaging through the fridge, and sweat dropped at both sides of the spectrum. His house was apparently already the hangout spot for everyone else. He didn't have long to dwell on that, as he was near enough pulled up the stairs. On the second floor, the bare wooden floor, heated softly from beneath, came into view, and immediately on the right was a sliding door that Ino pulled apart. This allowed her to reveal it slowly, deliberately, and allow her husband to feel it before he sees it. After all, it wasn't built for outsiders. It was built for him. The room was warm enough to soothe even a tailed beast. Tatami mats soften every step, carrying the faint, clean and calm, yet lived in scent and feel. The low sleeping platform sits off-center, positioned perfectly for instinctively driven awareness to doors and window. Though, it was dressed in layered fabrics, high-quality ones to boot, that were chosen for comfort over protocol. Natural, muted tones, and incredibly soft to the touch, clearly tested rather than guessed. Naruto finds himself staring, speechless, approaching the center when Samui offered quietly, while rubbing her expanded stomach. We wanted it to feel like somewhere you'd actually rest. He could see that very clearly. There wasn't any excessive grandeur here. It just felt personal. A low table near the window holds small, personal things. A place to sit, to breathe, to exist without rank or title. The wood is smooth, natural and not polished. The chair cushions are firm, but forgiving, and likely chosen with Naruto's posture and habits in mind. Ino's handiwork, most likely. Storage is subtle and thoughtful. Not hidden in the walls like a shinobi bunker, but integrated drawers that open silently, compartments sized for his gear, his habits. Everything has a place, and nothing feels temporary. This room expects him to stay. The lighting is gentle, adjustable, never harsh. Paper lanterns glow low and warm, throwing soft shadows that feel protective instead of threatening. He suspects that a certain fuzzy but tailed clan had a hand in that. At night the room would be dark enough to disappear into, yet safe enough to sleep deeply. We didn't want it to feel like a command room office. Ino spoke while lingering by the wardrobe, fingers brushing against the door, and drawing his eyes. She smiled softly. Or a barracks, temporary, or anything like that. This is where you're allowed to stop being the one holding everything together. Samui finished, her voice and presence never wavered from calm but certain. As always. It was comfortingly familiar at this point. Even the atmosphere of the room feels differently here. Quiet and grounded. Silence that doesn't demand vigilance. Naruto glances around once more, before landing on his wife, then girlfriend. He smiled, and for once, it did not carry the weight of command. Inoheim, Sam-chan, thank you. Ino smiled softly. Samui just nods, a microscopic smile of her own that he noticed. He always did. Underworld, Grigori headquarters. In one of the many mess halls of the home base of Grigori, sat 2 men of the 6th Legion, the Silver Legion, and one of which was actually a devil by the name of Kevin, sipping his coffee and listening to the ramblings of his girlfriend's brother. After a beat, he asked, "Not that I doubt you, Stefan, just that it seems unlikely." Scoffing, Stefan quipped back. "You always say that. It's called thinking. You should try it." Kevin snipped back, grinning. Indignation was overtaking the 4-winged fallen, but before he could do anything the door parted. A group of unmarked people walk in, drawing attention to themselves as it was highly unusual for people to not have any Legion markings on at all. It could be an armband, a hair clip, or even just a badge. An unwritten rule of the Grigori these days. Though as he sipped his coffee, Kevin's gray eyes met with one of the newcomers and he paused for a half-heartbeat. After sipping, then placing down his mug, he muttered, "Reincarnates." Stefan looked to him, not doubting the words but felt inclined to censor-check them. Confirming, he nodded, then returned, "Yeah, but I didn't think there were so many. I heard they were still in the testing phase." Kevin revealed calmly, then glanced back at the group of freshly reincarnated men and women. They weren't nervous, in the traditional sense, but rather. He blinked, then added, "Seems they don't know how you regulars would see them, if I had to guess." Stefan snorted, then quipped, "Yeah. Like anyone would be stupid enough to mistreat them with the level of backing they have." It took Kevin a moment before it clicked. A sharp inhale through his teeth, telling Stefan he understood now without words. After all, they both met Nightwings before and even they can't say they'll forget them any time soon. A soft throat clearing brought both men out of their thoughts to a small quintet standing at the end of their table. Kevin raised a brow and asked, "Can we help you?" The leader, a young man who stood at 5'6", brown eyes and black hair with a forgettable face, stepped forward and spoke carefully. "Hi. We are new here and we're wondering if we could ask you two some questions about things here." Kevin and Stefan share a look briefly, then a glance around at the other scattered groups, all subtly watching the interaction from afar. Stefan was the one to respond. He asked, "Why us?" The pale-skinned, black eyes that seemed to have contact lenses in, and short, spiky black-haired Gothic girl responded, "Your threads, your 6th Legion, right?" Upon their nod, she added, "We were told that you guys have the most vertical view of stuff and unbiased." "Who said that?" Stefan muttered, half-exaggerated whisper, half amused, but equally not expected of an answer. It came from the leader, nonetheless. "Lord Barraquil told us." Plenty of eyebrows shot up into hairlines, though Kevin chuckled while gesturing to the seats at the table. "Then we can't disappoint. Take a seat. We'll answer what we know." They all nod and drop into seats, trays of food and cups of drink following in short order. Sipping his coffee, Kevin didn't have to wait long as the leader offered. "Ah, right. My name's Colin." "Jessica." The Gothic girl nodded. "John." The second guy, 5'4", black hair and eyes, confident smirk that masked his nervousness. "Ellie." The girl with hazel hair, green eyes, a smile that told others she was the eldest of this little group by a comfortable margin, yet young-looking enough to blend in without issue. "Matthew." The short brown-haired guy, built like a well-rounded man, brown eyes and likely, based on how he spoke, of Irish descent. "Stefan, Silver Legion." Stefan announced, then pointed across from him to his elder sister's boyfriend. He added, "That's Kevin. My squad leader." Kevin nods when they look to him. They return it before Colin asked, "So, is it true that career paths are flexible?" Pulling his bare metal mug from his lips, Kevin responded, "I can say yes easily." "You looking for anything, specifically?" John answered fastest. "Weapon development." All eyes looked to him, his nerves evaporating as he spoke. "Back home in the US, the gun culture is pretty much a way of life. But since I signed up, I've noticed a lot of swords and at most sidearms. I'm sure the big guns are Legion locked. Kevin cut in calmly, swirling his half-empty coffee cup, and causing the new Fallen to look to him. He then nods once, then explained. If you want to look at real firepower, you're going to have to impress either a logistical legion or an armored one. Stefan added thoughtfully, arms crossed and staring at the ceiling of the hall. Kevin countered. I was going to say assault. You know, like those guys we ran into 2 patrols ago, the 61st guys. Blinking owlishly, Stefan clicked his fingers when he recalled those guys and nodded, then responded. All right, those guys. Yeah, but those guys had submachine guns. Anyway, I can make myself visible to them? John asked, leaning forward on the table and drawing the senior officer's gazes to him. Try the recruitment board. Stefan proposed, but Kevin cut in. If you want unofficial probes and just an overview, speak to the guys in logistics. Official channels, talk to any of the pencil pushers in the 3rd. They'll point you in the right direction. John nods once, gaze distant as he sipped his strawberry smoothie. Speaking of logistics, Colin began, getting attention as he looks to the senior officers. I've wondered about how I could start off there myself. I used to work in warehousing C. You sure? Stefan asked, almost hesitant to ask, but that is a tough field to work in. Lesser men have broken under the sheer pressure of Grigori logistics. Some say it's worse than German humor, not a laughing matter at all. Colin swallowed nervously but confirmed. It's what I found the least annoying about my life back then. Can't be too hard, right? Stefan glanced to Kevin, who too looked nervous, but caught the frantic pencil scratches emanating from across the hall to a man wearing a 10th Legion patch on his upper shoulder. He had their back to him, though they could see his pencil moving at speeds no writing utensil had any right of going. Worse still, the air around him told all that he had definitely heard of this reincarnated fallen angel. Foolish, careless words spoken too loudly to be ignored. Clearing his throat softly, Kevin looked back at Colin and with the utmost seriousness. Good luck. Before Colin could ask, Stefan added. They'll find you. They always do. Then quieter, he murmured. They never sleep enough. Leaning forward, smile gentle, Ellie spoke next. I was hoping for something a little bit more adventurous. Like seeing the world. Stefan asked, halfway between unimpressed and undressing her shapely figure. Or finding new horizons. Yet Ellie just grew coyer, the older caretaking sister facade fading away, allowing a far more intimate, but far more dangerous presence to replace it. Why can't I have both? Even Kevin was impressed in this abrupt demeanor shift, not that he or Stefan showed it, and instead he answered. Well-traveled legions are pretty rare. Most stick within their territories. Ellie sighed, but he continued. Though, if you're serious about putting miles on your wings, you'll have to reach a top-level legion like ours. A brief pause, then Kevin added. Though, in your case, stay away from the 9th Legion. I heard they don't leave their sector for anything. Heard the 17th Legion is a recon unit. Stefan asked his squad leader, who thought on it then shrugged. Kevin responded. Dunno, haven't checked. But yeah, you should look into recon legions too. Probably the most common to explore. Can't say for sure, though. Thoughtful, Ellie nodded while she leaned back in her chair. Jessica leaned forward and posed next. I've looked over the boards and stuff, but only a few interested me. Their names were cool, so I wanted to ask about them. Upon Kevin's nod, she asked flatly. The Nightwing Ravens have a really cool. Both Kevin and Stefan choked on air or coffee, respectively, thumping their chests to clear the blockage of their windpipes. They weren't alone, as many of those listening in from afar did the same, or just stared incredulously at the freshly reincarnated chick. After an embarrassingly long moment of recovery, Kevin looked to the dark markup-wearing girl and asked in bewilderment. Are you actually being serious right now? Jessica nods once hesitantly, unsure as to why that got such a potent reaction from over half the room. Even that guy scribbling in notebooks had stopped to stare at her. What? It was a cool name, dark and mysterious, They have to be cool to earn that, right? Kevin and Stefan stared at one another, complex expressions shifting uneasily. After several long few moments, Kevin began carefully. Let me ask, just to be sure. You are looking to join the Nightwing Ravens, purely because of the name? It's a cool name. Jessica confirmed with a nod. Stefan snorted into his mug. The others in the room beyond the table shook their heads in disbelief and confusion. Chuckling with a complete lack of mirth, Kevin responded. Cool name, sure, we can all agree on that. However, the whole Raven thing is someone in the 3rd Legion thinking they're going to be promoted for their prank on them. Wouldn't be surprised if a payback event is coming. Stefan muttered, though he went ignored as Kevin continued. You want my advice? Give up on joining the Nightwings. Why? Jessica asked dryly, dark eyes shifting between the two senior officers. Stefan snorted, but Kevin kept his patience and responded. The 1st Legion, the Nightwings, are the creme of the crop. Stefan continued smoothly, voice a mix of awe and terror equally. The ghost of the Grigori. Considered nothing but a myth, dismissed by cadres across the board as preposterous fairy tales, and waved off by command, until the governor revealed them, like 3 years or so ago. The newly reincarnated fallen all swallows spit at that, but Stefan added anyway. They are the ones everyone wants to join, but no one knows how. There's a way, a fallen from another table announced, drawing all eyes to her. She had one arm over the back of her chair, half turned to the newborn fellows of hers, black hair flowing down lazily, but seductively, and her 6 wings tucked neatly behind her briefly before retracting again. After a wave, she added, Name's Tina. 63rd Legion, the Armored Vultures. They all nod, so Tina continued. As to joining the 1st Legion, it is impossible right now. But I heard from a friend of mine, a nerdy guy from the 121st Legion, the Obsidian Halo, that he fought alongside the 1st Legion in Kyoto recently. Everyone present blinked at that, surprised. She continued, while reaching for her drink. Yeah, they formed a wing division. The 3rd now operational. I heard about those. The guy opposite her said, arms half crossed his chest, relaxed against his own seat, while nursing his own drink and looking at his food. A snort drew eyes to the guy with the 10th Legion patch on his arm, as he turned to face the guy who said that then spoke. Wing divisions are just groups of legions. A blessing if they are all unified, logistically speaking, but a nightmare if they aren't. You know this, how? Tina asked, brow raised. The guy snorted, then pointed his pencil to his patch and answered without wasting words. She nodded. Though the guy added, looking back to his pad. Eclipse is the name of the new one, by the way. Bayal, the 2nd, and Voskod the 1st. Multiple legions fighting under a unified structure. Where can I find them? Matthew asked, but the man snorted then quipped. Like I'd tell a runt like you. Take a hike. Tina turned to the gothic chick and stated. Your best bet is to ask those pencil pushers what legions work under Eclipse. They may have a way to help you. Jessica nods once, raised her cup while she responded. Thank you for the advice, Miss Tina. Tina nods once, then stood with her company and headed off. All the reincarnated looked back to Kevin, who was looking down in his empty mug with a frown. When he noticed them looking to him, he glanced over them all and asked, What? Do you know what the Nightwings specialize in? Matthew asked for the group, getting an amused chuckle from the 2 senior members. Stefan muttered. From what I remember from that time. Stealth, surveillance, and assassination. Kevin explained carefully. Before they could speak, he added. I think at least. No one actually knows anything about them beside being strong and hard to find. Abruptly, Kevin stands along with Stefan, who explained. We gotta go, or my sister will have our heads. Thank you for the advice. Colin offered and the 2 nod before departing, both wondering if these new guys have any chance of meeting the legends themselves. Kyoto, Yukai District. Evening time. A group of young devils watched as the theater emptied out of the audience, all in good spirits, and talking about the show they had just watched. Of this teenage group were the Citri, Gremory, and Agar's heiresses. Their subordinates had spotted a few parties of interest heading in at the start, and reported it back, and so now they were here, perfectly timed with the show's ending to try spot and confirm the reports. Just after half the civilians had left when the first target came out. The mess of blonde hair was pulled back neatly into a low ponytail, his black bangs clipped back into the blonde to keep them clear from his deep blue slit eyes. Cadre Naruto Namikaze confirmed. He had on a gray-lined black, high-colored, knee-length battle kimono that was partially open to reveal his dark shirt beneath, secured by a matching obi, and had a gray bush clover embroidered on his upper arms near his shoulder, and black cargo trousers and sandal finish off his look rather nicely. He wasn't alone, however. A woman in a revealing low-cut creamy blue kimono, paired with blue jeans and simple black-heeled flats. Her hair, white and wavy, nearly covered her white gold dangle earrings, and light natural makeup. They recognized Katarina, cadre of the 2nd Legion. What caught more attention, however, was those with the duo. A blonde-haired, gray-eyed teen, in a formal kimono, stepping out talking animatedly with a sunshine blonde fellow teenager, and an elder gentleman who looked like him. It was clear that these three were Hanabi Namikaze, Genshiro Saji, and what can only be assumed was his grandfather. Sona's breath caught at the sight, confirming a theory of hers. The Nightwings have plucked her planned pawn and secured his loyalty before her plan could be executed. The last group that came out was confusing to the devils. A teenager they recognized from their school. Beside being a member of the perverted trio, he was pretty average in everything. Short spiky brown hair, 2 short locks behind his head, and light brown eyes. Issei Hayadu. He was with his parents, from what the devils could make out, both of whom seemed to be in a calm discussion with Genshiro's grandfather, as they all hover around the exit of the theater. Plenty of excited chatter, likely about the play, and no one looking out of place. Meanwhile the devils were locked on the anomaly among them with a growing sense of horror and realization. Yet, it was Akino who whispered the name of what they were sensing of the signal eradicating from the human they know as Issei Hayadu, disbelief and dread in her tone. Dragon Emperor! The Red Dragon Emperor! Sona muttered, adjusting her glasses furiously, trying to keep calm while watching the groups socially gathered. She glanced to her fellow heiresses and added, "Was right under our nose and didn't notice." Sigvaria glanced back at the shorter heiress, pink eyes distant. "Your noses, yes. This is the first I am meeting him. He is a student at Ko still, right?" Rias asked, but no one answered. It was clear from this display that Issei, no, the Hayadu family as a whole, has aligned with the fallen angels, same with the Saji family. Sona frowned as she informed. "I was aware that Saji had a dragon-type sacred gear. Its fractured signature made me believe it was possibly Vitra's sacred gear. If that is the case, we just lost 2 powerful dragon gears to the Grigori." Rias responded, frowning at the sight before them. "This is most distressing. With both of them, especially the Red Dragon Emperor, within the Grigori, or worse still, within the Nightwings' control, then the new devil faction is in a much weaker position than previously believed." Though, they all watched as the crowd thinned a bit more with laughter, Yukai and humans calling it a night. Though the group being observed still waited for something. The answer came when a new group emerged from the theater with large bags, and receiving an applause from the waiting crowd. They all smiled, a few bowed, and others laughed as they were embraced. These were likely the performers. However, 2 of them caught the eyes of the devil again. A very familiar pale blonde, pale violet eyes, and soft smile. Cheyenne the Shrine Maiden. The other caught their breath. She needed no introduction. Swallowing her nerves, Sona muttered, "Lady Gabriel? What? Why is she here? We should leave," Sigvaria stated, already turning around and not waiting for either of them, Olivian already at her side dutifully. Sona nor Tsubaki hesitated either and followed after the duo already returning. Rias took a few moments to observe the group. Archangel Gabriel's presence did nothing to disrupt the calm of the crowd, muted, and perfectly human, yet still holding her heavenly authority. Despite there being several fallen among the group, there was no hostility. Rias! Akino whispered from her side, snapping the heiress of the Gremory household from her musing. With a nod, Rias turned about and spoke softly. Come, Akino. My mother will be worried about us if we hang around here. Akino glanced back once, a strange expression on her face as the gathering of supernaturals seemed to be so natural and void of tension. Her eyes found Naruto's looking back at her, and her heart skipped a beat briefly, before he turned away. She swallowed, hard. It seems they weren't as discreet as they thought they were. But Akino also noticed something, just as she turned to catch up with Rias and the others. Naruto was holding Katarina's hand. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Strolling up to the palace and temporary accommodation of the non-Nightwing Grigori forces, Naruto escorts Katarina back after their night out. After the play that had many of those excommunicated church members, who are rebuilding peaceful lives now, they had gone off for the rest of their date. After allowing the devil teens to spot them, they took the long way to the high-end restaurant with a walk through a few parks and talked about anything not related to work. For a change. Apparently, Katarina's love for wine is second to only her love for peaches, apparently. Plums are good, but they feel like a reminder of why she fell and avoids them. Too red, she claimed. Naruto revealed that he feels somewhat embarrassed about his past actions. He explained a truth adjacent, about how his reincarnation fixed something in his head and now he's a lot smarter than before. It's unsettling at times. She took his hand and pulled him into the restaurant after that. Now, the night's at an end and are back at where Katarina is staying. He is calm, she is trying to figure out what to say to have him stay longer. Stopping at the gates, Naruto turned to his companion for the night and offered. We're here, Kat-chan. Nodding once, hands fiddling behind her back, Katarina observes the night sky for a bit, and drew him into doing so too. After a while, she mentioned. Pupsik, things are different now. They are. Naruto confirmed smoothly, though he glanced to her now and asked. Is that a good, or bad thing? It took a long moment for Katarina to look to him. The silence grew heavy before she shrugged her shoulders. Why ask me? Naruto snorted, breaking into a chuckle and shaking his head. He just got duped, though he respects the game. Pupsik. Katarina's voice was softer now and drew his attention instantly. After a moment she went to speak, but he raised a hand stopping her. A breath, Naruto spoke softly. I have learnt a lot of things about a lot of things recently. He lowers his hand and smiled softer. So I understand what it is you want, truly, and what needs to happen to reach it. As his hands slip into his pockets, Naruto steps closer and into Katarina's personal space, then whispered. So, not tonight, Kat-chan. Homes aren't built in a day. She nods, then spoke beneath a breath. It's been weeks. He smirks, not backing away as their faces were close enough to feel the other's body heat. It's been 2 dates. Kat-chan. Don't play dumb when you can literally destabilize nations before lunch. Breakfast. Katarina corrected gently, and he smiled again. The tension mounted, the distant observers wondering if they would. Naruto pulled away slowly and offered. Thank you for a great night, Kat-chan. Da pupsik, it was fun. Katarina replied as she stepped back too. Then she said far sterner, more than a hint of playfulness she's known for. Next time, come Latvia. I show you a real time. Chuckling, Naruto spun up a teleportation circle and returned. Sounds like a date. Duh is? She called back over her shoulder, winking at him, and he stuck a tongue out before vanishing in a golden flash of light. As the dots of golden magic flicker out swiftly, Katarina smiled at it before heading back to her guest room and silently taking note of the blushing men and women around her. A ego boost every so often does wonders for troubled hearts. Jinjugaku no Hai Sato, Night Tower. Pushing the door open while pulling his kimono open, Naruto steps into his office to find a guest sitting on his desk. Smiling, he asked. Shouldn't you be asleep, Cheyenne? Smiling, Cheyenne shrugged, then replied. We haven't spent much time together recently, Naruto-kun. Just wanted to check up on you. With a hum, he nods before his chakra flare lightly and the door to the side room unsealed while he offered back. We've both been busy, Cheyenne. Smiling as she followed him into his bedroom, Cheyenne commented. Your Kage dream, right? As he folds the obi, Naruto paused a half-heartbeat before he glances back at her over his shoulder, smile soft. Yeah, you could say that. Cheyenne began to wander around the small room, inspecting his trinkets dotted about the room while he spoke. But things are a lot harder than I thought. I'm just glad that Choji took supply management off my shoulder. Same with Kuro in home defense, Genma with security, and Anko with intelligence. Placing down his kimono on the bed, Naruto stretches and yawns while heading to the drawer with his scrolls and then commented. Though I'm glad that Samchan assigned someone for finance. All those numbers would have drowned me. Glancing over from a framed photo on the bedside table, Cheyenne asked. How is Samui-chan doing? I haven't seen her in a while. Chuckling while taking up several old-school storage scrolls, Naruto quipped as he turned back. She's cool. Bloated but cool. Grinning, Cheyenne remarked. Puns, Naruto? Dad jokes are a bit premature, don't you think? His expression matched hers as he lay out the first of 6 scrolls, Naruto commented. You know me, always training for the next fight. Fight? Cheyenne squeaked, covering her mouth in feigned horror. She added. They're babies, Naruto. Not enemy ninja. Getting serious, eyes gleaming in the low light, Naruto reported as if standing before a kage. Anbu reports from a reliable contact in enemy territory claim they are one and the same. Experts in psychological warfare display tactical use of sound-based attacks, and strategically untouchable. He finally beaks eye contact with the shrine maiden and back to his drawers for the first set of clothes. Then the dam broke. Both burst out in laughter at his description of babies and their habits. Still clutching her stomach, Cheyenne wheezed. Who told you that? Wiping a tear from his eyes, Naruto replied. Genma, our finest Anbu has been given a full brief from Kurenai. Submitted a full, official report of enemy capabilities, and requested supplies. That set them both off again. This is coming from a shinobi who had literally survived the end of the world, battled monsters, devils, and angels, and yet babies are a step too far to handle. Despite her persistent giggles, Cheyenne noticed that Naruto was sealing away his stuff in various scrolls. After a few lingering wheezes, she finally asked, Where are you taking all this stuff, Naruto? You're packing up, right? Naruto nods as his large scroll puffs away into a secure storage scroll and put in his wrist seal immediately. He then looked to her, smile genuinely warming. Yeah. I'm packing. I need to get home after all. It clicked in Cheyenne's head and she beamed. Ino-chan finished it. Naruto let out a sigh, posture dropping as he muttered. Of course you knew. Why wouldn't you? You're like her third best friend. Of course. Cheyenne reported, arms folded across her loose white blouse and grinning confidently. I helped with the negotiations with the Kitsune clan after all. Blinking, Naruto tilted his head slightly. Kitsune clan? The emperor-sized bed, low table, chairs, and the paper lanterns. Cheyenne listed off thoughtfully, then added. The desk in your office, the empty scrolls, and the books on Shinto history, all came from the Kitsune clan. What did we? It's covered. Cheyenne waved off, getting a raised brow from her fellow blonde. She started helping collecting things from around the room after that, sealing them into scrolls alongside him. Pulling open the secret back in the wardrobe, Cheyenne finds a weird mask. A somewhat terrifying, skeletal face of a certain death god she somewhat recognizes. She hesitated, fingers hovering just above the surface, and asked without turning back. Hey Naruto, there's a mask in here. Blinking confused, it took Naruto a few moments to recall any masks he owned. That confusion turned into realization and snapped to her. Don't. Unfortunately, one of Cheyenne's fingers brushed the tip of the mask's nose at the same time Naruto reached her. Unknown. Cheyenne finds herself in an empty space, empty shallow plain of dark water that's perfectly still. She can barely move, but there is no sky, no horizon. Just depthless black above and below her. Not even a reflection in the water below. But the also catches her attention. Looking back at her, slowly coming into focus is her, then she notices her arms and legs. Red markings covered her skin, glowing with a faint power. Blue cloth slithers over her arms, and now she suspects that for some reason, her powers had been released without her input. A shift in perception draw her gaze up to see. Her breath hitched. Naruto was standing ahead of her. An altered appearance, along with his presence. His blonde hair now a scarlet red, his black bangs turned silvery white, and unbeknownst to her, his blue slit eyes replaced with a solid, vibrant violet without a pupil. His 12 wings shimmer like a star-filled night that had stilled. Cheyenne only noticed his eyes when he glanced to her, finger across his lips, and she nods just as a third presence seemed to just appear within perception. Something observes. The sense of cold finality caressed her skin and her power flickered briefly, that forced her to notice, yet she could only barely perceive the figure ahead of Naruto. Shinigami. A pause was touched. The pause responded. A sigh before Naruto responded. She didn't know what it was. Naruto, I really don't like how that sounded. Cheyenne whispered, but ultimately her voice didn't travel far in this place. A place where even time was conditional. Shinigami, knowing comes after. Always after. Shaking his head lightly, Naruto responded factually. She's not staying. Shinigami, what drifts without weight is returned to breath. Her markings settled a fair few fractions, the unknown pressure that surrounded Cheyenne lifted along with it, allowing her breathe out. Return to. You're fine. Naruto responded, not looking back at her and focused forward on the being he was conversing with. A being his birth clan has long dealt with, thus, he was not surprised by this encounter. Rather, he wished he had more time, something he doesn't have on his side right now, with the limitations of current company taken into account. So, he answered. You're circling again. Shinigami, straightness breaks at thresholds. Naruto responded calmly. I crossed anyway. Yet Cheyenne noticed something shifted. She can't tell what, but something definitely shifted. This place was different. Her powers are likely the only thing keeping her conscious and sane right now. Shinigami, you stand where the sound stopped agreeing to end. A brow raised, Naruto responded carefully. Someone pulled me back? Shinigami, yes. Naruto nodded, a new piece to the puzzle and a convenient one at that. He responded. Which means you can't undo it. Shinigami, what is held by another hand is not mine to release. Listening to this back and forth, Cheyenne was confused and asked. Naruto, who are you talking to? Naruto replied calmly, though he still hasn't turned back to her. Someone who can't hurt us. The silence that statement elicited lasted forever, but no time at all. Shinigami, you speak with the ease of something unfinished. Shrugging, Naruto responded easily. I am unfinished. Shinigami, and yet you carry the weight of endings. He would have laughed, grinned, or boasted in the past, but this is the Shinigami he's conversing with. So instead, Naruto stated as of an established truth already. That's not new. Cheyenne looked around, the darkness somehow felt sharper, more focused, and it was putting her on edge. Her power flared lightly, her blue cloth's glow intensified lightly to no effect. Shinigami, a sound once answered without being called. Now it waits. Didn't take a Nara to figure that one out, thus Naruto replied curtly. I stopped using it. Shinigami, you hid it and named the hiding. Rest. His eyes hardened, violet vivid as he responded sharply. I named it survival. Shinigami, survival without echo becomes thinning. Swallowing nervously, Cheyenne whispered carefully. Naruto. I don't understand any of this, and that's making it worse. Sensing her panic escalating, Naruto finally turned back to her and spoke softly, soothingly, filled with his familiar warmth. Hey, you don't need to understand it. This isn't aimed at you. But... Cheyenne began, but he smiled and shook his head. Naruto added firmer. You're safe. I promise. He never breaks a promise, and Cheyenne knew that, thus it instinctively calmed her nerves, despite him turning back to the being she can barely perceive. Naruto continued, back to business. You're worried about the line going quiet. Shinigami. When no one answers, the shape forgets itself. A shift in his 12 wings, Cheyenne thinks she saw. A twitch perhaps, before Naruto responded, an undertone of something unidentifiable. So you want me to answer again? Shinigami, not loudly. Not proudly. Simply, truthfully. After a heavy breath through his nose, Naruto inquired, a sense of resignation slipping in. And if I don't? Shinigami, then what you stand upon will soften. Not today. Not tomorrow. But eventually. As Naruto suspected, but his eyes hardened, voice growing to levels of steel unseen by mortal king as he responded. You still don't get a claim. Shinigami, you were never within my reach. Something shifts in the air, Cheyenne knows it did but can't tell what. But somehow, she feels something has changed. Shinigami, but you are within consequence. A soft nod, Naruto responded. I always am. Then he straightened his posture, wings shaken off and tucked in formally, before he commits to this. Naruto stated. Fine. I'll answer it. A pause, before he added correctly. I'll let it breathe again. Shinigami, then the thread holds. The pause remains a pause. The intensity of Naruto's gaze did not soften as he added clipped. But what it becomes is my call. The silence was long, measured, and certain, not empty. Shinigami, that is how continuance avoids becoming stagnation. The weight, or pressure, fully lifts and Cheyenne feels her breath, strength, and mobility return to near normal. Shinigami, the untouched will wake unsettled. The answering will wake heavier. Cheyenne looks to Naruto, who looked unbothered by the pronouncement, and just had his arms crossed, eyes sharp enough to slice diamonds. Shinigami, walk carefully, you who refuse to finish. The third presence left, and for a moment the stillness of the moment echoed. The still water, to the delayed perception, everything just seemed to release. After a few moments, Naruto finally looked back at Cheyenne and spoke softly. Let's get back. Naruto, that was... You will probably wake up with a major headache. Naruto cut her off as he offered a hand. Cheyenne looked from the hand to his face, his smile, and asked, Was this my... No, not really. Naruto cut her off again, before gesturing to his hand. Seeing her hesitate, he added, We can talk about this in the morning. Right now is not the time. Cheyenne nods once, and she gently takes hold of his offered hand. The last thing she sees is Naruto smiling, his words echoing. It's been a while since I saw that form of yours, huh? Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Report 23, Choices. Jinjugaku no Hisato, Training Ground 3. Genshiro would never have guessed how much fun you could have in a fist fight, when you are not actually trying to hurt each other, that is. He sidesteps a right jab, launching his own that was redirected, but he flowed with it, lashing out with a back fist. His opponent ducked beneath it, as she likely read his movements if that cheeky smile was anything to go by. A sidestep, Genshiro smirked and threw his right hook, that was ducked aside from, then left cross, yet he failed to land a strike. He stumbled over his feet, repositioning in time to block a right kick, then he returned the favor with a left sweep and forced his opponent back. Footwork Genshiro was called from the side, and Genshiro readjusted his feet back into what his sensei taught him while keeping eyes on the browns of his training partner. Yukata. A fair-skinned girl with long, dark hair and large brown eyes framed by noticeable eyelashes. She wore a gray midriff vest over a short plain shirt, revealing her bare stomach, arm guards, and the skirt. Admittedly, Genshiro found his gaze shift to her legs, on occasion, as she also wore black stockings up to her thighs. It helped as he noticed the signs of another kick and moved ahead of time that led into him taking a punch to the face instead. Guess he was too distracted. Landing on his ass hard, the former co-student stared at the blue sky above and took notice of the lack of clouds, while trying to collect his remaining dignity. What remained if it, that is? Yukata appeared in his sight, smiling in that way that tells Genshiro she noticed his drifting gaze but won't say anything, as she offered. Good fight, Genkun. A hand outstretched, Genshiro took it and was pulled to his feet rather sharply, and when in his feet, he muttered. You definitely used more speed and power than needed. Yet Yukata just smiles harder as she asked innocently, hands behind her back. Whatever do you mean, Genkun? That was clearly training speed, right? Wisely, Genshiro kept his mouth shut and instead just nodded as their sensei approached. You are getting better, Genshiro, Sano commented flatly, her visage not hiding her irritation at his trailing mind mid-spar. The 5'10", wide-hipped woman drew attention as her muted chin-length blonde hair kept from face by black hairpins. He chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck as she added. Though, you need to remember your footwork. It is key to this more mobile style. Sighing and drooping, Genshiro nods while looking down at his feet. Hi, sensei. Sano's gaze then shifted to her fellow kunoichi of the desert, who stiffened under her jonin-level gaze. As for you, Yukata, seeing as you want to officially try out for field work, why don't we have a small spar? Her smile grew just a bit, causing the younger kunoichi to swallow nervously as she added. That way, you can improve that chunin speed right hook that you certainly didn't use on your fellow student. Yukata chuckled nervously and glanced to Genshiro, whose hot placement over his mouth was suspicious enough to tell of his amusement at the predicament she finds herself in. Oh boy. Jinjugaku no Haisato, residential district. In the room that was supposedly warm enough to soothe even a tailed beast, a gentle breeze flowed in from the warm sun beyond the open window, lifting the clean and calming scent throughout the large space. All was peaceful and right, if you went off that alone. However, within the low sleeping platform, that sat off-center, positioned perfectly for an acute awareness of both the door and window, slept the lone occupant among layered, high-quality fabrics of muted, natural tones. Most wouldn't find this unusual. Such a peaceful day would invite many to sleep in, but for this individual it was most definitely a rare, almost unheard of sight since coming here. Naruto! Ino whispered but only got silence from the bed covers and no movement whatsoever. Despite herself, she smiled lightly at the fact that he did in fact come home for a change without needing to be told to. Her plan succeeded. However, it is rapidly approaching mid-morning, and her husband hasn't shown any inclination to even attempt to get out of bed. He hasn't even responded to her telepathic rambling, going so far as to block off his mind and isn't explaining anything. Like why Cheyenne was in one of the many guest rooms last night, and slept like a dead log until 5 minutes ago, where she looks more confused than anything. She's always welcomed, but a heads up would have been nice. Not to mention, the former shrine maiden was rather rattled and has also refused to say anything, thus the reason for the mother to be attempt to wake her husband. Using the headboard as a prop, Ino lowered herself down on the left side of the bed, cradling her stomach as she descended, and when she was on the bed's edge, she tried again. Naruto! Whiskers, you need to get up. Yet the blonde in the bed remained motionless, seemingly unresponsive. Okay. Now Ino was getting worried and shifted to get a closer look at her husband's sleeping form. He was breathing slowly, steadily, but far more subdued. Checking his pulse, even his heartbeat was slowed too. Not threatening, or dangerous, or anything, but just noted. With a whisper into his ear, Ino inquired. Whiskers, did something happen? Silence. Concerned, she activated her healing hands. Though it took her like 3 times for it to work. Pregnancy does a number on one's chakra control. Twins? Doubly so. Finally, Ino placed her glowing hand on her husband's back and after several moments let out a tight breath. Whiskers, what happened to you? She got no response, and that did worry her, but right now it seems that she had no way of fixing this. Whatever this is. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, briefing room. Leaning back in her chair, feet on the table, Kuratsuchi frowned as she looked over the gathered members of the command staff. This was a scheduled meeting, a general state of affairs type, and yet their leader was nowhere to be found. This is why she frowned. Kuratsuchi knew better than anyone who unbelievably reliable Naruto is. Him not being here, being late or not, means that something has happened and she was none the wiser. Again. That can't be right. She should always know. Always. Thus, she glanced to Shikamaru and asked, Hey Nara, where's he? With a sigh from the depths of his being, then Shikamaru muttered, Haven't heard anything. Shizuka frowned, arms crossed and leaning on the table when she asked, Did something happen yesterday, perhaps? Besides messing with a new sword? Kuratsuchi inquired, drawing eyes to her pink and her frown. She shook her head, then informed. Nah, heard he took that girlie on a date with the old man. Girlie? Shizuka asked, looking to Hana, who frowned then informed. I think she's talking about Katarina. A notable hum from the Nadeshiko Kunoichi of the intelligence department, tapping her recently manicured finger on the black desk. Shizuka asked airily. Should I investigate her? See if she knows anything? Kuratsuchi thought on that for a few moments, but Choji answered first. No need for such a heavy-handed approach. When all eyes looked to the brown-haired man, who smiled gently as he added, I am sure there is a valid reason for why Naruto isn't here. Let's not panic, right? It is weird, though. Genma offered, and Chojuro answered. When was the last time he missed an appointment? He doesn't. Kuratsuchi responded, glaring at nothing to mask her own unease. Kissing her teeth, she snipped. Means something happened, again, and we weren't there. That earned a soft silence in the room. I shall call Hanabi. Ko informed the room, already pulling out his phone to dial his former charge, turned little sister of the Namikaze. She lives with him. Are we sure he's at home? Hana asked, arms crossed and eyes sweeping. It was a valid question. Signal jutsu. Choji called, all eyes land on his suddenly, and the weird hand sign he was holding. Almost immediately his eyes flashed cyan. It only took 5 seconds before they turned back to normal and he looked around, tight frown himself. After a moment, he voiced what he had just learned from Ino. Well, he's still asleep. A snort from the Nara, raised brows from the others. Kuratsuchi asked. Still asleep? He overslept? Choji hesitated enough to cause concern more than mockery. Seeing as they've literally seen him go toe-to-toe with giant Sasanus and tailed beasts without blinking, something that makes the tank of the unit hesitant makes people nervous. To emphasize this point, Shikamaru was fully attentive to this shift in posture. After a few moments to figure out how to say it, without causing panic, Choji spoke carefully. Not so much, overslept. More like, needed rest. Hana was already by the door, reaching for the handle as she stated. I'll go and... Wait. Kuratsuchi stated but only got a brief pause from the Inuzuka. The Earth Company leader continued swiftly, looking to Choji. Needed rest. Explain. Trying not to upset anyone, Choji instead tried. From what Ino has told me, his chakra seems unsettled. There aren't many things that can unsettle his reserves. Shikamaru muttered, mind running 1,000,000 miles in seconds. Choji nods, then added. It's stabilizing from what Ino has been monitoring. He'll probably awaken mid-afternoon, if things go as she thinks they will. So we reschedule until then? Genma asked, leaning against the wall by the window. You'd be forgiven for thinking he was the calmest in the room, but the observant would notice his customary toothpick was snapped and in the bin on the side. Any idea what caused it? Shizuka asked, eyes intense on the large shinobi. Choji shook his head with a sigh. Unfortunately, she doesn't. Though she suspects it has something to do with Cheyenne, as she was in a guest room, unannounced. She isn't talking though. Standing up, the Nadeshiko pushed off the table and was heading to the open door the Inuzuka matriarch already left through. Shizuka commented. I'll keep you informed. Be sure you do. Kuratsuchi responded, tone and voice flat while pulling her feet off the desk. When she stood and moved to the window looking out over the village, their home, hands clasped behind her back, she added. Meeting's dismissed until he wakes up. Go train the brats or something. Everyone else got up and began moving, though as they emptied the conference room, Genma stayed behind for a few moments. When it was just them alone, he spoke. It wasn't your fault. I never said it was. You didn't need to. Genma responded, though the silence dragged on a bit. After a heavy breath, Kuratsuchi finally stated. I'm supposed to be our co-leader, Shiranui. I should be informed about everything. You are. Genma responded, looking to the ceiling with his foot against the wall he is leaning against. He added. Naruto, he's always been a magnet for trouble. Shit just happens around him constantly, so he acts immediately then explains later. That's not good enough. Kuratsuchi muttered, not looking away from the view of the small village with Kyoto as the backdrop. The city was of tertiary concern for her, so she added. We should always be aware of his movements. Yeah, good luck with that. Genma chuckled beneath his breath. Kuratsuchi's gemstone for eyes snapped to him, and he shrugged, unbothered. He's been escaping Jonin since he was 7. Umbu since he was 12. If he doesn't want to be found, he won't be. Either he's that good, or your Umbu need better training. Kuratsuchi spoke flatly, causing him to just smirk knowingly. After all, it was common knowledge just how dangerous Umbu of the Leaf were, so she already knew the answer to that without his input. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Yasaka glanced up as a familiar duo arrived in her office, though it was unusual to see these two together like this, and thus she asked them. Sei-chan, Kano-san, how unusual for you two to be together. How can I help? The white-furred eight-tailed vixen, with a body shape similar to her blonde yellow-haired nine-tailed counterpart, but tamer and with white hair that flowed down her back, thick and wavy avalanche-like, stood with a smile. Sei offered casually, smooth as silk. I was hoping you would know if you had heard from our favorite little security force recently. Yasukano, the head of the Usagi clan, was the stereotypical smooth operator and eye candy that most the bunny yokai were known to be. Standing at 5'8", black hair, and bunny ears atop his head, beady black eyes and a smile that could dazzle, he added to the alabaster vixen's inquiry. We of the Usagi also have business with them. Yasaka's nobly clipped eyebrows lifted briefly at the question and statement, then thought on it for but a moment before she replied. I have only spoken with Kosan this morning, but I have to ask, what are you both after, exactly? She leans forward on her arms, hands clasped upon her desk as her golden gaze flowed between the two. Yasu glanced at the Hachibi. Sei responded first. I have recently been made aware of certain matters within the Kitsune clan and need to discuss them with those involved. Yasaka's eyebrows shot up at that, unaware of this, before she pressed. What matters? Personal. Sei informed, a soft, graceful smile appearing in hopes of reassuring her leader. It did barely, thus the Kyubi just nodded slowly before her gaze locked onto the bunny, Yasu offered. You may recall how they rescued one of my own, yes? Upon Yasaka's nod, he continued. Her name is Milo. She is desperate to thank them for her rescue from those rogues. When she heard that I met them yesterday, she has been more insistent than ever before. I wish to ask for their presence among our clan holdings for a meal. Nodding, Yasaka reported promptly. I will message their leader and extend the invitation. Smiling, Yasu bowed while he replied. Thank you, Lady Yasaka. Raising up, he turned back and he headed out promptly. With him gone, Yasaka returned her gaze back to her white-haired counterpart and asked dryly. There's more to your request, yes? Her soft giggle was soothing, Sei replied suggestively. Era, Saka-chan, why do you say that? Hand gracing her cheek, smiled cheeky and eight tails swaying knowingly. Yasaka let out a sigh, knowing that she was just being played with and instead added. It's Naruto, right? An exaggerated gasp from Sei, delicate fingers over her mouth and everything, getting a rolled-eyed Kyubi. The Hachibi commented. Sokka-chan. I do think of other things, you know. Yasaka leaned back in her seat, arms crossed, brow arched. The silence was enough to eventually cause Sei to add more pointedly. He hasn't spoken to me, and I heard he went to a play last night with that European cadre. After a pause, she finished. I've been patient with waiting for my lessons. I now have a valid excuse to barge in, so I came to ask for permission to burst in. I see. Yasaka muttered, still unimpressed and suddenly flicking through her phone, that Sei hadn't noticed during her slight rant. The Kyubi continued, same flat tone. You are trying to make yourself more desirable to the leader of the Nightwings, huh? Pouting, Sei remarked. You are not even close. Why not let me? Finally glancing up, Yasaka raised a brow and caused the eight-tailed vixen to pause. After a few moments of silence, the Kyubi finally spoke. I've just been alerted that the Nightwing commanders are in an internal meeting right now. They will be busy with internal affairs today. Silence returned to the office for a moment for Sei inclined once, so Yasaka continued. I will let you know should that change. You are dismissed. Sei bowed her head, then left quickly. Yasaka sighed, long and hard, her tails dropped as she muttered beneath her breath. He hasn't even paid me a visit. She was not pouting. Jinjugaku no Hisato, dinner pavilion. Wincing, Yukata was stopped from scratching the bandages by Amaru, who sat at the table with her as she spoke. You shouldn't have done that, Yukata-chan. Sheepishly, the dark-haired former Suna Kunoichi let out a sigh, then looked to her food ahead of her on the long table and reached for her cutlery. Yukata then muttered. Didn't think Sano-sensei would be so ruthless? Sin posed, smirk visible as she sat opposite her fellow Wind Company member. Yukata pouted, then countered. He was staring. All I did was remind him to focus. Says the girl wearing thigh socks. Sin spoke without bothering to mask her amusement, and got a glare from her friend, getting her to chuckle softly while eating her lunch. After a moment, Yukata cut the glare and sighed, using her chopsticks to move around the fish on her plate. Still, I think I can officially make Chunin and join the exterior mission groups. It's starting to get stale for me here, stuck in the office, or out in training. Sin nodded, then offered. I heard that they're planning on having us start patrolling the city. Maybe the local area. Just the city. Amaru confirmed, before swallowing her mouthful. She then added. Heard Rimi-sensei talk about it with Amano-san in the medical office. Frowning, Sin exhaled. Did they say why? Something to do with idle hands. Amaru commented. Yukata and Sin glanced to each other, then out across the pavilion at their fellows and the new guys, also known as the non-shinobi. The new auxiliary members, the few local humans. Yukata suddenly added softly. It's still kind of weird, you know. How we speak about people, we call them humans like we weren't. Swallowing her rice, Amaru offered while casually pulling some of her red-brown hair behind her ear. Well, biologically speaking, the humans in this world are a lot weaker than we were. Even more for the civilians. Sin added calmly, sipping her tea before she added. But it's largely for clarification, I'm told. Amaru nodded, her blue eyes shifting from her to Yukata, then she informed. It's weird at first, true, but also not wrong either. The dark-haired kunoichi among them hummed softly, chewing her food while observing the usual gathering, and allowing her thoughts to roll silently. Did you hear about Ami? Sin whispered conspiratorially, leaning in, and Yukata snapped to her, brow arched as she muttered. What did that bitch do this time? Amaru snorted, knowing said individual. Sin continued, voice low. Beside bad-mouthing Calandra, again, Ishido caught her with Ryan. Yukata snorted. Again? Again. Amaru and Sin confirmed. Ishido should know by now. Yukata muttered, and Sin shrugged while sipping her tea. The dark-haired kunoichi added, sharp as a blade. She claimed to be former classmates of the commanders. She's barely Chunin level. Sin waved her off. Amaru nodded, then added, "Yeah, we all know how strong she is. We could beat her." "Not could," Sin commented, picking her fish as eyes fall to her. She smirked as she lifted a piece. "We would." Yukata nodded once, then offered, "Still, does she actually come from their class? I've never heard of her." The stretching silence was ended when Amaru commented, "Should I mention it to Sensei?" Both her fellows looked to her. Yukata asked, "Sano-sensei probably." "Ah, I meant my sensei," Amaru corrected, and the two Wind Company kunoichi fell silent for a long, long moment. Yukata swallowed her tea, then offered, "I don't think Naruto-sama needs to know about this." "Yeah, he should be really busy, you know," Sen added calmly, just as loud cheers drew their attention to the crowd and they watched as Genshiro being brought into a hug from Serena, the cheers from the other four winged fallen. Sasori, Wada, Nishiki, and Motiki. Frowning, Sen muttered, "Skanks!" Amaru sighed long and hard. Yukata got an eyebrow twitch. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Naruto's room. "This is weird," Hana murmured, sitting on the edge of the sleeping platform, hand glowing a calm blue and flowing over the still form of Naruto. "How bad?" Shizuka asked from the door, leaning against the frame and staring inside. Glancing to the side, Samui steps up, never allowing anyone to dare say she's waddling, and bypassing the Nadeshiko. Hana glances over, frowning. "I've never seen anything like this before." Silence returned as Samui crossed the room steadily, and none dared comment on anything until she made it to his side. Even if the air seemed to ionize the closer she got. The chlorinated scent of copper begins to overwhelm the Inuzuka. As she steps back and the prickling skin begins, a spark flashing across the skin of the blonde. Samui dropped down on the bed, never admitting to the sigh of effort, before reaching for Naruto's hand, and the moment she did, a small spark flashed. Her fingers intertwined with his, as she pulled him onto his back, then placed her other hand over his heart. The second it touched his chest, the buzzing in the air spiked and Hana covered her ears immediately, while Shizuka just felt the static and her hair's tips flare lightly. This went on for a few seconds before Naruto showed signs of stirring, his eyes moving beneath his closed lids. Then almost anticlimactically, he muffled a yawn while he mumbled, "Sam." "Yes." "Why are you flooding my chakra network like this?" Naruto finished slowly, his eyes parting slowly and revealing his still violet hue eyes. This caught Samui's attention instantly, not that she showed it, but he caught her pause and asked, "Something wrong?" "Your eyes." "My eyes?" Naruto murmured, began to stretch out his muscles, and she let him, while still grasping his hand tenderly. As he sat up, he muffled another yawn, before his eyes locked back on Samui as he asked, "What do you mean?" "Purple," Samui informed, and he paused. After a breath, Naruto realized that his seraphic powers were simmering lightly, not enough to activate, but enough for him to notice and unable to contain subconsciously. "There's probably a reason, so he leaves it," explains the eyes, though. Looking to Samui now, he spoke still somewhat lethargic. "It's nothing. Where's Ino?" "Here," Ino announced, stepping past Shizuka at the door, drawing eyes as she walked toward him, comforting her bulging stomach with both hands. Naruto's eyes softened seeing her, muffling another yawn, watching her slip down onto the bed too, behind Samui, and so he explained. "Good, this is something you should know too." She nods once, serious, and he looked at Shizuka. "Can you get Cheyenne, assuming she's still here?" Shizuka nodded, pushing off the frame, only for said woman to appear from behind her. Cheyenne whispered, "I'm here too, Naruto-kun." Nodding, Naruto stated firmly, "Good. Let me say again that it wasn't your fault." "But—" "No buts." Naruto sighed tiredly, rubbing his eyes with his free left hand while Samui squeezed his right that she was holding softly. After a sharp breath from his nose, he looked back at the shrine maiden and explained, "I should have warned you about the mask." Everyone but the two blinked, confused. Ino asked carefully, "Mask? What mask?" "When we evacuated back then," Naruto began, looking to his wife, who nodded. He explained. While everyone was gathering their clan secrets. I did too. Your parents' house. Ino whispered, to which he smiled lightly. Naruto explained. I started there, yes, but my mother's diary made mention of an Uzumaki temple on the edge of the village. I found it. Muffling another yawn, he looked from Ino to Hana, then back to his wife and explained. It was strange. I had always been curious about my origins, yet such a building existed so close, and I was never told about it. It was in bad shape, but still belonged to my clan. Samui squeezes his hand again, drawing his eyes to her steady form and stern expression. Clearing his throat, Naruto continued. Anyway, among the things I found and recovered from there were masks. All but one were fakes that I left behind, and recovered the real one, plus 2 fakes, just in case. I discovered much later that they are used to summon the Shinigami. Sharp intakes were had, and Naruto was not surprised. His clan was awesome. But they don't work here, do they? Ino began to inquire, then paused, recalling his words to Cheyenne, and her breath hitched. Oh, she touched it. And was spiritually summoned beyond liminal time. Naruto confirmed with a nod, glancing to his wife then to the shrine maiden. He then added, were it not for her own powers and my intervention, he may have claimed her soul. The usual payment for interacting with the deity, for non-clan members that is. You mean? Hana began and he nodded, Naruto informed. The Uzumaki clan have several advanced techniques that require the Shinigami's power to utilize. He looked to the Inuzuka then added. The Repor death seal, the one Lord Third used against the snake, and the dead demon consuming seal my father used to seal Kurama within an 8 tetragram seal on me are 2 of them. Hana nodded slowly, bewildered at this information. Looking back at his wife, Naruto added. I was able to get to Cheyenne's spirit before he did, using my Angel of Death ability. He gestured to his eyes, the light violet hue to them still lightly present, as he explained. This is why this is here, probably. Probably. Naruto confirmed for Ino, then covering his mouth as he yawned and rolled his shoulders. Samui rubbed her thumb across the back of his hand, silently supportive and gentle. He looked to her, having noticed, and thanked her silently. Looking back at the 5 ladies present, Naruto explained. I am now pretty sure I stand somewhere closer to a co-worker than a subject to the Shinigami. It backed off from Cheyenne. He paused, frowned tight. Backed off is the wrong word. I think. This was really confusing, in all honesty, and he was too tired to think about it too deeply. Man, the guy didn't lie about waking heavier. Another exhaustion-filled sigh, Naruto pressed as he looked to his wife specifically. A very long conversation short, the Shinigami overlooked everything on the condition the Uzumaki clan is reinstated and active again. Ino's breath hitched. Their decision to close both clans was some time ago now, but hearing that the Shinto god of death seems interested in reviving one of them is a bit of a shock. Worse still, this was the condition to presumably spare the life of one of their own. Her husband would not even hesitate in that case. However, Naruto added softly, leaning back as he let out a tired sigh. All eyes were on him as he finished. I made it clear that it would be under my control, and it has no jurisdiction directly. Silence. It lasted a long time, before Cheyenne broke it. Then, does that mean I have to do nothing you don't want to? Naruto clarified, looking to her and then smiled lightly. He added, you aren't a priestess for the death god. Nothing has changed for you. Hesitantly, she nodded and stepped back, hands folded politely ahead of her. Next, Hana spoke. Then, any kids is up to me. Naruto answered preemptively, glancing to her, and he noticed how she instantly became far less tense. It was clear she was looking out for the Inuzuka pack and how this may affect them, should they continue to pursue him. He didn't blame her. Ino spoke next, unsure of the answer. Then, the twins will be whatever they want. Naruto explained calmly, patiently, while looking to his wife and smiling softly. He added gently, our family is our own, Always will be. He looked around the room. All the women present have a connection to him, and may end up one day being the matriarch of the reborn Uzumaki. But he isn't going to put that on them now. Or ever. Should it happen, if it happens, he will address it then. Naruto explained clearly, to ensure none of them misunderstand. This is not me claiming anyone as the Uzumaki matriarch, or anything. It's just what's happened, and going forward, it's something I have to keep in mind. Nothing among us changes. A pause. Samui asked. Is this why you are so tired? Nodding, Naruto explained. I absorbed the backlash from being outside the laminal flow of time for both myself and Cheyenne. He glanced to Cheyenne briefly, who stiffened, then back to Samui and finished. I'm still new with the whole Death Angel thing. Your chakra resonance just helped jumpstart mine, thank you. Samui nods, smile small. You're welcome. Then, Ino began, putting things into a row as her husband looked to her. She finished. Our twins are not going to be forced into anything. Nope. Naruto confirmed, and she relaxed, minutely. She breathed out, rubbing her stomach with both hands. He chuckled lightly as he added. There's time. Azazel told us that angels are basically immortal, right? We don't die of old age. They all nod, so he finished. So, who's to say that the Uzumaki don't come back in 10, or even 100 years? It's our choice, not the Shinigami's. It's why I insisted on it being my choice. Hana smirked, sharp and predatory. Sounds like you? Naruto lazily waved his free hand, muffling his yawn again. Yeah. A pause, before he looked to Cheyenne. Don't suppose I could get a coffee? Can't stay in bed all day, or use Samchan as a battery for too long. Cheyenne bowed lightly at the waist before turning back to the door. 1 second. She promptly left as Ino cut in. You should eat then rest. I'll be fine, honestly. Naruto insisted, even as she placed hands on hip and raised a brow. He pushed on, despite swallowing nervously. Seriously, Ino. If anything, being active will help shake off the ill effects faster than laying in bed all day. Ino's brow did not lower, staring at him with matrimonial eyes and seeing him not backing down, she huffs. Fine, but you are to keep your connection open at all times. No excuses. Smirking light, Naruto did in fact open the mental link again, and immediately added. That's fair. You should probably also be aware that I love you, Inoheim. Ino grinned rather goofily, playing with a stray lock of hair and breaking eye contact with her husband while responding in kind. Don't think flattery will stop me from grounding you, mister. Wouldn't dream of it. Naruto responded coolly, grinning briefly, before looking to Samui, who interjected via the same route. How are you feeling, truthfully? I love you too, Samchan. Naruto responded instead, causing the Kumo Kunoichi to pause. A throat clearing brought the trio back to the room at large. Naruto blinked and spoke aloud. That reminds me. Perfectly ignoring the raised eyebrows of both Hana and Shizuka, who suspected something happening in the mental space but paid attention as he continued. Has anyone recovered Zenovia from the church? No. Hana replied evenly, arms crossed, and Naruto sighed, then reported. That needs to be handled before she says something she shouldn't. He paused, then pivoted. Oh, but that can wait until after the meeting for. It's been postponed. Shizuka cut in, drawing his attention. She informed casually. You were a no-show and everyone was concerned. I explained you overslept to Choji. Ino added, causing Naruto to frown while looking between them. Cheyenne stepped in now, fresh cup of coffee for everyone not expecting, tea for them in this instance. Naruto spoke up. I see. Then, what about Hanabi? Is she in her room? No. Samui responded, taking her tea from a Cheyenne before she continued. She said something about practice with Tenten. Sipping his coffee, Naruto asked. She's been released? On light duty. Hana confirmed, sipping her own coffee then thanking Cheyenne, who nodded, and allowed the Inuzuka to add. She's fully healed by our standards. No point sticking to the medical bed any longer. Besides, with all the other issues, having that bed open would be better. Other issues? The reservists and the auxiliary corps are. Hana began, trying to find the right wording, but Naruto cut in. I get it. I suspect that Kuratsuchi isn't exactly pleased. She's a bit uptight, if you asked me, Shizuka informed, though Hana shook her head and Cheyenne sighed over her teacup. Naruto though nodded, then explained. Well, in that case, once I eat I'll go get Zenovia, then check on Hanabi, and then we can have that meeting. I'll let Kuratsuchi know, Shizuka commented, pushing off the door frame and turning back. Just as she steps out, Naruto called out. Thank you, Shizuka. Pausing, she glanced back and her green met his violet-tinted blue. He smiled and finished. For coming to check on me. Shizuka smirked before heading off. Kyoto, Yukai District. Seriously? Irina gasped, drawing the table's attention to her. After a hard morning doing drills, sword practice, readings, prayer, and spars, she, Zenovia, Griselda, and Serial were at a cafe just beyond the church district for a short break. However, the reincarnated fallen may have just let slip something she probably shouldn't have and was now being stared at for clarification. Thus, Zenovia mumbled. I probably should not have said that. Yet Serial's eyes narrowed, voice clipped. Explain, what do you mean by telepathy? Biting her lip, unable to deny her mother, Zenovia spoke lowly, hesitantly. Well, I can't use it yet, not on my own, but my sword trainer once used a technique that allowed me to hear a telepathic conversation between various members of the Nightwings. No one spoke for some time, but the ambient chatter of the locals going about their business and daily lives filled the space with noise while thoughts ran. For Serial, this was a bit of a game changer but opened up a few cans of worms. For Griselda, it helped explain why all reports she's heard about these Nightwings show unparalleled coordination over raw power. For Irina, she wondered what it felt like to hear the thoughts of others. What do they talk about? Are there any boundaries? Can feelings be transmitted through it too? For Zenovia, she suspects that the others won't be pleased with her actions here and was poking the sandwich on her plate with her fork. How is she going to explain this? Eventually, Serial spoke. What technique did your sword trainer use exactly? Looking up at her mother, Zenovia reported. I'm unsure. It wasn't any magic I recognized. Thoughtfully, Griselda responded. A new kind of magic then? Stable telepathy would explain our limited reports of seamless coordination. Irina, in a rare bout of seriousness, added to that. Also, how they don't need to speak aloud, keeping them unheard during the planning stage. If they can share information as thought, then the battlefield is already decided the second one single Nightwing enters it. Serial finished easily, leaning back in her chair, lifting her teacup up as she thought on it further. Griselda, still thoughtful, reasoned. The tactical advantage is unfairly high, depending on the latency, range, and capacity. Putting it lightly. Serial countered lowly, also deeply contemplative, and way more thoughtful about her twin's secret being revealed to her like this. Sipping her tea, her eyes roamed over her daughter's somewhat dejected expression. But that shifted as Zenovia's brown eyes shifted past her and hardened, drawing the attention of the others to witness. I thought they left already, Irina whispered, drawing the eyes of the group in question that approached them. Venelana Gremory opened up with, Well met, Lady Serial. Your presence here is my own business, Lady Devil. Serial cut off, looking back to her tea and sipping without care for these baby devils. The other noble devil ladies took no offense to the dismissal from the Angel of Death. They were smarter than that, and know of her indifference to most things. Which is also why they are intrigued by her near constant presence here, as normally she is not so easily found. Rias, however, waved carefully towards Zenovia and Irina, then spoke. Zenovia, Irina, how have you been? Good. Irina chirped, smiles soft before she added. Thank you for asking, but I had thought you would have returned to the underworld already. The teenage devils all nod. Sona, who was discreetly taking notice of this gathering, responded. We are just leaving now. Irina nodded, though noticed how her friend and partner hadn't so much as touched her tea. Surprisingly, Akino spoke next, looking to Zenobia when she did. Zenobia, right? When Zenobia met her gaze, she continued. Are you sure about joining the Fallen? You can't trust them when… I am certain. Zenobia cut the devil off sharply, eyes narrowed, tone stern and unyielding. No one moved, not until she finished. I do not know your history with them, mine too is not exactly amenable with them, but I am sure that working with the Nightwings is my path ahead. Her voice sharpened to a blade's edge. So yes, I trust them. Do not forget or question that fact, devil. I meant no disrespect. Akino began, hands up, and then added. It's just… your past is your own. Zenobia dismissed, looking away from the shrine maiden and back to her food. I don't care for it. Before anyone could say anything, a yawn cut through the groups, drawing eyes to the suddenly standing cadre approaching. Eyes widened as none detected him there. Naruto mumbled. Zenobia, time to go. Naruto-san. Someone muttered, but the blonde cadre had clear signs of a bedhead of recent awakening and squinted eyes. Zenobia, however, stood from her seat, though noticed how her mother's gaze was fixated on her leader, teacher, uncle, her brother. Serial stood suddenly, then marched over to the barely awake cadre who looked back at her. When she stopped before him, she stared dead into his eyes and whispered lowly. What happened? Sighing through his nose, figured she of all people would notice, Naruto whispered back. Spent time in… Nothing really comes to mind, so explained. Liminal time made manifest. Serial's eyes hardened and narrowed, reaching for his eyes only for him to catch her arms while he frowned. She didn't try to fight it, but saw the violet in his blue eyes and she questioned. Spending time between breath and silence, a pause point in existence, is not to be done lightly. And it wasn't, Naruto ensured firmly, before taking a breath. He finished. It's complicated, but the short of it, spoke with the Shinigami to save a friend. The Shinto Reaper? What did he want? Again. Naruto mumbled, then sighed again. That's a long story that shouldn't be spoken out here. They can't hear us. Serio replied sharply, glaring at him, but he just shrugged while finally letting go of her arms and stepping back. We can speak later, Naruto assured at a normal volume, now that Zenobia had joined his side. Serio folded her arms and glared. I know we will. A glance over to the devils, Naruto muttered. Nope, no energy to deal with that. Not even Sparky. Akino's eyebrow twitched on reflex. Her magic spiked briefly in response, creating a very distinct crackle. As the magic circle spun up below him and Zenobia, Naruto gestured with a finger to come closer, and when the shorter seraph leaned in, he offered lowly. Someone else brought me back, and it wasn't the Shinigami. Serial's eyes widened, but before she could say anything the two Nightwings had vanished back to their hideout. She glared at the spot for a moment, before glancing back at the clueless baby devils and angels. As she strolled towards them, her thoughts ran through the number of entities capable of bringing the dead back to life. There aren't many. Though, the reincarnation may have helped, so the list lengthens. Perhaps a different approach. Who else would want to save Naruto Uzumaki, a reincarnated fallen angel, when on the brink of death? Jinjigaku no Saito, Training Ground 2. Having noticed the gathering, Naruto and Zenobia arrived at the training ground where many people had gathered on the side and seemingly watching an empty clearing. Stopping beside Rimi and Toshi, Zenobia inquired. Teacher, what's going on? Toshi replied. Weapons test. Watch carefully. Suddenly she snapped to the left, along with Naruto and Rimi, but the other present, the auxiliary corps members and reserve shinobi, followed a few seconds later. Zenobia heard at last and looked as suddenly. Gunshots? The prepared dummies, at least 100 meters down range, suddenly took 3 shots in 2 seconds, then another 3 directly in its head, before another 3 took its arm off and then 3 more into the heart. Moments later an arrow appeared from the shrubbery, as if a beam of light, almost then flowed in silence before it struck the second dummy, at speed, and managed to shatter it completely in that one strike. A fraction of a second later, the first dummy broke apart under the continued precision gunfire. A low whistle from someone. Out from the shrubbery steps Tenten, armed with her 426 Hong Kong dollars 5.56 DMR, and staring at the dummies and frowned. She muttered, "Almost, just a bit more work." Beside her steps Hanabi, a recurved composite steel bow, grey kunai steel, and looking far better than last time. The seals were touched up from before, sound suppression working properly this time, wind and spin functional, which explained the elegance and accuracy of her shot. The taut bowstring was far more elegant and well made this time, but its wielder, Hanabi, responded, "My bow is not yet finished either. I will not allow my Nai-sama to be disappointed in my efforts." Tenten glanced to her, smirking as she chirped, "Predictable." Hanabi glared at the weapon mistress, then hissed, "What do you mean by that?" Tenten chuckled as she pulled out the magazine from the feed, checking the contents, and then offered without looking, "That we are both in a race to prove our weapon system's effectiveness." Then she shrugged and finished, "That's all. I got an idea." Naruto suddenly spoke from behind them both, causing both to snap back. Hanabi gasped, "Ni-sama." The blonde smirked and nodded, then offered, "Hanabi-chan, care to take aim at the tree over there?" Naruto points to the tree behind the remains of the two dummies. Not needing to be told twice, Hanabi recovered an arrow and drew it as he stepped beside her, then went through hand signs. After the final one, he ordered, "Fire!" She fired. He muttered swiftly, "Ninja art, kunai shadow clone." A barrage of 20 arrows pierces and shredded the tree to sawdust, then through the second and stabbing into the third. 19 puffed away in chakra smoke that signaled the end of the technique. "No way!" Tenten gawked, Naruto smirked at it, and Hanabi was staring dumbfounded at her bow like it was a work of art. Another low whistle from the crowd no one owned up to. Araki, who stands at 5'8" in height, stepped forward from the crowd. His rimless glasses providing unfettered sight for his calming blue eyes, while also protecting them from the elements, and his roguish black hair. He spoke softly. "That was an interesting use of that technique." Adjusting his glasses, the gleam on them now blocking view of his eyes. "I wonder if a water variant would work better?" Watashi Yashiteru, the temporary replacement as finance officer appointed by Samui, a 5'3" teen with dark skin, gray hair, black eyes, and perpetually bored look, spoke next, thoughtful. "What about swapping wind for lightning? Increasing the penetration capability?" Soga countered. "No, the wind stabilized it. Lightning might work but will require a more complicated system for stabilizing if you want to use it." Asuna Kunoichi, by the name of Yoshino Seo, a standard secretary-type woman, silky, dark black hair that reached her shoulders despite being up in a bun, black eyes behind glasses, and a soft face. A petite frame whilst standing at 5'10", as she spoke. "Perhaps a vacuum edge would be more appropriate." A pause before she offered instead, "Perhaps a mix of the two?" A few Nightwings looked to her, bewildered at the suggestion, but Araki asked while he smirked, "Oh, an interesting idea. But I must ask, in what sense?" After a short pause, Yoshino pushed up her own glasses and offered something outrageous. "The speed and razor cutting of wind, merged with the penetration of lightning." A deathly silence developed. Naruto broke it. "What would that even make?" The question was valid. None really knew. "Winds that grind against each other at high speed." Watashi spoke to no one in particular, just offering it to the space at large. Araki mentioned, "Or lightning sharpened against itself." "Sound," Yoshino informed and drew all eyes to her. She confirmed, "You will get sound. Vibration. Supersonic winds." The gleam in Araki, Tenten, and even Wate's eyes could have been seen from heaven, were it not for the barrier over the village. Naruto leaned in and whispered to Hanabi, "I think you just leapt ahead of Tenten in weapons development, Amato." Hanabi nodded dumbly, listening to the geniuses discussing chakra ratios and possible techniques on a huddle off to the side away from the auxiliary unit. The sense of eyes drew Naruto's attention to the brunette that wasn't his student, his violet-hued blue meeting vibrant yellow, and saw her breath catch. Right, he'd forgotten about Calawarna. In all fairness, and in his defense, there had been a lot on his plate, and didn't mean to overlook her or anything. He probably should. Hey Naruto! Tenten called, drawing his attention from the fallen angel and to his weapon master. With a fresh magazine loaded, the kunoichi clocks her rifle as she grins at her friend and asked, "Think you can do that with one of these?" Snorting, Naruto folded his arms before he quipped, "Doubt it. The timing would have to be perfect. I don't think I could pull that off. Let's try." "Seriously?" "Yes," Tenten stated flatly, staring at him. After a moment, he joined her as she took aim at the tree beside the shredded group. Going through the hand signs, Naruto nodded and she fired once. Only one round hit the target, causing the blonde to glance at the brunette-bunned kunoichi with a grin. Tenten glared, then snipped. Again. A second shot. A second failure. Again. A third shot. A third failure. One more. A fourth shot. A fourth failure. Doesn't work. Naruto cut off Tenten this time, annoyed at her persistence. The kunoichi lowered her rifle, frowning but thoughtful. "Naruto!" was called and drew the blonde's attention to Kiba, standing at the far edge of the training ground, arms crossed and looking unusually serious. Curious, Naruto headed over and bypassed the crowds. Stepping aside from the gathering, and the enhanced ears of both Rimi and Toshi, when finally the blonde asked, "What's up, Kiba? I need a favor." "Oh boy, should I call your sister?" Naruto drawled, and Kiba hesitated. He hesitated. The blonde sighed, hard? Really damn hard. After a moment, Naruto inquired carefully. "Okay, Kiba. Start from the beginning." It took a few seconds before Kiba began. "It's Suzu. Broke up or pregnant?" Naruto asked, and Kiba flinched, telling his pack leader exactly what one as he leaned back against a tree. After a few moments, the blonde stated while looking at his brother in arms. "Hana won't say anything. We'll meet after we get done with our meeting." Kiba nodded, so Naruto continued. "But, honestly, Kiba? Thought you'd be better than this." "It kinda just happened," Kiba mumbled, and the blonde nodded, knowing the guy's nature. He isn't mad or anything, just surprised he slipped up like this in all honesty. After a moment, Kiba added, "I think she may have spoken to her clan head." Naruto sighed with his entire being, as if Nara had been told that cloud watching was cancelled for the day. As his eyes cut to the side, looking to where Toshi and Rimi were trying to listen in, he muttered, "Troublesome means Sei is going to try show up. Are you sure it's not Yasaka?" "Pretty sure, yes," Naruto responded lowly, before glancing at Kiba, then added, "I just remembered that I hadn't trained with her yet. She's probably needed an excuse to show up and complain." Kiba chuckled lowly, allowing his shoulders to slump now that the situation was getting sorted out, before he offered, "Sounds like she's trying to mark her territory." "Probably," Naruto confirmed as the two men leaned against the same tree trunk now. He added after a thoughtful moment, "And Hana's not going to take it well, either is Rimi or Ascari. What about Toshi and Yoshi? Both are rather relaxed and comfortable in the hierarchy." Naruto muttered, and Kiba nodded, agreeing with that assessment. Hana feels like she has to prove herself as matriarch material unnecessarily. Ascari doesn't want to be overlooked as the youngest, and Rimi, well, she just wants to cause mischief, most the time. Kicking off the tree, Naruto finished. "Just wait for later. I have a meeting to get to." Kiba nodded, following suit and stepping after the blonde for a bit as he muttered, "I should probably talk with Sakura and hold off on that." Naruto cut in, glancing to him before he added, "Get the facts first. Your thoughts second. Confidence third, and then get your ego smashed to bits by your wife fourth." Kiba snorted, then quipped. That sounds awfully specific. As the two approached Night Tower, Naruto taps his temple, then clarified. I literally have a woman in my head that calls me Whiskers. I've picked up a few things. Tensing, Kiba asked carefully. She isn't. No. Naruto snorted, then retorted. Oh please, you'd know if she was by the feeling of dread radiating from the residential district already if she was. True. Kiba commented as the two bumped fists outside the tower. He then added. I'll go get some food, then go out on patrol or lessons for the newbies. Naruto nods once, then responded. I think Elise is helping Genturu and Issei with their sacred gears right now. Check the training grounds as I'm not sure. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. Thud. Naruto stumbled slightly, rubbing his arm that just got a rock-enhanced, chakra-laced, right hook from a particular pink-eyed kunoichi known as Kuratsuchi. Before he could say anything, she pushed him into the wall as she hissed. What did I say, huh? Kuro. I don't want to hear it. Kuratsuchi snipped, glaring as she folded her arms, then hissed. We are supposed to be. We are on the level. Naruto tried, but her glare sharpened, the temperature in the room spiking. Kuratsuchi countered. Oh, then what the fuck? It's comply. Naruto paused, then stopped. After a breath, he explained instead. Last night, I was clearing out my room upstairs to move into my new house in the residential district. Problem is, Cheyenne was helping. Kuratsuchi didn't interrupt, her brow arched as her frown loosened. Leaning back at the empty briefing room wall, Naruto continued calmly. You know my clan, right? How they have a connection with the death god. The senior kunoichi paused, longer than a brief moment, before she nodded slowly. His half-smile was just as brief, before he added. Yeah, well. Cheyenne inadvertently touched one of the artifacts. Got pulled into. Naruto paused, then recalled how Serial described it, and so stated. It's hard to explain, but Serial called it the time between breath and silence, a pause point in existence. Which is the best way to describe it? Kuratsuchi would have been incredulous about such a place, but recent years has opened her mind, and so she paused for thought. Carefully she probed. What happened in this pause point? Met the Shinigami. Naruto spoke dryly, causing her to tense involuntarily. He nodded, then continued. Yeah, think it's where he normally hangs out. Thankfully, I was able to follow Cheyenne in and protect her from the perceived transgression. She's fine? She's fine. Naruto confirmed, getting a nod from his brunette counterpart opposite. He added. Thankfully, her priestess form's powers activated on their own to keep her safe long enough to not be crushed by the intent of inevitability. That got a raised brow from Kuratsuchi, who murmured. Didn't realize she had a special form. She does. Naruto confirmed with a nod, getting her eyes on him and his tight expression. Problem is, she was never trained in its use. Her late mother Muroku, the priestess before her, sealed her powers away most her life using a special bell. Nodding in understanding, Kuratsuchi responded. That makes sense. How long has it been since she got access to them again? She only got them back when she saved me while sealing away a demon. Naruto revealed calmly, but paused. After a few moments, he added. So, about foolish 5 years or so. She hasn't really had time to practice or anything, you know. With everything. The silence in the empty room was thick at that reminder. Not tense, just waited. Anyway. Naruto broke it, pushing it aside like it never existed, and pressed. A very long, sideways story later. I negotiated with the death god and got Cheyenne out of harm's way, but I also learned a few things. Like, someone other than the Shinigami interfered with my death. Naruto revealed seriously, his violet hue, blue eyes locked on her pink ones that hardened at the news. Before she could speak, he did. Due to that, he couldn't interfere with me now. It's also the reason he left Cheyenne alone after I arrived. Someone with the power to make death look away? More like. Naruto countered, drawing her gaze onto him. I've left his jurisdiction. Whoever pulled me back is also preventing the Shinigami from interfering now. Frowning, Kuratsuchi nodded, then offered. Exactly how many gods have that kind of authority? Exactly? A tight breath out. Naruto replied. No clue. I've barely covered the Shinto pantheon, as our hosts, and even still I haven't exactly memorized everything about them. Same with the biblical stuff that we actively belong to. Nodding sharply, Kuratsuchi replied. Then, I'll get the Nara to deal with that. Naruto snorted, then quipped. That's your answer to everything. It works. Hardly. Naruto chuckled, getting her blank stare on him. His chuckles grew in volume as he pushed off the wall, heading for his seat at the table's end as he finished. Just saying, Shika's work ethic is comprehensive at best. Which is why he's useful. Kuratsuchi answered as she followed, moving around the table to reach her seat on his direct left. She added, At worst, it's done perfectly. Doing it twice is too troublesome. Naruto quoted as he took his seat, and the cadre nodded once, knowing that. He added, But he's got a new distraction, last I noticed. Pulling her seat in, Kuratsuchi raised a brow while she quipped. Do I want to know? Depends. Naruto chimed, grin forming as he leans forward on his arms resting on the desk. He posed. Your thoughts on cats? Lazy. Kuratsuchi stated flatly, getting a slight laugh from the blonde. Then, Naruto began, smirking as he finished. It's a match made in heaven. Rolling her eyes, folding her arms with a huff and leaned back in her black leather seat, Kuratsuchi griped. Honestly, all you people ever think about is relationships. We have a job to do. And we do it perfectly. Naruto reminded, to which she scowled, but it lacked any real malice. He chuckled again, soft and low. Admittedly, it is becoming a bit of a problem, isn't it? Arg, the briefing Hana gave me. Kuratsuchi growled and glared at nothing in particular. As he nodded, she finished. Seems we got a bit too lax. A pause before Kuratsuchi corrected. At least those not of Earth Company. Ah, the infallible Kage of hard ass. Naruto chirped, getting her glare on him, and he smiled. Then finished. Last I checked, Tobito's one of yours. That cut the glare and got a huff from her. Looking away from his smile, Kuratsuchi replied. An isolated incident, I assure you. Still can't believe that actually happened. Naruto muttered, a tone of disbelief layered beneath the professional edge. Frown tightening, Kuratsuchi muttered back. We're still investigating, but, to be honest, it still eludes all our best efforts to get to the bottom of it. A heavy sigh from them both, Naruto whispered. Maki's still pissed. I don't blame her. Kuratsuchi snorted, then snipped. I wouldn't. Not even if it was me? Naruto probed, grinning, and got a death glare from his second. Kuratsuchi growled. You better not get any funny ideas. Wouldn't dream of it. Naruto assured, but she didn't buy it for a moment, and glared harder. He giggled. Oh, come on, Kuro! Don't you trust me? Not as far as I could throw you, Kuratsuchi remarked, and he shook his head lightly before leaning back. Naruto replied. Then, you do trust me, seeing how far you can, actually, throw me. That isn't what I meant, Kuratsuchi replied, but he looked to her knowingly. She glared while she snipped. And you know that. Do I? Don't play dumb, Kuratsuchi declared, and he cackled loudly. Before she could continue berating him, the door opened, revealing Shizuka, leading in Shikamaru, Choji, Hana, Chojuro, Watase, Ephra, Zenovia, Abigail, and a confused Nakao, his brown eyes shifty like a confused beast, but not lost like when he first came here. Naruto's brow raised, then asked as they all began to take seats. Nakao-san. Yet before the teen could respond, Abigail did. Naruto-sama. Drawing said man's attention, so she continued. We've heard about his goal of isolating and removing the evil peace he and his sister have. Thus, we are aiding him and believe he should be included in this. Under whose authority? Kuratsuchi cut in, hard as bedrock and just as immobile. Before Abigail could answer, the cadre did. You may have been a commander under Azazel, but you joined us knowing things are different here, Abigail. You command the new auxiliary company, but that doesn't give you undisputed control over operations. The black-haired, that looks purple-eyed, ludicrously big-chested fallen angel that looks 20-something by the name of Abigail nodded once. Her usual coy smile faded by the reprimand as she replied. I understand, Kuratsuchi-sama. I'll ask next time. Looking back at the youngest present, Naruto spoke. Nakao-san, please take a seat then. You probably have something to report, right? Nakao nodded, then took a seat beside Zenobia, clearly nervous. With everyone settled, Naruto opened the meeting. Okay, so what did I miss exactly? Ko-town, ORC building. Flopping down on the sofa rather ungracefully, in all honesty not that she cared, Rias finally relaxed for the first time since leaving the underworld and going on that crazy trip with her mother. Her peerage was already moving around her, returning to their routine, while she thought on things as they are now. After all, everything has changed, even if they feel the same. Firstly, the major problem. The fallen angels now have a reincarnation system, co-developed with Heaven, who also have one. No one back home is happy about that. Secondly, one of these reincarnated fallen was attending her school. Hanabi Namikaze. She seemed like a normal human foreign student with blonde hair and really blue eyes. Carrying herself like a traditional Japanese girl, tea ceremonies, muted emotions, and careful wording. Her school title of the Golden Princess was unusually fitting in this case, as she did in fact seem like one and felt as distant from the rest than even herself. Perhaps, Rias mused internally, that was the first clue they overlooked. Not overlooked, dismissed. Then, when they were attacked by that rogue, she appeared as a random event, cutting down the enemy fallen with casual ease and claiming to be their protectors without hesitation, despite standing before a cadre and his 36 men. Which obviously leads into the third thing. Naruto Namikaze. Cadre and leader of the 1st Grigori Legion, the Nightwings. Dangerous, on all levels. Fearless, more annoyed at the rogues than bothered by the fight. Charming, his smile soothed even Akino's rough edges when dealing with fallen angels. Strong, potentially on par with her brother, yet able to sneak into Lilith and speak with her nephew, handing out sweets. She couldn't help but giggle at the dichotomy of it, drawing eyes to her face down in the couch cushions. It was such a mismatch in what she knows of him. The incongruity of it. Then Rias recalls the meeting and goosebumps arose across her fair skin. Naruto strolled in like he commanded the world touched by light, complete indifference towards things that do not matter to his objectives, and control that made her swallow spit as he even told her brother off for attempted interference. Not only that, from what she saw of him in town, he is well loved by both yokai and fallen alike. His sisters adore him, all three having clear signs of Brokan tendencies and are unashamed by that fact. He cleans up good too. Those times on his off-duty days, he was normally wearing kimonos and, oh right, those kimonos. He was in the brochure of that place, saving the damsel in elegant outfits and a noble samurai's disposition. A traitorous voice in the back her mind whispered. What if we were the damsel? It was dismissed. Obviously she is no damsel, she is the princess of ruin, Rias Gremory. Despite things, it's cool to meet you directly, Rias Gremory. She recalls his first words to her. Among other things. The sound of a teacup being set down caused the teenage devil to open her eyes to see a steaming cup on the table ahead of her, and Akino's voice followed. You seem deep in thought, Rias. Sighing, Rias finally pushed herself up and sat on the sofa before reaching for the cup while she responded. Everything has changed, Akino. Her other peerage members looked to her. Kiba Yuta frowned lightly, but did not object. Kaneko Tuju just stared blankly at the president. Akino Himejima just hummed before heading back to get her snack cart. Lowering her cup, Rias continued. Even as we have been allowed to return here, the larger powers at hand have shifted. Our faction is no longer the de facto strongest anymore. Our protection isn't verbatim, implied, or total. Looking over her gathered family, she smiled softly as she finished. But it just means we have to show how much we can grow and shine. I trust in you all to not let me, or yourselves down. Hi, President. Kiba and Kaneko responded in unison. Akino offered as she wheeled in a cart of snacks. We trust in you, Rias. Rias nodded once, assured that now she wasn't alone in the efforts to show that the new Devil faction truly wishes to be partners in arms with the Twilight Alliance. They are effectively on the front line of their diplomatic efforts. Ko Town, Student Council Office. Within Ko Academy, the professional and orderly space of the Student Council was located. The central table was large enough to fit the 6 seats set out for the members of the council or their guests, positioned in front of the window to provide adequate natural light for the room. The walls were lined with cabinets, filled with student activities and meeting minutes, and a notice board was set up by the door, littered with posters and reminders. Currently, at the far end desk, sat the king of the peerage who called this place their base of operation. Her queen was at her side. Together, these two ladies were staring back at their members and contemplating how best to address the fact they had been undermined in their own territory, a potential peerage member stolen from under their watch. A miscalculated loss of a now very valuable piece. The dark dragon Vritra. After a breath, eyes fixed forward, Sona Citri spoke. The situation has changed irrevocably. Adjusting her glasses, she continued. Our situation is precarious but stable. Our presence here in Ko allowed yet not irreversible. Everyone nodded, understanding that, so Sona continued gravely. Moving forward, we must maintain absolute professionalism and accountability of all actions within our territory. It is clear that we, as devils, are merely being tolerated. Not trusted. Not celebrated. Merely tolerated. No one spoke. None needed to, as the tension was thick enough as is. Raising her hand, Tomo Meguri inquired. President, can we assume that Genshiro Saji is out of our reach? Ruruko Nimura and Tsubasa Yura shared a look. Before looking to their king, Sona reported. Yes, he is no longer on the table. A pause, deliberate, official, before Tsubaki added. We recently recovered our familiar that was sent to observe the Saji family. What it revealed was enlightening. Ruruko raised her hand then asked. How so, Vice President? A soft, unnoticeable breath through her nose before Sona responded. Cadre Naruto Namikaze is far more calculated than he let on. Shared looks from the three ahead of her, but she continued regardless. He was unexpectedly upfront with Yashigahara Saji, Genshiro's grandfather, and even exposed our interest. A length silence as Sona chose her words carefully. And mentioned our methods before offering a reasonable counteroffer and validation on his Shinto-aligned beliefs. Something previously unheard of for members of the Grigori. The pause was deliberate again, but Tsubaki added. Thus, the Saji family is firmly against anything devil-related. Therefore, Genshiro-san is no longer a viable candidate. Ruruko frowned at the news. Tomo noticed that, but shifted and stated. Then, should we still continue to analyze the second-year Momo Hanakai for the position of bishop? Sona took a while to respond, all eyes resting on her when she spoke. We will slow down formal interactions, yes. We need to ensure that our position is secure and stable. Namikaze-san's extended presence here shows that we have blind spots that must be found and closed. They all nodded. The Citri heiress continued. Raya Kusaka too will be put on hold. Keep an eye on both, but do not proceed with onboarding until we are sure that we are not being observed discreetly. Everyone nodded, knowing where they were standing, so Sona ordered. Meeting adjourned. They all got up, but Tomo's look to Ruruko went largely unnoticed, and the concern was evident. Repor 24, Sunlit Horizon. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. With everything squared away regarding the general state of affairs in the briefing, Abigail finished the report from the auxiliary company. Within the parameters Lady Kuratsuchi has instructed, I will split the auxiliary into 4-man teams and have them submitted before the end of the week. Be sure they are complementary. Kuratsuchi snipped, sharp as jagged rocks at a base of a waterfall. When she saw the fallen nod, she added, "And for the love of the log, no lovers or family members on the same team. It would cause more headaches than I care to hear." "It will be done." Abigail confirmed with a nod, then sat back down stiffly. She hadn't forgotten her rebate for bringing the baby devil into the meeting, and had no intention of earning any more ire from the female cadre present. After a few moments of silence, Naruto sighed, then looked at the young, scruffy-haired wizard and offered, "Okay, Nakao-san. What have you got for us?" Nakao had been silent for this entire hour meeting until now, so when he was addressed by the leader, he jolted up, swallowed spit, and approached the end of the long, black table. All eyes were on him, or their notes in front of them. A moment before the sound of scratching notes ceased and the teen began by placing a small crystal on the table, activating and projecting an arcane schematic ahead of him for all to see. A rotating sigil, composed of layered circles, runic mathematical equations and a central black square. Shikamaru recognizes it all, Naruto partially, but neither say anything as Nakao began his explanation carefully, and with more confidence than he felt. "Thank you, sir, for this opportunity of saving my sister and myself. Firstly, I must say that the evil piece is not a soul parasite as many people believe." He pauses to let that sink in, expecting rebuttals or challenges, yet all he got was focused eyes and a subtle exhale through the nose from Shikamaru. Nakao then added, "It's a structured, metaphysical construct." Kuratsuchi nodded silently. He proceeded firmly, and hoped it was a good start. Nakao gestures and the projection shifts, 3 rotating rings fade into view as he does, then spoke his prepared speech. "The pieces embed into the metaphysical identity locus, rewriting species classification at the spiritual root." Looking back to the room, Nakao commented carefully, "As fallen angels, you must be aware that devils have different afterlife routing." His brown eyes float over the table, landing on Zenobia at one point, who offered nothing of her own interpretation yet does nod. "Once," Nakao continued, "the piece simply alters that routing." Shikamaru nods subtly, unnoticed by the nervous teen at the table's end, though Naruto hummed softly, inaudibly, as the second ring lights up. Nakao gestures around the room, then back at the new ring and continued, "It rewrites magic circuits, expands capacity, and converts wavelengths." A pause before he added, "It does not create power. It just kinda reformats over the existing structure." Choji nods his understanding, smile constant, and providing a safe haven for the young guy's gaze. Watase at his side flicks his pen around his thumb, bored exterior, but paying full attention. Near enough. The outermost ring glows crimson now, drawing eyes as intended, and for some reason the room sharpened due to it. Hana reopens her notes, Shizuka leans forward on the table, green eyes locked, and even Ephra had stopped her usual smirking. Nakao, with growing confidence, draws a thread from the outer ring outward and explained, "This is the problem here, as it maintains a resonance handshake with the king." Zenobia tensed slightly, then glanced around, and not seeing anyone react, settled herself down, then paid attention again. Is this what would have happened to her if she had accepted that Gremry devil's offer? Ephra glanced to Naruto, whose eyes flickered to her briefly, then back to the projection silently. Nakao added, "Severing it violently triggers a broadcast." Only noticing Hana's note-taking, he continued as his eyes land on Naruto again. "According to the notes you have given us, this has been encountered before." Yet it was Shikamaru who responded to that inquiry. "In our early operations we did, yes." Abigail, Zioniva, Nakao, and Ephria all looked to the Nara, who continued, "We lacked the understanding we do now on the phenomenon at the time, so it was recorded and kept as a just in case." Pausing, Shikamaru then leaned forward as he finished. "Then, brute force removal alerts the owner." Nakao nods once as he replied, "Yes." The projection shifts again, the now red authority ring flickering erratically and naturally drawing the attention of the room. The presenter looks down briefly, before taking a steadying breath and met the gaze of the room. Nakao informed. We escaped early, so our tether severed before fully stabilizing. This means our pieces, my sister's and mine, have been operating in a kind of autonomous mode ever since Lord Naruto sealed them. Shizuka, Hana, and Kuratsuchi's eyes all narrowed. The latter asked. Define autonomous, exactly. The words of the co-leader of the Nightwings seemed to cool the entire briefing room several degrees, enough for the cold-blooded Lamia known as Ephria to shiver briefly. Taking a breath to calm his nerves, Nakao began with a kind of detached calm. It is attempting to finalize conversion without authority oversight. Or would likely trying to, were it not for our seals. A short pause for breath, he locked eyes on the man at the head of the table. Thank you for that, sir. Naruto offered a slight smirk and nod, as Hana asked. What would be the symptoms of this normally? Were it not for Naruto's intervention in your case? Nodding as if he expected that question, Nakao lists off calmly. Mana surges, emotional volatility, partial wing manifestations, instinctual bleed-through, dream state demonic imprinting, and steadily progressive identity overwrite. Hana cursed beneath her breath, plenty of clenched fists or tightened jaws from the other shinobi present. Zenobia finds herself among the tighten-jawed group, recalling how close to accepting the devil's invitation she had been during that fight. Identify overwrite? She wouldn't be her anymore. Wate spoke next, restrained, calm-toned. How long before overwrite? Years. Nakao answered without hesitation, though added after a moment. Possibly less if under stress. He got a few nods from the table that falls to near silence, as notes were being taken, and that was fine for him, gives him time to calm his nerves for the next point. After sufficiently confident, Nakao takes a breath while the projection changed again, the rings separated, and he began his multi-phase proposal. This is what I have managed to come up with. Phase 1, Authority Nullification. Instead of ripping the piece out, we declare it unowned. Frowning, Abigail leans back with folded arms under her bust. How do you plan on achieving that, hun? Not even missing a beat, Nakao responded. Your angel's right? Fallen or not, you should have some kind of authority, yes? That got a few raised brows, a few synchronized blinks, and a smirk from Abigail at the cheek of this baby devil, that signaled something dangerously close to approval. Nakao continued. The authority protocol responds to hierarchy. There was a snort, and a feint. Like everything devil. That went ignored as he finished. If a superior resonance supersedes the king imprint, the system reclassified the piece as unbound. Thoughts churned, yet surprisingly it was Wates who finally spoke. You are saying, in more words, that you want to spoof this authority layer? Nodding, Nakao confirmed. Yes. The projection shifted again, the display forming a second schematic. A human soul frequency waveform, that is then overlaid with a demonic one. The 15-year-old researcher, currently presenting to a collection of high-powered fallen angels, continued with confidence he was unsure of. Phase 2, Soul Restabilization. We reassert the baseline human signature. His gaze wavers slightly, finding sanctuary on Choji's smile, allowing him to return with more genuine energy. Not strip devil identity, but rebuild the original underneath. Naruto's eyes narrowed, as did Shikamaru, as he was one of the few who actually understood the delicate nature of that plan. Nakao continued. This requires a soul-aligned being. I'm sure as fallen, you know something about that, and as the strongest, you should be able to figure out how. The shinobi in the room all knew the black bang blonde didn't react outwardly, but he should probably have a talk with Serial before attempting this. A third schematic appeared on the projection, littered with branching energy veins. Nakao continued. Phase 3. This piece has woven into magical circulatory pathways, and so they need to be untangled or decontaminated. A pause before he added with nervous reluctance. Ihara noticed the chakra research you guys had. Thanks to that critical research, we managed to map it out structurally. Well, a similar energy distribution system. Hana nods, Shizuka hummed, Shikamaru nods slowly, then offered. Different fuel. Same plumbing. Yes. Nakao confirmed instantly. The projection shifts, compresses, then the black square in its center glows as he added. Phase 4, Containment Matrix. The piece must not be destroyed. Zenobia frowned, arms crossed as she asked. Why not? It should be. Because destruction will trigger the authority cascade. Nakao answered and caused the former exorcist to pause. He then added. The king will know then. So isolate it. Into what? Hana posed, and he looked to her. Nakao replied. A neutralized status crystal. A few raised brows at the material cost continued climb. Choji blinked then asked. Crystal? Nodding rapidly, Nakao informed. It is a formula construct. It can be held if the runic framework is mirrored externally. Choji nodded slowly, trying to consume this information that was not really his forte. This was more Omoi, Shikamaru, or Arata's field in all honesty. Yet, Wates offered calmly. So, you're basically reverse engineering that green Satan, right? Swallowing his suddenly growing nerves, Nakao confirmed with a nod. Yes. His nerves didn't settle, but the risk assessment needed to be placed down. He pressed on. The risks are not small. No one so much as twitched at the news. They wouldn't expect it to be anything less. Nakao continued quickly. If Phase 1 fails, the king is alerted. A few nods, not one person looked particularly bothered by that, so he pressed. If Phase 2 destabilizes, soul fragmentation is a real possibility. If Phase 3 collapses, mana hemorrhage. A pause as he hesitantly added. If Phase 4 ruptures. Nakao couldn't bring himself to finish, but Shikamaru did completely flatly. They die. Nodding once gravely, Nakao responded. Yes. After another still silence, the room's youngest takes a breath to stabilize himself, and then clarified. We escaped before full synchronization, so the integration depth is incomplete. Glancing around the room, Nakao informed his protectors, his benefactors. This is the narrow window. All that is needed is someone with soul engineering capabilities, maybe with runic skills, like the seals you gave us, and maybe help from the Yukai for help with the chakra research stuff. Shikamaru added sharply, but not unkindly. Or a death-adjacent being, an angel, a powerful enough Yukai, or sage-like being, and a competent rune user. Nakao thinks about that for a moment, before nodding slowly then replied. Yes. That would work. He paused a moment, then smaller added. I'm not all that knowledgeable about all of that. My family we're wizards, independent ones. I only know about basic stuff of the supernatural world. Straightening up, Nakao pressed. But powerful beings like you can negotiate with others. Grim Reapers, angels, and even the Yukai, right? Some of them might be able to help, right? If it's against the devils. You aren't wrong. Naruto offered calmly, leaning in his seat, hands clasped on the table and eyes level. The others at the table nod slowly, but not who no dared look back at him as he technically fulfilled the conditions laid out. Nodding, Nakao continued. We don't need brute force. Just need to declare the devil self dead. Death ends classification. Even Zenobia inhaled slightly at that point. She knows her mother could do such a thing easily, thus her uncle, the one sitting at the table's head, could too. The fact it hasn't been offered likely means that the younger teen doesn't know, so she won't say anything either. When that happens, Naruto began carefully. After a moment, he finished. Then what? Then the construct detaches naturally. Nakao replied sharply, but faltered when he finished. Or at least, it should. Should? Hana muttered, and he nodded then answered. It should. Nothing like this has ever been attempted, so it's all theoretical and untested. Silent nods as that statement was processed. No one spoke for several long few moments. Nakao broke it for his final, closing statements. I can build the matrix. I could map the runes. My sister has been isolating the layers. He paused as he looked at Naruto, then finished. But I cannot declare the death of a devil. We'll have to get a death-alighted entity to do that. Shikamaru offered flatly, causing the young wizard to nod in confirmation. The silence dragged again. Measured, heavy, and eventually broken by the Nara. Troublesome. It wasn't dismissive, but evaluating, and caused Naruto to muffle his snort. This time, Kuratsuchi spoke with authority. How long until you are ready to make and attempt a prototype? With my current facility? Nakao answered immediately, getting her and Naruto's nods. He continued. 2 weeks. Shizuka hummed, Hana nodded, Choji folded his arms and let out a long exhale. Zenobia too nodded, leaning back into her seat, arms folding slowly, while Ephria's tail flicked slightly. Abigail's purple-eyed gaze flowed from the boy to the cadres at the head of the table, scanning for their reactions to her rather bold actions of bringing this to them now. After a few moments, Naruto lets out a soft breath, then spoke firmly. You understand that if this works, the Green Satan will eventually find out. Nodding once, Nakao confirmed. Yes. The moment dragged before the Black Bang blonde smiled faintly. Naruto offered. Good. As long as you are aware. Upon Nakao's nod, he looked to the room. We proceed with this. There were nods across the table and a few straightened up in response. Kuratsuchi then added. 2 weeks, kiddo. Don't worry about the death-adjacent part. We'll take care of it. Nakao bowed profusely, then declared. Thank you, Lord Naruto, Lady Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi smirked, leaning back in her seat. Don't sweat it, kiddo. Get moving. I expect results. Retrieving and deactivating the crystal projection, Nakao nodded once and immediately rushed to the door, causing a few light chuckles from the others. Seeing this, Naruto stood along with everyone else. With that, meeting dismissed. So ends the meeting that would later be referenced as the first step for Nakao Akira on his road to the rank and goal of Grand Magus. It would also serve as a great story for him to tell later. The day he explained to 2 cadres and a room full of their subordinates about magical constructs and ritual frameworks. His very first presentation. Naruto's office. The office of the Mitsukage remains a central reminder of the roots all the shinobi can point to if they ever forget what brought their lives here. Ornately decorated with upholstered seating and fine wooden furnishings, the natural wooden wall panels hold the portraits of each of the 5 great villages, the hidden frost for the minor villages lost, and the shrine of Oni no Kuni. Yet at current, the large blackwood desk was being leaned back against by Naruto, arms crossed, expression muted but relaxed. Standing at his side was Hana, equally relaxed, and patiently waiting. On their right, in the lone love seat in the corner, sat Kiba, agitated with a foot bouncing, and nervously gripping his hands in silence. It was late evening, so the seal-based lighting was supplemental to the setting sunlight coming in from the large window behind the desk. The meeting had wrapped up a few minutes ago, and now it was this slightly more private matter to the Inuzuka clan. A knock on the door signaled the arrival of the third party. Kiba stood, visibly calmer now, and ignored the glance by both his sister and pack leader. After a breath, Naruto ordered. Enter. The door opened and Ginma appeared first, nodded, then stepped aside to allow Sei to step in with a slight smile, her silvery white hair immaculate, and retaining her grace in all things image. Hana observed her critically, but said nothing of her gaze locked on Naruto, who offered a simple nod. Next came Suzu Aoki, dark reddish-brown hair and fur of her tails. She was in her Nightwing-issue attire, for some reason despite not being in combat to warrant it. No one said anything though. She immediately looked to Kiba, who smiled, and that signaled to her to step towards him. She was embraced by Kiba immediately. No one commented on it. Lastly stepped in Yasuo Ichiraku. The gray-furred kitsune stepped in silently but observed the area rather intently. Of all the kitsune that have joined in with Nightwing training and doctrine, he had adapted the fastest. Still, this is his first time within the heart of the operation. He took note of the hanging landscapes of towns, 6 of them, and a very elegant shrine of some kind, assuming they have some significance but dared not voice it. Felt wrong for the situation. A nod from Naruto and Ginma returned back to the hallway, closing the doors to allow the privacy seal to activate while he stands guard beyond it. With the seals humming softly, a subtle glow spidered across the walls and ceiling, showcasing the elegant seal work now being used. Naruto began. Okay. I hear there is a bit of an issue. Suzu glared at him, for the classification, but offered no protest to the words directly. Sei hummed, then countered. Issue, no. Suzu is free to love who she wishes. Kiba-kun seems to be the one she chose. Right. Naruto acknowledged, before glancing to Hana, who moved without words towards the duo. He added, We just need to confirm things. Sei raised an eyebrow, then asked, Do you not trust us? No one answered that question, though Yajin knew why. The Nightwings were secretive by nature. Trust isn't really something they give out freely. He would call them paranoid, but there is a method to their madness, and he has seen the benefit to said methods, so won't object. Sei's brows continued to raise the longer the silence did, her question remaining unanswered as all eyes were locked onto the soft blue glow of the medic's hand. Did the Nightwings really not trust them yet? Only when the glow stopped did Hana take a step back and shoulders eased. Everyone awaited to what she was going to report. So, when she glanced back at Naruto, breaths were held until she spoke. False alarm. A heavy exhale from Naruto and Hana, surprisingly Suzu and Kiba too. Naruto nodded, then looked to Kiba. Be more careful next time. Nodding, Kiba replied. Yeah, we will. Though, seeing as you're here? Hana and Naruto's brows shot up in unison. Kiba nodded and asked. Perhaps, we could wait a few more weeks. There is no rush. Hana confirmed, a challenging smirk for her baby brother. Or be reckless. You're young, enjoy it, runt. Naruto snorted from her side. She reflexively elbowed his stomach, along with a wolfish grin to him. Kiba chuckled carefree for the first time this day, though Suzu nodded in agreement, taking his hand carefully. With an overly dramatic sigh from the couch opposite the love seat, Sei commented airily. Era, here I thought we would be discussing marriages and contracts. She pouted dangerously cutely, then added. I had a whole speech prepared. Yaja let out a discreet sigh through his nose. His sensei is a bit of a child when she wants to be, and this is likely not the time nor place. Suzu knew this too, but unlike her fellow kitsune, was a bit more conflicted on that fact. Sure, the way things are going, marriage is likely, but isn't this a bit faster than normal? Hana's warning glance was unwarranted as Naruto looked more resigned than taken by the pout of the eight-tailed vixen, hand rubbing down his face from the tension drain upon her confirmation of a false alarm. She watches as he slowly looks up, meeting the vixen's gaze directly. Naruto spoke calmly. We don't really do marriage contracts, Sei-chan. It isn't policy, but as a group, it isn't something we really look for. Sei's brows shot up, briefly, then a tilt to side slightly, white ears flicking one after the other as she then whispered. I see, how, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Hana mumbled, the white-furred kitsune nodded then added. I happen to be aware that there are plenty of Yukai clans looking for a more permanent connection with yours. A weird type of contested silence developed by the time she had finished, and when her eyes eventually landed on the black bang blonde, her smile grew subtle upon his thoughtful expression. Hana broke it. Each are to their own. When his violet hue blue met her black, she enforced. That is what we agreed on. Yeah. Naruto confirmed, seeing the same resolve reflected in Hana's eyes back to him. His smirk returned as he nodded, then turned back to face Sei and added. We aren't interested in that stuff. With a shrug, Naruto finished. If it happens naturally, then so be it. We won't ever force it for our benefit. Smiling softly, Sei hums while standing up, tails swaying softly at her back as she offered. That is comforting to know. Even Yaja nodded to that, though Suzu's hold on Kiba's hand tightened fractionally. Now standing before the blonde, Sei leaned forward slightly, smile innocent as she asked. Then, can I ask something else? Seeing as the serious stuff is done. Naruto raised a brow, the limit of his movement, and so, she continued. When are you going to help me stretch out my chakra? Nodding, it was as he expected, the blonde of the room replied evenly. I have been, busy recently. You're going to have to be a bit more patient. Sei hummed, standing back up straight before she commented. Patient, Naruto-kun, I have been very, oh so very patient. It was doctor's orders to train with you, you know. How am I supposed to listen to my doctor, one of yours I may add, if you don't want me around? Biting back her growl, distaste, and irritation at the sly fox, Hana proposed evenly. Then how have you been managing now? Sei's eyes flicked to the Inuzuka matriarch briefly, then replied. Whenever Saka-chan has a moment or two, we occasionally have a short spar. Nothing flashy, just jujitsu heavy. Based off the nervous reactions from Suzu and Yaju, Naruto suspects that the nothing flashy is a candidate for understatement of the year. Thinking on it for a few moments, he checks the area with his sensory ability quickly but eventually muttered. Fuck it! Pulling out his phone from his pocket, he sends a message to Genma just outside the door, then pushes off his desk, then stated. Let's head to training ground 1. Could use with a bit of exercise. Sei nodded with a smile, though Hana asked. 1? Wouldn't 3 be more? Don't want to deal with the agricultural department. Naruto sighed, then added. Not interested in planting replacement trees all day. Good point. Hana and Kiba stated in unison, but both noticed Genma's scent thin drastically. He had likely left at this point. Naruto stepped towards the door as he finished. Let's get moving! Jinjigaku no Saito, Training Ground 1. All the light training members of the Legion stopped when Naruto, Hana, Kiba, Suzu, Sei, and Yaju stepped into the ground, the black bang blonde waving lazily with a grin. Sorry guys, gonna need the space for a small spar. Tagaki whistled, grin spreading as she began waving her fighters off to the side in preparation to witness a no-doubt epic showdown. Issei, who was practicing with Genshiro, muttered lowly as he followed the fallen angels of the auxiliary corps. Why do I sense something awesome about to happen? Nodding, Genshiro replied. Because you are. Without doubt. Goro added quietly as he joined them, his veteran eyes tracking the new arrivals, and can tell this would be something to watch carefully. I hope they don't go overboard. Miki whispered, getting a nod from her husband, who folded his arms. Elise then spoke, arms folded professionally behind her. My lord is the strongest here. This appears to be nothing more than a spar. I do not foresee anything to be concerned about. Though, her hands tightened their hold behind her as nerves began to spike at the sight of her master stretching out. No doubt, this will be her first time seeing his strength firsthand too. Naruto shakes off his arms, then hands, then fingers as he reached the middle before turning back to face the Hachibi Kitsune, who was smiling gently while flexing her hands. The wind blew across the empty field, the crowd lining the edges of the grassy, but cratered ground that littered the training field. The tension climbed. Hanabi, Yukata, Cheyenne, Zenovia, and Yukata arrived, the Byakugan user spotting the developing situation and came running. They moved off to the side, standing with Yaju, Hana, and Kiba, who was hand in hand with Suzu. Thankfully, the final guests arrived shortly after. Genma strolled in, nonchalantly badass, with Yasaka and Kuno on his heels, the young Kyuubi staring at everything, having never been in this secret village before. Though, even she stiffened when seeing Naruto and Sei facing off against each other. Once they join the second group, Hana's group, Naruto finally takes in a slow breath, eyes shut as he feels the wind flowing through his hair. When he releases it, his eyes open and voiced it. Come on, Sei-chan! Hands slipping into his pockets, posture relaxed, and grin forming as he drawled. Show me what a so-called eight-tailed vixen can do. Sei's smile sweetened to dangerous levels, her voice graceful. Era. Naruto-kun. You should watch your tone. I may like you, but you should know that I am not weak anymore. He shrugged, smiling confidently. How would I know if you just stand there? Naruto's eyes sharpened, violet hue eyes glistening, voice dropped to a whisper. Come at me with the intent to kill, or log help you, you will wish you were. Sei's smile sharpens to sword steel, her chakra flaring far in a wide, expansive, spiritual wave overran the atmosphere over the field. She challenged back. Fear not, Naruto-kun. I am taking this opportunity to thank you for saving my life. Thoroughly. The fallen all flinch, step back, and some even fall to a knee from the spiritual pressure alone. The Nightwings were fine, though hairs were on end, irises constricted, and muscles coiled. Kuratsuchi arrived here, having sensed the sudden sensation, appearing from a flurry of black feathers, and took one look at the situation, raised a brow before moving beside Genma, then muttered, "No one invited me?" Genma shrugged, then countered, "Just got here myself." Genturu and Issei both paled, then went rigid as boards in absolute fear. Breaths labored, heart thumping in their ears, that are burning enough to cause pain, but their minds were blank and did not register it. Their sacred gears had activated on defensive reflex, the only reason they hadn't blacked out yet. Abruptly the pressure subsided and both took a deep, heavy inhale of breath, their bodies shaking and knees failing when they heard a feminine voice behind them. "Focus on your breathing." Glancing back, both boys saw the trench coat Kunoichi stepping up beside them, brown eyes fixated on the source of the pressure. Anko added, once she stood just ahead of them, using her own chakra to shield the two young boys and the other three humans. "This is just pressure. No intent. So just breathe. You'll be fine." Her normal playful, suggestive, borderline psychotic behavior was sidelined, replaced with an experienced war shinobi that knew what she was talking about. Catching their breaths, Genturu was first to manage pushing off the floor and then sat back on his heels. Issei a few moments later, Goru, Miki, and Elise a moment later, with all eyes looking at the center again. Naruto seemed to glance around, feeling the shift in the now chakra-laced wind, feeling the ripples across the ground, before looking back on the kitsune with a sly smile and noticed the faint glow surrounding her swaying tails. "This is impressive, Sei-chan." "Nice. Sweet words won't save you from my flames now, Naruto-kun," Sei replied as her white tails fan out, blue fox flames igniting along their tips. Chuckling with a grin, Naruto shrugged. "Wouldn't dream it would." Blue wisps of flames shot out at the blonde immediately, forcing him to leap back as the ground he stood upon erupted in fire. Hopping back, more bursts of foxfire shot forward, forcing Naruto to duck left, slide back, flip twice, and then pull a kunai and slash a blast that got too close for comfort. The second his feet touched ground again, a sharp whip of blue flames cut across the distance between him and Sei in an instant. It sliced through him the next moment. Poof! A cauterized log hit the floor. The yokai, humans, and fallen angels blinked at that. Where did a log come from? The shinobi all smirk. A basic replacement jutsu. Damn! Naruto muttered, stepping out from behind a tree at the back, all eyes snapping to him as he flips the kunai into reverse grip. Got some serious speed! He shot forward, Sei didn't hold back as sharp arcs of wind slashes rushed toward the charging blonde, forcing him to duck aside, deflect with his own, or twisting aside. Yet, she increased the Yujitsu barrage with the addition of her blue fox fire, as she declared. "I am not done yet, Naruto-kun." Yikes! Naruto muttered, jumping left, dodging further left, and then a jump back of an explosive blue flame. Landing in a skid, he looked up and suddenly there were three separate Cs, all throwing different kinds of attacks, and he grinned. Yeah, in chakra alright. Sliding away his kunai, Naruto went through hand signs, tiger snake rat snake tiger. Water release, water wall. Hands slammed together and water materialized from the air itself and immediately formed around him, colliding with several foxfire blasts, erupting in steam that was blown apart by the wind blades that failed to pierce through the wall. The water flowed and held position around the blonde. The non-shinobi all stared in fascination at the wall before it fell back to the ground, sizzling at the scorched parts. Smirking, Naruto commented casually. Your control's better than I guessed. It became teasing easily enough as he added. But it still leaks. Bristling subtly, Sei recomposed herself and prepared to correct that statement with prejudice. Leaks? Really, Naruto-kun? Such juvenile taunts in a spar against masters? How unbecoming of you! The blasts of foxfire, tripled in size instantly, perfectly formed and calmly restrained, growing in number. Off to the side, Anko snickered. She's pissed. No shit. Issei muttered. Genshin nodded in full and total agreement. Well, buckle up. Anko commented, smirk forming as she watched and felt the chakra spike within her man-meat. You got front row seats to the awesomeness about to unfold. Both boys nodded, eyes glued front. 2 puffs of smoke, one from each of his wrists, signaled that Naruto was taking this up a notch. Just one. This was a spar. An activity to stretch their chakra pools a bit. An exercise routine. Yet the smoke cleared and he took up a new stance, revealing his duo of 3-pronged kunai, both in reverse grip. The shinobi in crowd stood straighter as the blue eyes sharpened on the vixen. Naruto whispered. Don't hold back on my account, Sei-chan. Show me what a vixen of your station can do. Gladly. Sei responded without delay. The 30 orbs of foxfire that were illuminating the entire clearing flare hotter briefly, controlled, luminous but spiritually leaning. Didn't stop them from shooting towards the blonde at the far end, like children told they can play. As they closed, Naruto's kunai began to hum the song of their homeland. Winds rushed the length of the blade, then extend past it at speeds gale force winds would gawk at, and they glow a soft white. His eyes narrowed as he tracked the trajectories of the closest 10, then he takes a step back and swings a wide arc, cutting through the first 3 orbs in one movement of his one kunai, the wind slicing through it like a blade through silk. Foot digging in, Naruto pivots and goes for a long, wide-arcing slash, the winds trailing after the edge like a razor wire and cut through another 3, the remaining 2 moved away from the strike and charged him again. Great. They are remote-controlled. Leaping back, the first blast rattled the shinobi, but gave him the blast radius, and so he touched down then vanished in another explosion of blue flames. The dust was blown apart by a second hit, sending wood chips in all directions. More explosions before Naruto can be seen back flipping tight and landing in the center, when another wisp of foxfire rushed him from the side. He swung at it, a trail of wind slashing out, on for it to twirl over it, and for some reason, the blonde got the distinct impression he was being mocked. No idea why, it just came to him like an instinct. From the crouching position, Naruto watched as the compressed mote of flame rushed him and, this time he didn't wait for impact, he forced a substitution and replaced himself with a log, that exploded in flames immediately following its arrival. Landing on the edge of the training ground, Naruto glanced around to see a spiral of foxfire approaching him rapidly, and realized this could be a problem. A change in tactics then? Reaching into his equipment pouch, he grabs a handful of notes, and waits as the fire begins to circle him. With the notes primed, Naruto molds his chakra for another Kawarimi no Jutsu, but this time he will counter-trap it. As soon as the flames lash out at him, Naruto substitutes with a log, but leaves it littered with explosive notes that explode a moment later. The shockwave extinguished the flames in the immediate vicinity, knocked some of the audience stumbling back, and the yokai in the audience covered their ears from the sudden, unexpected explosion. Kuratsuchi smirks, almost instantly suppressing her cackle at the perfect use of excessive amounts of explosive ordnance in a spar format. Expertly done, Naruto. Expertly done. Hana grumbles as she checks her hearing, though shot her kid brother a scathing glare when he cheered for the show, hyped for the escalating level of flashy explosions. He didn't need that many. Hanabi muttered, drawing Zenovia's attention at her side. The former exorcist turned fallen angel asked. You mean teacher overdid, whatever that was? Hanabi nodded once, then corrected. But I am sure he had a reason, as I wouldn't have done that much. It would be wasteful. You can do that? Zenovia inquired almost incredulously. The growing infamous Hanabi stare of, Are you a moron? I think you are a moron, was turned on the blue-haired, green-fringed woman who suddenly found the fight very interesting, despite its current lull. After the initial shock, Issei cheered at the aftermath of the explosion as he pumped his fist. That was awesome! When can I learn that? Anko snorted. When you stop pissing yourself at the sight of snakes. Issei deflated, Genshin perked asked. So I can learn that? Absolutely not. Mickey cut in, placing a very maternal foot down. Though her follow-up wife glared at her, subtly enthusiastic, husband was able to subdue his abruptly rekindled desire to blow stuff up as she added. I will discuss this with Naruto-san after this. Anything that dangerous must be taught to be used responsibly. I will not allow for anything less. Her eyes narrowed, even Anko gulped for reasons that escaped her awareness right now. Mickey finished. I clear? Yes, ma'am. Issei, Genshiro, Goru, Elise, and Anko reported promptly, allowing the Twilight healing user to nod firmly, secured in the knowledge that they were all being responsible. Nishiki whispered. Yo! I heard the rumors and stuff, about the paper. But seeing it. Motiki added, getting nods from everyone else. Paper? That explodes. What in the hell and heaven would be capable of creating something so dangerously inconspicuous like that and call it art? If only they knew that these were the low-grade ones. Or if Tenten was present. Dropping out a tree at the kitsen's flank, Naruto charged again, leapfrogging over the audience in doing so. With a casual flick of one of her many tails, Sei directed the nearest foxfire orb towards the charging Naruto, only for the blast to pass right through him and the genjutsu to fade away. She blinked. That was an illusion. Two Narutos appeared from opposite directions of the training field, charging the white-furred vixen who smirked dangerously. Sei commented calmly. Really? Naruto-kun? Illusions on a kitsune. How benign. Two blasts of kitsune fire exploded on both of them. They faded away as she looked to a different tree, near the last time she knew it was him. Naruto stepped out, chuckling with an easygoing smile. Well? Sei-chan. I've always wanted to try that. Those clones. I couldn't use them for the longest time. Figured why not now? Kiba snorted from the audience, then muttered. He actually used Bunshin no Jutsu, in a spar of this level? Hana chuckled, arms crossed and grinned sharp. So it would seem. Blinking, Hanabi asked. Could Nisama really not use such a basic jutsu? Kiba snorted again, then clarified. Yeah, he sucked at it. Always came out looking funny, half dead, or not at all. Heard Kurenai gave him some lessons. Hana offered, and Kiba nodded. That made sense. Makes sense if Kurenai-sensei trained him. She's the best at that stuff. Blinking at that, Suzu looks to him and asked. Kurenai-sensei? I don't believe I've met anyone with such a name. And you won't. Hana commented sharply, but not unkindly. Just ensuring that door remained firmly closed. Kiba felt the stiffening of his girlfriend, so squeezed her hand in reassurance, but said nothing to contradict his elder sister. Sei smiled, but it was not comforting. If you wanted illusion, Naruto-kun, all you had to do was ask. Naruto raised a brow at the wording, guessing what was coming next, if this rapidly expanding field of Yin chakra he's sensing was anything to go by. Admittedly, his eyes did flick beyond Sei briefly. Yasaka was paying rapt attention. Kuna's mouth has been ajar for the entire spar, tails swaying excitedly. He smirked. Guess it about time to flex his chakra properly, and show them the difference between chakra and chakra. The illusion was multilayered. The air became misty, heavy, and loaded with an aimless emotional tension designed to distract. Multiple Cease appeared next, stepping slowly through the mist and looking dangerously upset, before abruptly charging towards the lone shinobi. Naruto realized it was time, and had already pulled back his chakra. The second the illusions got within striking distance, he unleashed it. The illusion abruptly shattered, blown away, and a weight settled over the training ground. Sei, Yasaka, Suzu, Yaju, and obviously Kuna all felt it. A pressure behind the eyes. The air compressing. The sense of something coiled. Naruto. Their eyes land on him. The air was tightly wound around him. This chakra of his was dense, layered, wrapped tightly around him as he stood there. What is that? Plenty of the fallen angels were struggling to stand, but not because of the pressure, but by the sheer density of the power rolling off Naruto right now. This was unheard of in any of their books. It was Rainier who voiced the question. Is he even able to control that? Snorting, all eyes snapped to Anko as she quipped. Oh yeah, girly. Trust me, when he fights seriously. Brown eyes briefly met purple, grin sharp as needles. Pray for your enemies' mercy. They'll need it. Tagaki mumbled. He's not going all out? Another snort from Anko, a low, menacing chuckle. Not even close. He's just flexing. It's a spar, not even training. Though when that falls off, her face gets a bit more serious, voice takes on a breathless tone. He becomes a true monster against anyone who harms his own. Naruto spoke again, cheeky smile. Nice illusions. What's next? This broke Sei from her brief daze back to the fight at hand, and she smirked, the compressed balls of fox fire at her back collecting into a single point, expanding into a live, tall wall of blue flames as she stated. If illusions won't work, then I have to get a bit more direct, right Naruto-kun? Naruto nods, watching the wall of flames climb above the approximate height of Night Tower, and almost roaring at him. Scratch that, it was roaring and the strange heat increasing. His grin returned, as he now realized he has an excuse. A valid, very reasonable excuse to perhaps escalate. His low cackle couldn't be heard but could be seen, and those who saw it face-palmed. Except Anko, she started cackling too as she knew what he was thinking and thus, what he was about to do. Sei's 8 white tails flaring behind her, glowing a vibrant spectral blue at the tips, as she declared. Try not to get burned too much, Naruto-kun. This is one of my more dangerous techniques. The wall turned into a wave as it surged forward, crossing the distance between it and the black bang blonde opposing it. Naruto. He wasn't worried. In fact, he was so unworried, he sealed away his 2 3-pronged kunai into his wrist seals and stepped forward. The step turned into a light jog, hand out to the side and chakra gathering. His smirk grows with the sound of a familiar hum every shinobi knew all too well at this point. It was nearly drowned out by the roaring flames, but it was there and steady. As Naruto's light jog turns into a sprint, the air tightened, the hum climbing in volume but drowned out by the curling over wave of flames that crash over him. Until they split. Tearing through the wave like a drill through cloth, Naruto erupts from the flames, the spiritually charged fox fire dissipating around him, unable to withstand the compressed, rotational chakra of the counterattack. Sliding to a stop in the middle of the smoky clearing, Naruto stood untouched by fire or smoke that was being blasted away from him, the breeze displaced from the pressure of the technique in his right hand. Perfectly stable, compact, dense, humming softly, and spinning in full control. Rasengan. With the silence of the training ground firmly settled, no one could claim to not hear Naruto as he spoke, seriousness replacing his earlier cheek and playfulness. This is the difference between us, Sei-chan. He looks from his A-rank assault jutsu, humming softly above his right palm, to the vixen standing opposite him, that hasn't taken her eyes off it either. Your power, your chakra expands. Ours compresses. He lifts it skillfully, closer to his face as he added. Our techniques were forged to end fights. Cleanly. Efficiently. With nothing but what we carry inside us. Naruto glanced directly at Sei, then to Yasaka at her back, her golden slit eyes too locked on the spinning ball of perfectly balanced yin-yang chakra that should be impossible. He continued, This is why we didn't share them with you when you asked that time. Both Sei and Yasaka snapped their gazes to his now, recalling their early negotiations again and how sharing of techniques was shelved. Naruto glanced around at the scorched ground from this spar, then added, Think about it. If even a fraction of this entered your inter-clan rivalries. He didn't need to finish, the fact that they both glanced to one another immediately told him they got the message. Kuratsuchi had no such restraint. Kyoto would burn. Snorts among the shinobi, Naruto gave the woman a deadpan stare that she shrugged at. She wasn't ashamed of taking the initiative. He was broken from it when the ever-curious Kanu, backed up by Yaju, appeared beyond Sei, while staring intensely at the spinning ball of chakra. The young Kyubi whispered breathlessly. So pretty. Naruto smiled at that, looking to it and responded. I guess you could say that. Kuratsuchi snorted, stepping beside the young Kunu, hand out to stop her getting too close while she stated. The A-rank assault jutsu. Responsible for the deaths of thousands. Feared by shinobi everywhere. Yasaka instantly pulled her daughter back behind her, eyes locked on the spiraling death ball of strange chakra, while the co-leader of the Nightwings finished the introduction. The Rasengan. The 5 yokai present all gulped nervously at that very moment, hearing that even these shinobi have techniques that they fear, despite the ease of which one handled one of their stronger fighters. Sei then commented quietly. It's heavy. Dense. Yasuo confirmed, eyeing up the spiraling mass of so-called chakra. Naruto glanced between them both, nodded once then corrected. Balanced? Balanced? Yasaka inquired about his wording. Naruto nodded while looking to her, Rasengan humming away, unbothered, as he explained. You called it Yujitsu. Right? To my senses? Our senses. Kuratsuchi interjects. Sighing, Naruto nods and finished. It's basically what we call In Chakra. We call it In Chakra too. Sei huffed, arms folded, and Naruto nodded again, not meaning disrespect, then moved on. Right. Well, we have In Chakra too. But unlike you, we also have Yang. Yang? Like Toki? Yasuo offered but only got confusion from the 2 Nightwing leaders, so Yasaka explained. Certain martial artists among us that are able to create an aura that can be used to reinforce their bodies temporarily, amplifying it across the board. It's called Toki. Yeah, that sounds like a Yang Chakra body enhancement to me. Kuratsuchi muttered, and Naruto nodded in full agreement, then added. Right. So think of that, but internally managed, refined, and constant. The yokai all stiffen, beside Kunu, who was a little out of the loop. Naruto then added. Though, to what extent compared to this Toki thing, we don't know until we see it. Not to mention it varies from person to person. Genma provided helpfully, getting a nod from both Kuratsuchi and Naruto, who clicks then points at the Jonin. Right, that too. A pause before the Black Bang blonde added. I think at current, Choji has the highest yang density in his chakra at baseline. Then Niwa, Chojuro. Wakino, then you. Kuratsuchi cut in, looking to Genma, who shrugged then nodded to Naruto and added. Then it's him, despite your inadvertent shift to Yin dominant due to factors, your yang is still potent. Naruto had a tight expression, before looking back at the Rasengan stabling humming above his palm. It's still a tender topic for him. Not the shift to Yin itself, despite having to shift his fighting style around it, but rather why it happened at all. Is that stable? Yasuo asked, gesturing to the ball of destruction calmly humming above Naruto's right palm almost innocently, as if it hadn't created a generational trauma in previous conflicts. Naruto nodded with a smirk, then allows the chakra to slow, dim, and diminish partially before reasserting his chakra, and it returns brighter than ever, all without losing control over it. The stun looks were priceless, he chuckled. Of course it is. It's made from my chakra after all. Then how is it stable? Kuratsuchi teased, with a grin, and he looked back at her irritated. Genma chuckled, grinning and not taking a side, which itself was taking a side against his blonde friend. Naruto growled without heat. My chakra control is incredibly precise, thank you very much. Kurenai makes sure of it. Hana offered, appearing among the gathered group with the others slowly closing in. She then added. She'd never allow any of her students to slip, after all. Genma chuckled, that sounded like his wife, so added. Ah, that makes sense. Also explained the Bunshin no Jutsu used earlier. I could never master that back in the academy. Kept overloading them due to lack of control and too much chakra. Naruto muttered beneath his breath, then grunted. Had to use the advanced jutsu variants until recently. Explains a lot. Kuratsuchi quipped, and Naruto glared at her. I had to change my entire fighting style, you know, from the ground up. It's an improvement. Kiba teased, grinned feral. Naruto glared at him next, then snipped. You still rush in head first like a moron, so you can't talk. He has a point. Hana and Genma stated in unison, their eyes on the now flustered Inuzuka. Kiba growled at Naruto, who looked smug in satisfaction at the win. Naruto-kun? Yasaka called, drawing attention to her. She gestured towards the apparently very dangerous ball of balanced chakra humming above his palms still. Could you, perhaps, cancel your attack technique? Kunu is here and she may get hurt. Blinking, all the shinobi glanced to the calmly humming Rasengan, stable in the palm of its creator's hand. For several moments, no one moved. Then, slowly, calmly, and certainly, the sphere began to bleed away harmlessly until eventually, nothing but wisps of chakra were left drifting in the wind. The silence was broken by Kuratsuchi. Perhaps you could show them the wind one? All eyes looked to the co-leader of the Nightwings, faces of incredulousness apparent. It was Hana who asked. Are you being serious right now? Kuratsuchi shrugged, then offered. Or perhaps we can do that fire one together? Do you hear yourself right now? Genma asked flatly, genuinely curious about whether she had just forgotten where they were. Shrugging again, Kuratsuchi stated while folding her arms. I'm just as curious as anyone to see what combination effects we can create, and don't tell me none of you aren't, because I know you are. The silence from the shinobi told volumes. Out of curiosity, I suppose, Yaju began with the very definition of carefully treaded laced in his voice. These variants. His wind one. Kuratsuchi cut in without hesitation or shame. Would probably wipe out half the city. 5 sets of kitsune eyes snapped to Naruto, like he was something to be studied, feared, contained, managed, or idolized. And, Kuratsuchi continued, loving this and the nervousness of the blank-bang blonde. Serves him right for doing shit and not telling her. He can make 2 at a time, rapid fire. Kuratsuchi! Naruto's roar was barely contained by the village's defensive barrier. Calm as a still pond under a full moon, Kuratsuchi looked to Naruto then asked, perfect face of innocence. Yes? Taking a deep, soothing breath, Naruto stated with clear restraint. I get that you are upset, I do, but that is no reason to scare our hosts, newcomers, and subordinates with tales of destructive capabilities. So keep your lava spitting, ground shuddering, dust dismantling, earthquake making mouth shut, about stuff that doesn't matter. Got it? The silence was definitive. Ignoring the looks of even more incredulousness aimed at her, Kuratsuchi calmly offered her leader. Touché. Kiba lost it. He barked out a belly laugh that robbed him of his ability to breathe in totality. Hanabi actually smirked fully. Enko cackled maniacally with no one to stop her. Hana sighed, though she had a twitching lip upon seeing the pale, nervously twitching tail, kitsune who could not decide whether Naruto or Kuratsuchi were to be feared, managed, or even more dangerous than anything before. Clearing her throat, repeatedly, Yasaka gained the clearing's attention, and she spoke calmly, clearly, and with her pose as the leader of the Western Yukai faction. This certainly was an eye-opening revelation. Plenty of nods before she continued. We shall take what we learned here and discuss the path moving forward. Yasaka's golden eyes locked onto the violet-hued, blue eyes and she stated, I will not dismiss your concerns. They are valid and wise. So we will approach this with all due care when discussing the matter. Stepping forward, she offered a hand to Naruto and finished. I hope this is the first true step towards a careful collaboration between us, going forward. Naruto maintained eye contact with Yasaka for a few moments, contemplating whether this was actually safe. Well, as long as they take this carefully, it should be fine. He also took note that Kiba was still hand in hand with Suzu, add in the fact that Sei-chan has shown interest in him. Then there is Yasaka herself, too. This leads him to all but guess that their integration with the Western Yukai faction, especially with the recent news of the Usagi clan wanting to thank them, the continued probing with Kid clan, and the Nikomata through Shikamaru, is all but certain at this point. With a tight sigh through his nose, Naruto took Yasaka's hand, noticing her subtle flinch, but stated, "Yeah, we can work on this. Though I think Araki would be a better fit for the research side of things." When their hands parted, he added, "He's more of the techie guy and Naruto." Yasaka cut in, tone stern, drawing his attention and eyes locked on her. This is when she really looked into his eyes and observed the violent hue, recalling seeing his shift of his true form back in her office during that crisis, and so asked carefully, "Has something truly happened recently?" Her emphasis on truly was not missed, and Naruto's eyes cut around the mixed gathering, the level of knowledge known by the various characters present. After a moment, he stated, "It was handled already." A pause, then Naruto added, "Though, there is a few lingering effects. Nothing serious." Their gazes held for several seconds before Yasaka nodded once, clear and decisive, before she responded, "I see. I will trust in your judgment, however if you require any counsel on the matter, I will give you a call." Naruto confirmed flatly, before sighing and nodding once she gave him a look. Naruto-sama?" Kuna's small voice drew all eyes to the young Kyuubi, appearing from behind her mother, now that the supposedly dangerous attack had vanished. Naruto shuddered at the formality from one so young, but listened as she continued, "You never used fire like that time back in my home." "Why?" Nodding, Naruto explained, "As I said from before, Kuna-chan, I have no ninjutsu that use it, nor am I particularly good with it." Humming, Kuna nodded, then posed, "Then maybe you can learn Yujitsu using it, right? Same with your senjutsu my Hahayui complained about." Yasaka tried desperately to pretend not to know what her daughter was saying, not getting flustered, not acknowledging the sly smirks on a few faces, or even allowing her tails to flinch at the accusation her troublesome daughter put in her mouth. Nope. Not reacting. Instead, she turned to her daughter and said completely calmly, "Kuna-chan, I believe we should be going now." Kuna knew that tone and wisely became the perfect picture of a dutiful daughter, nodded once with grace, before bowing to the leader of the Nightwings. "Thank you for allowing me to come, Naruto-sama." Clearing his throat unnecessarily, Naruto nodded once while his closed fist remained ahead of his mouth, preventing the smirk from being seen as he responded, "It's fine, Kuna-chan. Just keep this our little secret, okay?" Kuna nodded once, gracefully, and filled with the poise installed in her from an early age, which was enough to get an approving nod from Hanabi, that went largely unseen. Turning to her mother, Naruto added, "Dinma will see you back to your temple, Yasaka-sama." Looking to the other kitsune, he added, "All of you?" "Era." Sei began immediately, getting a deep exhale from the blonde's nose at her glistening eyes of the mischievous kind. Thankfully, Naruto was saved by Anko. "Nah, none of that." Which halted the Hachibi vixen, who snapped to the kunoichi as she stepped ahead of her man-meat, then added, "That's enough excitement for one day." "I agree," Hana stated as she stepped beside the trenchcoat-donning interrogation expert. She was soon joined by Toshi and Ascari, who then added, "We all have work to do, so, it best to close things here. Naruto-sensei's harem is fucking awesome," was heard, followed by a loud slap that rang far and wide. Mickey whispered aggressively, "Not now, Issei-chan." While that was all being ignored entirely, and before Sei could counter, Yasaka stepped in firmly. "I agree. Let us conclude this here. We all have much to think about. Perhaps we can reconvene in a week?" Kuratsuchi stepped in here, though her smirk was sharp. "That sounds fine. Don't I get a say in this?" Naruto muttered, but again went ignored as Hana added, "That will be suitable." Nodding, Yasaka turned to Genma, who nodded, then led the kitsune back towards the tower. Kuna waved back. "Until next time, Hanabi Wani-sama." Hanabi just nodded, face of indifference on full display. With the kitsune gone, Naruto as swarmed by the Nightwing auxiliary members, all chanting and shouting over each other about the spar they just witnessed. Most were about his true strength, how he can use chakra, and how can they learn it. Irritated, he suddenly spread his 10 wings and flattered them once, and silence fell again. After they all calmed down, Naruto addressed them. Firstly, you are meant to be Nightwings. Act like it. Nervous chuckles broke out, throats cleared, and postures straightened. Naruto then explained. Everything you just saw is highly classified stuff. Do not mention it to anyone outside our legion, okay? More nods, but Kuratsuchi added her weight behind it with a razor glare. Do not even acknowledge it, or I will bury you beneath the tectonic plates, clear? As crystal. They all chime in unison. Kuratsuchi's gaze remained for a lot longer than any of them felt comfortable with, which was the point before she looked at Naruto, who explained. What you just saw was the power we already had, before Azazel reincarnated us. He looked to the remaining humans among them. Goru, Miki, Genshiro, Issei, and then on his ever-loyal Elise Ward, then continued. We were already well-trained and powerful before that. I won't bore you with the details, but we chose to join the Grigori, then create the Nightwings afterwards. Nightwings! Enko chirped, grinning ear to ear with a fist pump. Kuratsuchi grew irritated. With hands on hip, Hana face-bombed, Kiba snorted into his grin, then fist bumped Naruto, while the other shinobi rolled their eyes at the truth behind the name. An insider joke at this point. These were obviously noticed by the auxiliary members, who grew curious about the reactions, but they listened as Naruto continued. So, when we say, the strength you gain now will only be enchanted by the procedure, we speak from experience. Keep training now, and later the strength is that much greater. Immediately Issei's fist met his open palm, grin ecstatic as he claimed. Then, what the hell are we all standing around for? Permission? My dream of harem kingship won't. A bonk from his mother stopped his sudden resolve spike. His father's sigh of exasperation told of many hours of struggle that none wished on their enemies, as Miki confirmed. That is certainly comforting to know, Naruto-san. However, I feel that I would be remiss if I didn't have a few words with you before the procedure. For some reason, Naruto had never felt so threatened by her tone. What the hell did he do? Genshiro stepped up next, gray eyes clear and fist against his heart. You can count on me, Naruto-sensei. He got a nod of approval from the Nightwings present, while Zenobia added. I will keep pushing towards my own goal, Naruto-sensei, Toshi-sensei. That is my vow. Both mentioned nodded with smirks. Elise bowed lightly, then offered. I will endeavor to ensure that I do not slow you down, Naruto-dano. Naruto's grin faltered slightly at that, but he nodded regardless. You never have, Elise. Looking to the fallen angels now, he added. As for you all, Abigail, Serena, Rainer, Kalawarna, Sasori, Wada, Tagaki, Nishiki, Imai Hata, and Motiki, members of the Nightwing Auxiliary Company, all stood to attention. Naruto added firmly. You all have been working alongside us for longer than most. You may not see it, constantly fighting against us in training, but from the reports I get, you are all far stronger and refined than any other fighter in the Grigori. He grinned, then added. Take pride in the fact that we have noticed. We'll continue to notice, and we'll be relying on your continued efforts moving forward from here on out. We are all Nightwings. Experts. Professional. Elite. Enko cheered, fist up, and they all cheered with her, getting face palms from her fellows. Naruto just shook his head at her antics, then finished. So, keep working on what you can do and forget about what you can't. Together, we're unbeatable. Every single fallen angel puffed up their chest at that, nodding along with pride. Naruto just hoped it didn't go to their heads. It would become a problem if it did. A glance to the sky told him he should already be elsewhere and sighed. He muttered. I got another meeting to get to. Hana, closest to him, turned and raised a brow as she asked. Meeting? With whom? Sighing from the depths of his heart, Naruto muttered. The only one I am starting to get along with way too well with among the Heaven group. Kiba snorted, leaning in. Your twin sister, huh? I get it. Hana shot him a glare and he backed off immediately, but his eyes were clearly saying he totally called that too without needing words to do it for him. Report 25. Our Fallen Legion. Kyoto, Church Sector. Entering the Heaven District always made him feel unwanted, so Naruto did not enter the area without his Nightwing attire, instead in his gray-lined black, high-collared, knee-length battle kimono that was partially his dark chain-mail armored chest visible beneath. A gray bush clover embroidered on his upper arms near his shoulder, the Grigori plate vertically beneath it. The black cargo trousers, a gray kunai pouch on each thigh that had three-pronged kunai sticking out just enough for an easy reach, and on his back was his heavy sword in a unique chakra-powered harness to secure his Excalibur destruction to his back snugly. Soft leather-armored gloves covered his hands, that were flexing at the moment, led into the bracers up his lower arms beneath his sleeves and seemed to fit the look. His blonde hair was pulled back neatly into a low ponytail, black bangs loosely hanging by his cheeks as he passed by priests, who watched him intently, nuns, going about their business, and a few exorcists, who noticed his weapons but didn't bar his path. Eventually, Naruto reached the main cathedral. He found that the courtyard was quiet at this late hour. A glance up showed that the night had fully set in, so he decided to stand by one of the stone arches and wait for the guys upstairs to notice. They noticed, and he felt the shift immediately. The absence of presence was settling. Not even the bells within the towers dared not make a sound to disturb the tranquility of the moment. The flicker of movement drew his violet hue in his otherwise blue eyes when the tranquility was broken and one of the great seraphim stepped into view, calm and serene. As Naruto stood beneath the refurbished stone archway, arms folded as he leaned against one side of it, and eyes locked on the one suddenly opposite him. Serial's wings folded out, silver wings furled by not hidden, while her gaze was sharp enough to cut stone while she spoke flatly. "Explain." "I was gone for less than a minute." Naruto exhaled through his nose. "You stepped into liminal time," she continued. Her voice did not rise. "There was no need," Serial added evenly. "Between breath and silence. You do not get to reduce that to a minute." Naruto held her stare, he voiced. "Cheyenne would have died. And if you misjudged the threshold?" Serial shot back, sharp-edged, but not pointedly hostile. She pressed. "If the pulse point rejected you? If whatever held you there decided you were no longer unfinished? The Shinigami wasn't hostile. That is not the point." Serial finished and a silence returned. She stepped forward carefully now, boots clicking softly against the stone. Now standing up close, her eyes were colder but not angry. They were focused. After a moment, she continued firmer. "You engaged a death god in its own world. Without preparation. Without tether." Naruto knew it was spur of the moment, sure, but he never said anything about not having a tether. The Shinigami mask is a Uzumaki clan secret. That was his tether, so he was not at risk. Not that he would say that. "Without a witness capable of dragging you back if the balance shifted." Serial continued, unaware of that secret of his. Naruto gave a faint, humorless smile as he admitted. "I was fine, he couldn't have touched me as I was out of his reach. Someone else's hand and all that." "Yes," Serial returned quietly. Then her gaze sharpened as she finished. "And that is precisely what concerned me." The silence stretched between them after that. Eventually, Naruto looked away first, his gaze drifting toward the stained glass windows reflecting the moonlight of the night sky. After a few moments, he finally responded. "It wasn't planned, admittedly. But he started circling, metaphorically speaking. I knew what he wanted. He was testing the edge. And you answered. Mine was at risk," Naruto stated matter-of-factly. "You know I won't back down in that case." Serial's wing twitched faintly at that. His own didn't as she continued. "You hid your title." It wasn't exactly an accusation, more of a statement, as he did in fact not reveal it to Heaven when they first met. Heck, he didn't even tell Azazel he had one. "You hid your echo, now I find out he knew when I didn't that you hid your echo. He named it Survival," she continued, but Naruto countered immediately. "It was survival." She caught the flicker in his eyes, so Serial pressed. "And now?" He didn't answer immediately, trying to figure out how best to answer. Eventually, Naruto spoke at last. The pause responded. He said it like that. Like something touched it before I did. Like it's waiting. Serial inhaled slowly, then spoke. Death is not a blade you swing blindly. Her voice felt quieter now, less commander, more sister when she added. It is a ledger. A threshold. A current. You do not step into its flow without understanding what it will take from you in return. Naruto glanced at her, resolve unshaken. I've been stepping into currents my whole life, Serial. This is nothing new. And I am telling you. She snapped off quickly, then checked herself. A breath, then continued. I am telling you, you will train. Blinking owlishly, Naruto countered off-balanced. Excuse me? You will train. Serial repeated, arms folded and eyes narrowed, daring him to challenge her. Under me. Ignoring the glare, Naruto's brows lifted. You already critique everything I do. Because everything you do is improvised. Serial stressed, but he countered. I intercepted flawlessly. You tripped twice. I have no idea what you did. Serial insisted, and he huffed. She did not smile, but her eyes softened a fraction, then she added. You are not just a reincarnated fallen with an Excalibur anymore. She glanced around, the silence short and still while the coast was clear. The angel of heavenly death continued. You are a death-aligned seraph. Whether you like the title or not. It wouldn't have been my first choice. And Serial spoke over his quip, then pressed. If you insist on stepping into liminal spaces to bargain with Reapers, you will do so knowing how to anchor yourself. Naruto titled his head slightly. Anchor? Yes. Serial griped, annoyed, and exasperated with his nonchalance of the matter. Breath discipline. Echo resonance. Domain stabilization. Then surprisingly, to the blonde, she tapped 2 fingers against his sternum, then stated. You flared when he mentioned hidden sound. That caused Naruto's gaze to darken faintly, then he whispered. He accused me of thinning. And you reacted. I corrected him. You reacted. Serial repeated evenly, their gaze locked on one another for a long time. Naruto looked away again. For a moment the facade slipped just a little, then he muttered. I didn't like how he said it. She studied him for a time before she spoke. That is why you train. His violet hue, blue eyes met her violet again. Serial continued softer now. Not because you are weak, but because you are carrying something you do not yet fully understand. A small snort, Naruto muttered lowly. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Immensely. Serial responded immediately, no delay, as if it is pre-planned, preloaded, and was just waited for confirmation to launch. His eyes rolled so hard, you would mistake them for gyroscopes against annoyance. Stepping forward closer, voice lowered further, Serial continued. You died once. That killed the temperature in the immediate vicinity, even the air seemed to still at that confirmation, and their gazes remained locked on the other. She didn't stop. Someone intervened. That alone places you in a category that should not exist. Do not compound it with your inherent recklessness. I wasn't reckless. You were alone. It was time critical. You should have called. There was no time. Why do you insist on doing this alone? Where did that come from? It is obvious. I had it handled. How? Serial pressed, leaning in, and Naruto had no direct answer. Her gaze softened, another fraction, voice steady. You aren't alone, my idiot twin. Remember that. A short pause, before Naruto whispered. It wasn't reckless. To you. Serial replied. Naruto blinked. The insult lacked heat and landed warmer than she probably intended for it to. His lip twitched faintly, as he muttered. There it is. The sister lecture. You will attend session twice a week. Serial pushed on, as if he hadn't spoken, leaning into her rights as the senior angel of death and older of the two. She didn't stop either. No argument. We will start with controlled entry into shallow pause fields. Then re-escalate. Escalate? You crossed anyway. Serial admitted, then commented as if an afterthought. Might as well do it correctly and in proper order and fashion. Exhaling through his nose again, it almost resembled a laugh, Naruto finally responded. Fine. Twice a week. 3. 2. Naruto insisted, causing her to stare at him blankly. After a moment, he amended. 2.5. Her eyes narrowed, despite the height difference, and her looking up at him. He noticed the twitch in her leg, likely gearing up for a foot stomping. Eventually, Naruto sighed. 3. Good. Serial confirmed and the twitch stopped. For a heartbeat, the courtyard fell to silence again beneath the moon's light. Then, oh my! Both of them turned to find Gabriel, white robes luminous in the moonlight of the night, golden hair glistening at the entrance archway, hands clasped in delight and blue eyes glistening in joy. Her wings fluttered, despite clearly having arrived unnoticed. Again. Naruto! Little brother! She beamed, practically glowing. The fallen sighed from his soul, listening as she continued. I sensed you were here and simply had to visit. You can't just... Naruto mumbled, though she was already halfway across the courtyard. Serial pinched the bridge of her nose as Gabriel stopped just short of colliding with him, head tilted innocently, finger on lip, as she examined his face. You look tired. You think? Naruto muttered beneath his breath, but she just smiled wider. But very handsome as always. That caused him to freeze. Mind stuck in confusion and indecision. A first. Serial turned away slightly, shoulders shaking once, before she spoke evenly. Gabriel, said Seraph turned to her, as she continued. We were in the middle of a serious conversation. Oh! Gabriel gasped, clasping her hands tighter. She offered. About training? Wonderful! I can observe, yes? Naruto stared at Serial, who stared at the sky instead of back at him. Then, with all the dignity of a death seraph forced into sinking chaos, she sighed then flatly replied. Yes, you may observe. Gabriel clapped daintily, softly, smile radiant causing the lone fallen to sigh hard. Naruto muttered. This is my life now. Yes. Serial muttered, lips curved faintly as she finished. It is my idiot twin. Naruto gave her a side-eyed glare, causing the faint curving of lip to increase to a sibling grin. He hissed. Stop enjoying this. Can't. Serial snipped back, as she stepped past the two others. I am legally and theologically obligated to enjoy your suffering. Blinking, Gabriel asked innocently. Suffering? Naruto, are you suffering? Before Naruto could answer, Serial did. Gabriel. You just said he looked tired, no? I hate you so much right now. Naruto growled at Serial, who glanced back over her shoulder, glint of amusement dancing in her eyes but said nothing. It made it worse. Kyoto, Kitsune Clan Compound, Inner Council Chamber. Not too far from the secret Shinobi village lay the Kitsune Clan Compound, on the same land after all, and far more established. This is where the Kitsune clan resided when not on duty, the place their homes reside, and was an authentic, classical Shinto traditional village, littered with temples to their patron goddesses Amaterasu and Inari. Within the center of this village sat the council chamber. Within it gathered those who took part, or witnessed, the spar between one of their stronger leaders and the leader of the Nightwings. A discussion, a review of previous arrangements were to be had here. Due to the nature of these talks, the long rice paper doors were drawn shut, sealing off even the sound of the sozu in the garden and the ambient noise of a clan living among themselves. Within sat a small gathering of the clansmen, with their clan matriarch sitting in for a change in her role and not as leader of the larger faction they belonged to, in the form of Yasaka. At her side, in a matching saiza, was her normal stand-in for the clan and participant of the spar, say Murika. Ahead of them both, seating in two distinct groups, an elder on their right, silver-furred elder whose age showed not in weakness, but in stillness, and not even his 6 tails shifted. Sei's students were opposite on their left. Izuhara Iota, the black-fired four-tailed kitsune and unofficial leader of the Nightwing-aligned kitsune. Yaju Iota, silver-furred four-tailed kitsune cousin of Izahara. Kosaku, Izahara's best friend, orange four-tailed kitsune who's the bronze to Izahara's brain and flame. Suzu Aoki, dark reddish-brown hair and fur of her four tails, girlfriend of Kiba Inuzuka, and probably the most nervous of the group. Her younger brother, Shimada Aoki, an only three-tailed kitsune present, was the only one present who was relaxed. Only when the chamber was confirmed sealed, did the elder's gaze finally lock on to the young clan head, in his eyes, and he asked, "You requested counsel, young Yasaka. Over a training display not all witnessed. What is it you wish to say?" His voice was calm, not accusatory or even demanding, but then he added, "Was this necessary?" A subtle test, as always when dealing with elders, Yasaka mused before she inclined her head towards Sei at her side, then instructed. "Explain please, Sei." Inclining her head, Sei began a calm, undramatized retelling of events. "He allowed me to lead. To dictate the pace of our duel. Is it right to assume that he means the one that feels like kin?" The elder inquired, getting a nod from those who attended. Upon his nod, Sei continued. "He focused more on evasive action at first, evading my foxfire wisps, blasts, and flame whips by movement alone." Shimada raised a brow, as did Izahara, who looked to Kosaku, that led their eyes to Suzu and Yaju, who both nodded subtly. Yasaka's ear twitched, same with the elder, who hummed softly. "He was quick, agile, and largely unbothered from my assault." Sei continued, posture regal despite the slight smile that has crushed smoothly for her report. "Only after ramping up my attacks and landed hits, he switched tactics with a useful technique." The room settled somewhat. A tail flick was the only sound. The elder looked to Yasaka, who then nodded subtly, then explained. "He somehow traded places with a wooden log." Brows shot up in surprise. Suzu's tails wrapped around her little brother Shimada's mouth, the second he opened it to say something no doubt stupid, impulsive, immature, and completely out of touch with the situation. "A wooden log?" The elder posed delicately. Sei, Yasaka, Yaju, and Suzu all nod once seriously. The matter was not questioned beyond that. "As one would expect." Sei began again, poised and careful. "I pressured him with copious amounts of our foxfire, expanding flaming arcs, even layered illusionary overlays atop territory pressure." Everyone nods. It was exactly that, expected. Yet he countered with minimal expenditure on his end. She explained. The elder nods, but his expression tightened lightly into a frown. Sei is not weak, not by a long way. Yes, she has been recovering nicely from a normally terminal disease, but being dismissed as explained should not be a minimal expenditure situation. Sei began to list, one of her tails flicking each time. He traded places with wooden logs, once even covered in explosives of some kind. He summoned water from the air to shield him from my barrage of fire. He channeled the might of the wind through his daggers and even used his own illusions to distract me. The elder would have scoffed at the audacity, but the seriousness level was far too great to ignore such a claim. That someone used illusions against a kitsune and lived to speak of it. Most interesting. Sei finished simply with. During it all, not a single wasted motion. This time the elder's tails shifted in concern. This action did not go unnoticed. Thus Izahara politely interjected. "Sei-sensei." All eyes shift to the black-furred, young four-tailed kitsune, and upon the Hachibi's nod he pressed. "Did he not attempt to overpower you?" "No," Sei replied sharply, matter-of-factly. Her voice lowered notably, as she stated. "He refined the confrontation. Studied my position, my chakra, my attacks, and countered in real time." The tension was felt while watching the elder's contemplation take place, though it was clear that the other young ones, who had missed it, were incredibly interested and silently envious of missing a showdown between their two sensei. Sei adjusted her seating slightly, enough to get attention, and eyes on her as her gaze hardened slightly. Concern rose slightly, but she then explained firmly. "It was then, only then did I escalate to a full projection. Shimada, Izuhara, Kosaku, and the elder jolted up in shock, but one look to Yasaka's calm composure settled them slowly. Eventually they all returned to their seated positions, but they were rattled that an 8-tailed kitsune, one as experienced as Seimurika, would push things that far. The elder pressed instantly, intently. He did not evade? The room itself seemed to hold its breath, the occupants still as if time itself had paused. Sei shook her head calmly, breaking the spell, as she offered. No, elder, he did something even I had not anticipated. Anticipation climbed several notches before she finished. He charged. No one dared not believe that. Not with Yasaka present now, and for this supposed spar, as she would have no doubt stepped in, if this had been folly. She hadn't. Kosaku murmured to Izuhara, who looked uncomfortable and unsure as his cousin, Yasha hadn't countered it either, and he wouldn't lie like this either. Not getting an answer from his best friend, Kosaku posed. Through it? Yes. Yasha answered immediately, his eyes falling to his fellow Jambi Kitsune, his tail swaying once before settling. His crossed arms tightened subtly, recalling the events of the spar. How? Kosaku asked, frowning and bewildered by the admission. That sounded absolutely insane and unbelievable in the same breath. Sure, he's a physical fighter type, not really all that good at jiu-jitsu, like Izuhara or Yashu, but he's not a total dunce on the subject. Sei let out a soft breath through her nose, unnoticed, before she answered quietly. He compressed. The elder leaned forward as he spoke. He compressed? A technique of some kind, then? Most likely. Sei confirmed with a nod, then added. I believe everything he used was a technique of theirs. She paused, eyes closed briefly while recalling the spiraling ball, then opened them on the exhale and explained. But that one was different from the rest. It was controlled. Rotational. Looking up at the elder ahead of her, Sei finished. And lacked an element at all. The elder's eyes sharpened considerably at that point, though Izuhara and Shimada both inhaled sharply, eyes wide. Kosaku though repeated. No element? None. Suzu cut in for her sensei, drawing his eyes to her. She finished. It was pure. Just chakra. It did not burn. It did not flare. Sei reported, all eyes shifting to her, as she explained further. It did not leak either. It simply just existed. And your foxfire? The elder asked, eyes sharp enough to cut through the tatami mats they sat upon. It simply unraveled. Sei responded plainly. A long silence developed at the implications. Both long and short terms. This attack did not extinguish her foxfire, but unraveled it. Izuhara spoke up carefully. Is it stronger? Sei shook her head firmly, then stated. No. The room shifted around that, but her complex expression made it clear it was an unusual situation. She finished. It was complete. What did that even mean? Yasaka glanced between Sei, then back to the elder studying the reactions silently. Even she was still currently coming to her own conclusions, thus the reason she called for this meeting. To hear the other's thoughts. Yashu offered calmly, his arms slipping into his sleeves neatly. From what I can tell. Eyes shifts, postures shift less, as he added. Our chakra expands, expresses. Looking to his sensei, Yashu was about to speak, but Sei countered. His folded inward. Frowning, Kosaku mulled it over for a moment, before he offered carefully. Implosion, over projection. The elder nods, tail flicked, before he finally spoke. And the consequences? If even a portion of that kind of structural refinement entered our internal disputes. Sei began immediately, starting strong, but faltered at the end as the thought prevented her. Shimada, the only three-tailed kitsune here, had no such qualms and blurted out. Clan rivalry becomes eradication, right? Two of Suzu's tails knocked him up the head. He was not wrong, though. The silence that followed showed they all knew it to be true too. Kitsune politics was sharp, but contained. Refined lethality would remove that containment. Izuhara spoke slowly, carefully, while looking to his sensei. Sensei, you taught us that we, as kitsune, cultivate dominance. Sei's eyes softened slightly, glad he recalled her lessons. Yasuo quickly countered. In that sense, they cultivate termination. In my opinion, at least. It was his observation, not emotional. That difference mattered here. Clearing his throat, gaining the room's attention, the elder finally voiced his concern. Yet, he showed you this willing, you say? All slipped to Yasaka, who answered without hesitation. Yes. Why? Simple. She began, firmly, then finished. So, we would understand their position. A short pause before Yasaka added. Why we never got joint trainings in chakra. The elder grunted once, clearly thoughtful. Sei finally allowed a level of honesty into her tone as she spoke. For a moment, I believed I could match it. No one interjected, or interrupted, as her swaying tails finally came to a rest before she finished softer. I was wrong. There was no shame, only clarity. Sei added. It was not overwhelming power, not outright. It was discipline designed. Yasaka filled in, getting a nod from her best friend in agreement. After a few moments of silence, Yasuo summarized. We are creatures of spirit. Our emotion fuels our flame. They are creatures of discipline. Suzu added firmly, having spent the most time among the shinobi of the others. Beside maybe Yasuo. Though, she added, their emotions only sharpen their blade. That's when the elder nodded, understanding coming across him as he exhaled slowly. Thus, the reasons they hesitate. Why they do not wish to train us. He nods, then added. They are wise beyond their years. Yasaka glanced to Sei, who glanced back, blue meeting gold, as they both recalled that brief glimpse into the past they have been allowed to witness. Wise may not be the most acute words, but it certainly fits. Being careful, Suzu ventured delicately. But if trust deepens, maybe we can revisit the matter? The question entered the space, a question everyone wanted to ask, but none dared to, yet it started cooling the still silent air a fraction and building upon the tension. So this time, it was Yasaka who moved deliberately and voiced her conclusion calmly. He did not deny us from arrogance. The tone was resolute, it did not falter at all as she continued. He denied us from foresight. Rising slowly, Yaka's golden eyes steady, firm, and resolved as she stated. We have endured centuries because our conflicts have remained measured. That has been our strength, our restraint. If that refinement entered our rivalries. Her gaze swept over the room, calm, patient, and regal as she did not stop. Kyoto would not survive its own pride. None argued, not even the elder. Yasaka's tone softened, fractionally. We will not pursue shinobi marital doctrine. We will not request chakra training. We will not mistake refinement for superiority. Her tails maintained the regal pose as they swayed gracefully, as she added. We will grow in our own way. And we will respect the boundary that has been set. With that said, their course set, they all inclined their head to their lady, who nodded her acceptance. This was a clear recognition of the difference in their positions. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. Morning had come by the time Naruto finally teleported back to the village, slouched slightly briefly before he stretched out, finally releasing the pent-up need to expand his muscles from the constant constriction of meditation. Serio was nothing short of a taskmaster. Gabriel did not help either. Yet, as the blonde parted the door of the basement teleportation room, he was met by the raven-cut, emerald-eyed kunoichi known as Shizuka and blinked. She blinked too, not having expected to run into him on her way up from the intelligence department. Not that she was complaining. With a smile far too telling, Shizuka offered. Long night, Anata? Chuckling nervously, Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, you could say that. I guess. A pause, his arms folded as he offered back. You had night shift downstairs? Smiling, Shizuka nodded then replied. Yes. Though, could I impose a small favor upon you? Naruto nodded, then paused and recalled their deal from what seemed like forever ago. Then a moment ago, she said. He blinked then raised an eyebrow. She smiled wider, pushing him back into the room and closing the door behind her. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Training Ground 1. Mid-morning, Naruto and Shizuka arrived at the training ground to find members of the auxiliary corps being mentored by the genin and chunin alike. Their arrival did not go unnoticed. First to reach them was Hanabi, who beamed and inquired, "Ni-sama, what brings you here?" Chuckling lightly, Naruto patted her head and she leaned into it as he replied, "Oh, nothing in particular. Just wanted to see what you all were up to, where you guys are on your training. That kinda stuff." Hanabi nodded, understanding, though did notice his company, but chose to ignore the hussy and replied, "Okay, well, I managed to incorporate several jutsu into my archery." Naruto nodded, grinning as she added, "Kunai Shadow Clone works. Shuriken Shadow Clone does too, and uses less chakra than Kunai, but... Hanabi began, then looked to the target again with a frown. "It's pretty useless at the moment. It only replicates the metal arrowhead. It lacks stopping power." Naruto hummed lightly, but then ruffled her hair as per his right as the older sibling and getting her to squawk indignantly as she cried out, "Not my hair again!" He chuckled as he hopped back from her Juken strike, her optical veins already engorged with chakra. Naruto stuck his tongue out with a grin. "Gotta be faster than that, Hanabi-chan." Glaring with the might of little sisters, who suffered under their big brothers everywhere, Hanabi took up the opening stance of the gentle fist, then slid into a hybrid cross with the whirling fist he taught her. Naruto matched her with the whirling fist's opening stance, smirking before gesturing to come get it. To the non-shinobi, Hanabi blurred, the next moment she's stumbling, stabilizing, and turning to face her brother again. Thankfully, things stay slower and more precise between the two spiky-haired sunshine blondes. As that was going on, Gentira stepped beside Yukata, both eyes glued on the siblings' practice, when he asked, "That isn't like your style, is it?" "No, it isn't." Yukata confirmed that without shame, just as once more, Naruto slipped around and deflected a jab from Hanabi, who suddenly regrounded herself, before going for a multi-thrust strike. Yukata explained calmly, "What we learned is a wind-inspired fighting style." She rethinks over her spoken words, then nods, then pressed on with, "They are using a water-inspired one. I think." "Good eye," Shizuka commented, startling both. Gentira visibly flinched, Yukata less so as she looked to the slightly older Kunoichi. The Nadeshiko confirmed, "It's called the Whirling Fist. A fighting style unique to his clan." Digesting that for all of 10 seconds, Yukata replied, "The Uzumaki clan? The one and only." Shizuka confirmed, nonchalant, though her gaze slid to the Wind Company Kunoichi, then asked, "You know of them?" Yukata hesitated. The only reason she-san, and her late best friend Mitsuri, know about the Uzumaki clan was after they heard about the hero of the hidden leaf, and looked into him. Then meeting him, or a clone of his at least, during the opening stages of the war. Taking a breath, Yukata smiled and stated, "A bit. Only that they were wiped out, thought extinct." Not commenting on the smile, Shizuka nodded once, then returned to observing the spar between the Namikaze siblings. Gentira, though, overhearing this, just had his worldview shaken. A clan. Basically a large family. Wiped out and thought extinct. They treat it so lightly. No, not lightly. Expectedly. Yet Naruto-sensei is from one of these thought extinct lines. He blinks. Oh, that might be why they were so willing to take him, his siblings, and grandfather. Which likely means... "What you thinking so damn hard about?" Yukata inquired, appearing at the blonde's side and startling him. Smirking, she pressed, "You know you should be paying attention here, Genkun." Leaning forward, her long, silky dark hair flowing over her shoulders, smirked challenging and a hint of amusement. Gentira blinked, then went to speak, but another voice cut in. "She's right. Why not get a closer look?" Before he could process this, he suddenly found himself stumbling forward into the sparring duo, and he barely recognized Anko's voice before a fist came at him. Immediately, Gentria blocked with an arm, then struck out with a kick that was blocked. Blinking, his gray eyes met an amused slit blue. Naruto commented, "You've gotten better, Gentria." Suddenly a palm strike sent him stumbling back a few steps with a wince, but he cleared Hanabi's sweeping kick that Naruto deflected harmlessly. It seemed she tried to use the human as a distraction, thus Naruto palms slapping his abdomen to force the stumble and allow him to react. "Get in there too, girlie," Enko said from behind, and a yelp from Yukata as she too was pushed into the spar without warning. Blocking the first jab, deflecting the second, then sidestepping Hanabi's shin strike, Naruto ducked aside from the sudden rush of Yukata. That was more of a stumble like Gentria but better trained. Sidestepping, Naruto threw a jab at the dark-haired Chunin hopeful, who ducked aside, then flowed around and tried to catch him on the flank. Instead of confronting it head-on, he jumped back and evaded both Yukata and Hanabi's separate attacks by getting space. Hanabi was the first to recommit, charging forward, by Wacken still active, with Yukata following, and only Gentria hesitating. Naruto smiled lightly as he took up a defense stance, and as soon as his little sister lunged, caught, then redirected her strike wide, spun in time to slip past the unbalanced Yukata and then continue on to the weak link in the rear. Obviously, his movements are lowered to their level and isn't going all out. This is a spar, a playful one at that, not a death match. When he reaches the blonde, Naruto was forced aside by a new challenger as a staff came down. Issei cried out, "Surprise attack!" Landing a little distance away, Naruto muttered, "Not much of a surprise attack if you announce." He jerked back, barely evading Hanabi's flying kick as he yelped, "Whoa there!" Immediately, Naruto is forced to leap back from Yukata's follow-up. Left, right, left jabs, he blocked, redirected, blocked, then went for a knee strike only for her to catch the knee and use it to propel her up and over him. She spun around as she cleared over him, but landed off balance and stumbled. Likely something she saw Shizuka or Sano do in a spar and hasn't nailed it yet, Naruto mused while catching Issei's staff slam. Looking to the brown-haired teenager, he smirked. "You're getting better too. Just don't announce your plans. Makes it easier to plan for." "Noted," Issei replied, unable to overpower his sensei at all, nor get him to even look like he was trying. No time to think, as he was yanked left then right, before being pushed backwards and losing his footing, stumbling back trying not to let go of his staff or fall over. After pushing Issei back, Naruto deflected Hanabi's Juken strike, then the next 3 follow-ups as he was not interested in a closed Tenketsu point right now. Yukata rushed his flank, and again, he pulled back with a slight hop. Yet, Hanabi launched forward immediately after him, clearly hoping to get close enough for a single Juken strike while he's airborne. Naruto touched down, deflected the little sister, and spun beneath Gentria's charge, cross-arm blocked Yukata's flying kick. He couldn't help but smile. They were starting to stagger their attacks, probably just working around each other and not teamwork yet, but the beginnings are there. Grabbing the raised leg, Naruto pulled Yukata into the path of the charging Issei, causing him to trip over his footing trying to not hit her. Spinning round, he caught Hanabi by the wrist, pulled her round, then kneed her in the gut, and sending her tumbling and out of breath. From what Naruto can see, Hanabi's actually one of the problems in this makeshift team. She's not working with everyone is working around her. No time to think about how to correct that as Gentria stepped up with a basic wind-style base taijutsu stance, likely Sano's work, and his footwork seems to be taking up his concentration. Must be new to it. Not one to turn down a challenge, Naruto approached him at a speed the trainee could handle and saw those gray eyes lock on to him hard. The opening jab caused Gentria to sidestep, then back fist, causing the blue-eyed blonde to lean back from the launch a kick. Gentria ducked, sloppy, and left him off balance, but on his feet still. Suddenly Hanabi. Naruto caught his little sister by her wrists again. She was persistent with a shin strike, but he yanked her the same moment, off-balancing her the next, and then pulled the wrist around and up her back sharp and hard enough to get a wince from her. Calmly, he whispered into her ear. "Hanabi, you are a strong ninja. I'm proud of that, but you need to work with others better." He pushes her forward, hard enough for her to stumble then twirl on her feet. As Hanabi dusted herself off, flatter-eyed her spiky blonde hair properly, she was joined by Yukata, Genshiro, and a staff-armed Issei, who spun it once, before gripping it with one hand. Opposite then stood Naruto, who's gazed upon them slowly, but was seeing a different set of people. It didn't help when Issei declared passionately, "Just you wait, Naruto-sensei. I'll reach the top in no time. I will join your lofty club, then surpass you, to become the greatest this world has seen." Blinking, the blonde angel of death shook his head, and the three silhouettes, one a scarf-clad, another a glasses-wearing, and finally a perpetually blushing teens began to fade from behind Issei, Genshiro, and Yukata respectively. "And be the world's greatest harem king!" Issei roared, preparing to charge in alone as everyone was sweat-dropping, face-palming, or deadpanning at his declaration. For Naruto, that lapse down memory lane snapped away instantly at the words. His mind was about to play the rivals for Hokage. But that shattered that plan and snapped him back to the here and now immediately. Blinking, Naruto asked tentatively, That's good and all, but is that your goal?" Issei nodded seriously, taking up stance with a sly grin, then stated, "You have shown me the way, Naruto-sensei. Your harem is powerful, layered, and curvy in the best ways." "Hold up. Time out." Naruto cut in, drawing all attention to him. He countered, "I don't have a harem." Anko and Issei snorted in unison, cutting him off. Shizuka covered her mouth, to hide her smile and the refusal to accept his position openly. The members of the auxiliary corps, the non-shinobi fallen angels, all stared in disbelief at their leader. Was he truly not aware of it? Of all people, Naruto was painfully aware of his situation, however he also refused to call it that on principle alone. Hypocritical? Without a doubt, but it matters to him, so that's all that matters. Clearing his throat, Naruto redirected. "Come on. We were in the middle of a spar, right?" The silence was broken by Hanabi's charge, Yukata moving next, and Issei following with Genshiro last. The blue-eyed blonde shoved all that stuff aside, focusing instead on what he was best at. Naruto countercharged the foursome and was ready to offer advice on their teamwork. For the next generation, in memory of the last, he will train them hard. Underworld, Grigori Headquarters. In one of the examination rooms of the Grigori Headquarters, one of the teams of new reincarnated fallen had gathered, more out of habit than a need to actually do anything. It's been a few weeks since they chose to become fallen angels, and this is where several examinations were conducted to test their abilities. It's a spacious room, almost cavernous with an echo, with plenty of light sources to ensure complete and unobtrusive vision. Bare white walls, 2-meter squares engraved in the floor, walls, and ceiling, like a large grid. There were likely sensors hidden all over, cameras too, as this was a test room of their strengths both before and after their reincarnation. An observation window 10 meters up, empty as of now, and due to not being needed, it was being used as a storage space with various crates now lying around this unique place for them. The place they chose and forewent their humanity. Their leader, a young man who stood 5 foot 6 inches, brown eyes, black hair, and with a face that was easily forgettable, allowing him to serve well as a spy until recently, when he was exposed by a group of wizards, went by the name Colin. He somehow became the de facto leader of this small team. His second in command was a girl. Well, girl would be a stretch as she was technically old enough to be their mother, but now looked young enough to be their sister, don't ask. Hazel hair, green eyes, and a smile that told much, but admits to nothing. Her name is Ellie. Then there's Jessica. Pale skin, black eyes due to contacts, with short, spiky hair and standing at 5'3" with a recently developed athletic build. She doesn't speak much, or engages much in socializing, and always wears black makeup and outfits with a chain necklace that has the Grigori insignia on it. Then you have the calm and collected Matthew. The Irishman with short brown hair, built like a well-rounded man with brown eyes and a practical attitude. Never speaks of his past, none of them do so, none pry, and yet always seems to be ready for anything. Finally, there is John. The 5'4", black hair and eyes, guy who uses bravado to mask his featherweight nerves. His confidence is growing, not by much and will likely take some time to develop, but it's getting there. With a breath, Colin began. Have we made any progress with the choice? Matthew stated immediately. 210th the Steel Robins are recruiting. They're part of a wing division too. Perking up from her place on a crate of target dummies, Ellie inquired. Wing division. Voskad. Matthew stated immediately, cutting her off. She sighed theatrically, but he added. Apparently, there is a lot of action happening in the north. We can make a name for ourselves if we perform. Easy win. But that also means a lot of strong opposition, right? John countered, looking thoughtfully back at the man who fielded the proposal. Shrugging, Matthew replied. Bigger risk, bigger reward. It's the fastest way to get respect. We can't be bottom of the food chain forever. This will catapult us to the Premier League easy. Humming, Colin nodded then replied, tone measured. We will keep that as a backup for now. Anything else? After a few moments of silence, Ellie finally shared. I was approached by the 8th Legion, Sasha's Eagles. They claimed that I would be a valued member to their outfit if I accepted. But, Colin pressed, feeling the hesitation in the woman's voice easily enough, despite her best attempts to stay detached. I asked around? Ellie drawled, almost lazily, and dragging this on longer than required. She added, almost airily. It's a matriarchal legion. Like full-on misandrous stuff. Only males with less than 4 wings are allowed, allegedly. Take it as you wish. Nodding in thought, Colin offered. You and Jessica could do good there. Ellie hummed, but made no comment from her place atop a crate. Jessica, sitting below with her back against the same crates, offered calmly. No thanks. Sounds exhausting. That too. Ellie chimed in and silence returned again. Finally, John spoke up, breaking it. What about the 6th Silver Legion? They seemed welcoming. Matthew nodded then added. Aye, they did. If they accept those rascal devils, then we'd be fine. My thoughts exactly. John confirmed, hands in pocket. Colin nodded too, but before he could speak again, Jessica chimed in. What about the 1st Legion, the Nightwing Ravens? The pause was brief, waited enough for the normally disinterested Ellie, sat up and looked to Colin, who stated. Everyone else has said the same thing. From those guys in the mess hall, to the logistics department. They dismissed me in disbelief, or just told me to get a life. Matthew added. Same here. They don't take us seriously at all. Then they're big shots, huh? John muttered, leaning back on his feet and resting against a crate away from the 2 ladies. The others nod. Meanwhile, up in the thought-to-be-empty observation level, 3 figures stand within the shadows watching the new group of reincarnated fallen. One was a robe-wearing cadre with blonde hair, beside an 8-winged gray flak jacket-wearing shinobi-turned-fallen angel, rather rotund, not fat, with swirls on his cheeks, and the last being the chief secretary of their organization. Choji asked. Is that them? Yeah. Tamil answered immediately with a grunt. He added. They've been asking around about your group. Their leader, that one standing in the middle with black hair, is flagged and known to me as he was said to be interested in logistics. Colin is his name, Benjamin informed calmly, adjusting her glasses while holding the large number of files to her chest. She smiled softly, as she added. A good kid. Took responsibility for his fellows without any hesitation. Could be a good leader, if he grows correctly. She looked to the shinobi among them, then posed. Are you going to speak with them? I can arrange it. Nah, not this time. Choji waved off as he smiled back at Benjamin, whose smile softened. He finished. Let them settle a bit more. Then I'll let someone like Chojuro to test them. He's a fair guy, so I can trust his judgment. Grunting, Tamil turned away and continued walking down the corridor as he stated. Then come on. Time is money and we're wasting it looking at those kids. Chuckling warmly, Choji followed in short order. Benjamin lingered a moment, looking down at the 5 former humans before 2 heading after the others, her smile neutral. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Naruto's house. 2 days later. Yawning, Naruto reached the bottom step of his home to find something he was very clearly not expecting. The large spacious living room sat Sakura, Kurenai and Mirai, Ishvari, Temari, and Samui, sitting and talking like this was their own home. Besides Samui, who actually lives here, and is silently munching on something Naruto can smell from the entrance that he shouldn't ask about. Noise from the open-plan kitchen drew the Black Bang Blonde's attention next, making his way in to find Ino attempting to fuss, but Genma cooking with the struggling Kiba's help, and Shikamaru fending off his former teammate casually. What a thing day to wake up to, huh? Slipping in behind the distracted Inohime, Naruto gently slipped his hands around her 5-month expanded waist from behind and she froze stiff, then melted when being brought back against his frame. He offered softly. Inohime, are you being difficult? Me? Difficult? This is my home, how the… Inohime. Naruto spoke softly, brow arched, and cutting Ino off. She, for a change, chose the better part of valor and remained silent. Shaking his head in amusement, Naruto's eyes flicked to Shikamaru, who gave a subtle nod, Genma a light smirk, and Kiba a gentle chuckle. Guiding the expectant mother into the living space with the other wives that are all curled up under blankets and warmed by an array of fragrant teas in multiple pots, Naruto gave the 8-month Samui a peck on her cheek, getting a brief smile, after getting Ino situated, then returned to the messy, crowded, but decked-out metal kitchen with the other husbands. It was a very slow morning in the residential district, and to be honest, Naruto did not want it to end. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Stepping out of the palace among the crowd of counselor and bureaucrats, Naruto stretched and yawned from sitting inside a stuffy council room for the past 3 hours. It was now mid-afternoon, the sun was no longer soaring high above, and no doubt, Shikamaru has already found a decent place to nap by now. Maybe he should join him, now that Naruto thought on it. Such a plan was immediately derailed by the sudden arrival of 3 Usagi Yukai, their clan head, and a pair of highly attractive young women at his flank. Naruto sensed their direct approach and sighed, inwardly, at playing politics. Where the heck is Ko, and why isn't he here? Turning to them preemptively, Naruto began. Yaja-san, right? That is correct, Lord Naruto. Yaja stated, a slight bow of his head that Naruto mirrored. The rabbit Yukai cleared his throat and drew attention to his flickering ears and hard beady brown eyes as he informed. Allow me to introduce to you my 2 clansmen, Hosu and Milo Kinuyi. Nodding to them both, Naruto then posed. Is this the same Milo I've received reports on? Before Yaja could, Milo blurted out. Yes, Lord Naruto. I've been desperate to repay my gratitude to you, and your forces, for saving me back then. She bowed deeply, causing a bit of a scene, and getting a soft sigh Naruto, who countered. It's fine, honestly. We were just cleaning out those trash. A soft smile, he finished. We are just happy you're doing better. Milo nodded, cheeks flushed, and then bowed again. Thank you for your kind words. Naruto's sweat dropped, discreetly, and really wishes Ko was here to handle this diplomacy thing. Did he praise her too much or something? Damn it, why'd he call in sick today of all days? Wait, can they even get sick? Unfortunately, things got worse for the Black Bang Blonde as a certain vixen arrived like an inevitability, and he smelt her, respectfully, coming in a mile off. He didn't flinch when Sei offered suddenly. Is something wrong here? We were just offering Lord Naruto a thanks. Yaja began, looking from the fallen angel to the snow-white vixen, who smiled softly. It was a deceptive smile, he knew that much, and thus added. Though we were planning on extending an invite to our compound this weekend for a… Before that terrible situation could fully unpack, the third act, possibly of God, if not heaven, arrived to further throw this ad hoc diplomatic situation further ablaze. Naruto! Naruto! Little brother! All eyes look up to see none other than Gabriel, swooping in and near enough crashing into Naruto, who managed to catch and spin to drain her forward momentum fluidly and without strain. He sighed, she giggled from his arms as he spun her around, and when they finally stopped, she got a rolled eyes from the relatively secret fallen seraph. That old adage about trouble arriving in triplets still holds. After putting her down on her feet, Naruto asked, "Gabriel, why are you here and not in heaven?" Instead of her normal tactical-grade innocence, Gabriel sobered up and voluntarily released him from her usual death grip routine and stood straighter. She asked carefully, "I have something to ask of you." Naruto straightened, sass put aside, as this seemed far more serious than anything else right now. When he nodded, she continued, Glancing to the non-angels briefly, an unfamiliar smile took hold on Gabriel's face as she asked gently, "Is it possible to speak alone? This is, delicate." Nodding, Naruto stretched his 10 wings. "Yeah, follow me." Then he immediately took flight, Gabriel a moment later, leaving Sei, Yasuo, Hosu, and Milo behind. None of them questioned it as it genuinely looked important. Though, they all adjusted their plans to address this again later. Kyoto, airspace above Jinjigaku no Haisaido. Unbeknown to Gabriel, Naruto flew above his home village and slowed down as he turned back to her, hovering a safe distance above the barrier, maintaining the hidden nature of the village from external observation. By proximity, whatever she has to say will remain unobservable and unheard to eavesdroppers, as after all, Gabriel did not ask Michael for help. She did not turn to Raphael. She did not even ask her own sisters. Instead, she came to them, outsiders of heaven, but trusted allies, and that is something Naruto had no intention of underselling, underestimating, or dismissing without all due consideration. The tension behind Gabriel's eyes, the slight tremble in her wings, and even the slight color variation, unnoticeable to most even under observation, of her halo, but as a shinobi, something he noticed, meant that whatever this was, likely heaven couldn't admit to needing help out loud. Or, sage forbid, something far worse has happened that they can't ignore, or confront, and need a discreet hand to deal with it. There would be riots if that were the case. So Naruto waited. Waited to see what kind of mission Gabriel has brought them, because if innocence incarnate is this worried, it can't be good. Eventually, Gabriel began quietly. There is a signal." The Mitsukiage nodded once, sharp, attentive, and waited for her to explain further. Gabriel did so, as she added, "It resonates with me." Not answering immediately was not out of disrespect, but caution for Naruto. He wasn't entirely clued up on heaven's internal workings, the different layers, the structure, and what each piece of said structure works, that's Shikamaru and Kuratsuchi's department, but he knows enough to mean that this was likely a semi-big deal. Although she didn't say it directly, this likely has something to do with choirs and their connection with certain angels. So, if Gabriel and this signal are resonating. After a long few moments, Naruto spoke carefully. "You want us to find the source. And you want this handled without heaven knowing." Shoulders easing a few fractions, Gabriel explained equally as carefully. "There is an audit going on right now. If I bring this to the council, it becomes politics. If I bring it to my brothers, it becomes a tribunal. Figured even heaven suffers from the plague of bureaucracy and paralysis due to it." Naruto exhaled through his nose, already turning. "Where is it?" But before Gabriel could explain, his phone went off. Pulling it out revealed Omo was calling him, thus Naruto answered. Boss, everyone's kinda nervous." "Something up?" "Nothing I can't handle," Naruto assured calmly, then after a moment, he added, "Actually, could you get gear in for me? Mission gear. Travel light. No sweat. Give me 5. Thanks." Naruto replied and hung up, but immediately afterwards it rang again. This time, Katarina's name popped up. With a sigh, he answered. "Katarina. Pupsick. Where you now?" "I have leave tomorrow, back home, and I want date before I go." A tight breath, before Naruto answered. "Gonna need a rain check, cat. Something's come up and..." "Yet. I come too. Cat." Yet. Pupsik I come. Spend time with me before I go back Latvia. Naruto rolled his eyes. Gabriel giggled lightly, which was the worst thing to do. That giggle. What lady is that? Naruto could feel the Arctic wind in the tone, those polished light green eyes falling to sharp, dangerous emerald daggers. Calmly, very calmly, he informed. Fine, cat, you win. Meet us at the Imperial Palace in 5 minutes. We'll fly by and you can join us. Duh, Pupsik. She hung up on him, and Naruto suspected this may become something absolutely tragic if he wasn't careful. Thankfully, a teleportation circle appeared above him, and down dropped Guren, in full mission gear, and asked immediately, What's the mission exactly? Naruto smirked, thankful for her swift arrival and her teleporting up to them and not just flying through the barrier. That would leak the location of their hidden village to Gabriel. Then again, he didn't doubt her. Instead, he looked to Gabriel and stated, Lead the way. Halfway toward the Izu archipelago. The formation of Gabriel in the lead, Naruto on her right, Katarina on his right, and Guren on his left, crossed the ocean in relative silence but at low altitude. This was to keep a lower profile, reduce exposure to fishing ships, and not draw attention from observers from heaven too closely. They were just following Gabriel's lead. This was her connection, and possibly her lost choir. Thus, the Grigori were just here to ensure nothing untoward happened to a critical member of Heaven's Seraphim Council. Plus, it's basically a free favor from heaven, once they get their butts in gear. Also, helping a fellow Alliance member reinforces its importance. A win-win. Eventually, they came across something on the horizon and Gabriel was heading right for it. The island was small enough that it barely deserved the name. It was a dark stone hump in a cold stretch of sea, with a broken shrine frame half swallowed by salt wind and moss. Should probably fix it for the Shinto, Naruto mused while filing it away for later. After all, a pleased landlord means less restrictions, right? Plus, they may grant him access to a few records to search for this. Held by another hand, the Shinigami referenced during their chat. Thankfully, upon landing, Gabriel found it quickly. A fragment, half buried in old earth, humming with a note she felt in her bones and made her breath catch. This caused the three fallen, Naruto and Guren inspecting the derelict shrine, and Katarina hanging off Naruto's arm, to all look over, then step towards the lone heavenly angel. When they arrived, Gabriel whispered breathlessly, This is... However, Guren's eyes narrowed as she got a better look, then whispered, It's too perfect. Naruto took one step closer. Katarina too had her eyes trained on it. His senses flared up and searching this artifact. But it was strange. Not holiness. Not corruption. Yet it had a structure. A lattice. A trap wearing the shape of a memory. Blinking, Naruto's senses suddenly fuzzed by a sharp, sudden spike and bloom, overloading his perception briefly. He clutched his head as he shouted, Gabriel, don't! But her fingers brushed it, barely, and the disguise rune work ignited immediately. A malevolent glow crawled across the ground like veins of fire, the air clicked, and it felt like reality had just locked into a pattern that had been waiting for consent. Naruto moved without thinking, darting forward, and slammed into Gabriel, shoving her clear. The world flashed, Guren's own protective instincts flared and reacted with brutal, clean effectiveness, and crystals erupted up with clear and decisive purpose, instinctive blooms swallowing those nearby whole. Then what sounded like enraged lightning ripped through the air several times, and was over before Gabriel knew what was happening. Pushing herself up from the push, Gabriel turned over to find something horrifying and stomach-churning. Her companions. Her little brother. Encased in a hardened shell of gleaming, unblemished pink crystal, but as bad as that was, it didn't compare to what slivered, rippled, pulsed, and clung to the outside of the protective, hardened shell like a living thing. Curses, at least two, dark, malevolent, unnaturally cruel, wrapped around tightly and biting into the large pink jewel, but couldn't break through or even scratch this crystal defense. So now they were waiting. For another host, or for this defense to wither, inadvertently turning it into a coffin, should its victims refuse to come out. Gabriel shook off her stunned disbelief, power already gathering. Then the sky tore open above her. A transfer circle bloomed overhead like a second sun made of sigils, and creatures poured out, alchemical beasts stitched wrong, rogues with hungry eyes, demonic constructs that didn't care if they died so long as she did. They were not here for Naruto, Gabriel could tell as she returned to her wings. They were either here to kill her, or whatever escort came with her. Now maybe at most keep her busy. Now this mismatch of alchemy, bad people, and sin are gathering around her for no doubt nefarious purposes, and Gabriel honestly did not think she could reach the prison. Could not break the curses. To keep them busy until help came. The thought that this trap was meant to draw her in, capture or kill her, and yet now her new little brother and his friends got caught up in it in her place. It caused Gabriel to hesitate exactly once. Yet more and more creatures poured into the area and far more than she can handle alone. Thus, she launched back, suppressing of her power undone and now shining bright for anyone to sense her duress. Heaven was slow, but not absent. Uriel and Amenadiel descended like freshly drawn blades. First there was light, then there was steel and flames cutting through mangled flesh, darkness, and sin-given form, with no quarter given or moments of notice. Warrior angel units descended like sunlight breaking through a storm front, following their superiors with mechanical precision, cutting into the pursuers with the same ruthless, overpowering force heaven had not deployed in centuries. These were sin-given form, artificial lives made of forbidden magics. Nothing but soulless beasts of sin and corruption, begging for release from their torment. Heaven will not be idle and grant them such with swift execution. Just as the controlled perimeter was stabilized, then being pushed back under Uriel and Amenadiel, the enemy lines were suddenly punched clean through by additional reinforcements that heaven did not even detect approaching. The air seemed to snap, pop, and shatter as suddenly tearing through the enemy ranks were several members of the Nightwings, arriving at speed unheard of by angels prior. Genma shredding through beasts and rogue devil alike, Kiba ripped an alchemy abomination apart with his bare hands, Hana slicing through with her claws, and Shizuka's accuracy was unprecedented. They didn't ask questions, just struck hard. They saw the situation and made it worse for the enemy. Even Uriel had to respect their tenacity to their duty as angels, regardless of their fallen status. Gabriel finally broke free of the crumbling melee long enough to look back toward the small island, and her stomach dropped. The crystal jewel, pink, glamorous, sparkling and proud, that had protected her little brother and his friends from evil witchcraft and demonic wickedness was their one moment. For a heartbeat. For a blink. Then it wasn't. No shatter. No detonation. Just gone. Removed from the world like a piece from a board. Her whisper did not even reach the wind, nor the battle ahead of her, nor the shore she was staring at from a distance. Naruto. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. A few days later. The battle was swift to its conclusion. Be it beast of alchemy, foul rogue, or demonic constructs, they held little chance against the might of Uriel's flames, Heaven's warriors, or the Nightwings' prompt reinforcements that grew from the initial four with the swift arrival of Omoi, Chojuro, Sano, Rimi, Yoshi, and Maki. However, days later, the investigations found nothing and even divinations returned only silence. Yasaka was forced into addressing her council, alliance, and people alike with a calm that felt more like teeth. Representatives of the Twilight Alliance stood in ordered lines within the courtyard. Angels, fallen, Yukai, observers from Asgard and Eastern Yukai factions. Even the press clusters kept still, sensing the shift in atmosphere before a word was spoken. Yasaka began. Members of the Twilight Alliance. Citizens of Kyoto. Representatives of our allied realms. Her eyes were bright, cool, as they traveled across the crowd, knowing full well who pulled this off was likely watching, somehow, someway. Though, she also took note of the complete lack of Nightwing presence. They were likely busy, she supposed idly, then announced. An incident has occurred within our territory. A coordinated strike resulting in the disappearance of Cadre Naruto of the 1st Legion, Cadre Katarina of the 2nd Legion, and Guren of the Nightwings. Even the wind seemed to chill at that. Not even a cough broke free during the silence. Breathing in, Yasaka continued. Let me make this clear. The warmth on her voice she was known for dropped a fraction as she continued. This was not an act of war. For war implies banners, declarations, and responsibility. Her golden vulpine eyes hardened by a degree or 6. Yasaka stated. This was cowardice. The silence was constrained and tight. None dared break it apart either. Her tails swayed exactly once, before she explained. Those responsible did not challenge the alliance openly. They did not test our strength. They targeted 3 individuals, isolated them, and fled. The swaying tails stilled completely, almost unnaturally so. You have not weakened us, Yasaka stated simply. It was a fact, nothing more. She continued. You have not fractured the Grigori. You have not destabilized heaven. You have not diminished Kyoto. Her gaze swept carefully across the gathered factions. The air itself seemed to shift under the action, as she added. You have merely removed the restraint. There was no rise in volume, no flare of power, yet the now unmistakable drop in temperature, like stepping into a winter night without warning, gripped the entire courtyard when Yasaka stated factually. Naruto restrained his legion. She let that simmer, to air out for a few moments while her eyes sharpened to something crystalline, then she continued. He tempers retaliation. Prioritizes diplomacy. He accepts compromise. Taking a soft breath, discreetly, Yasaka then informed. Without him. The silence grew heavy, deafening, and pressing as she dragged this out to express the gravity of this error. Then finally she spoke. That courtesy no longer exists. Unease rippled through even the allied ranks. Faint, but unmistakable. None of the other leaders so much as twitched. Yasaka continued, her voice never raised, her tone even, dramatics left aside, yet still managed to be delivered with the calm inevitability of physics. For now, the Nightwings will stop at nothing to find you. A breath before she ended. And when they do, your line will end. For now, the shadows have teeth, blade, and motive. The silence that followed was not born of shock, but of understanding. This was no threat born from the emotions of fear, anger, sorrow, or pain, but a weather forecast of what was to come. For even as she turned away to return to her duty, the temperature of the courtyard did not rise again for a long time. Yasaka walked past the dead serious fallen Governor-General Azazel, the upset Gabriel, the unreadable Michael, and silent Serial. No more words were needed. In a particular office somewhere, stood a 5'4" kunoichi, short black hair and pink eyes, with lashes running upward at the corners. Her uniform, spotless as always, a black full-body suit, with the right sleeve missing revealing her flawless tan skin beneath. Her shorts reached halfway down her thighs with fishnets covering the rest down to her covered, armored sandals. A gray flak jacket atop it, a metal plate etched with the Grigori insignia on her arm, with the Nightwing insignia directly beneath it, and the Havoc-Teir crest below that. Her eyes were locked on the desk of the Mitsukage ahead of her, still littered with reports and half-complete documents, as if its owner was simply out getting a coffee or something. He wasn't. With a breath, Kuratsuchi muttered. You asshole. The long exhale, followed by. Fine. My turn. End of file 2. And that concludes the final part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Fallen Legion, File 2, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.